something there that he wanted to share. It's so impactful when it can come from a teammate. And I thought he was the one that set this week off and set it in motion.
Running back Brian Robinson on his return from the injury.
If I made the progress that I needed to, get back on the field and be there for my team, that I was going to do that. And I just, thank the training staff and the coaches just for taking care of me and make sure that, I was doing everything I need to do to prepare myself. And it just shows, the work that I put in this week to get myself prepared.
Washington now 8-5 into the bye week at New Orleans, December 15th. Broncos versus Browns, 7:30 tonight on The Fan. Buffalo Bills beat the 49ers 35-10. Josh Allen with touchdowns passing, rushing, and receiving. Philly over Baltimore 24-19. Pittsburgh beat Cincinnati 44-38. The Mets and Frankie Montas agree a 2-year, $34 million deal. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. It's a Victory Monday on B. Mitch and Finley, an absolute ass-kicking Victory Monday on B. Mitch and Finley. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Dude, you know what I am just the best part of yesterday, and there were a number of great parts, right? And I was clearly a week early on it. I was calling for the narrative extinguisher game, and it didn't come against Dallas, and that Dallas loss is somewhere between embarrassing and troublesome. But yesterday, they came out, they jumped all over a Tennessee team that has a good defense and took advantage of turnovers.
Tennessee's goodness on their defense is overwhelmed by how awful their offense and special teams is and where other teams get the ball.
Well, dude, when we looked at the numbers, the fact that they were second in yards allowed and 27th in points allowed told a pretty big story to that point.
They can't stop you, but people normally get the ball. Where we got the ball yesterday early, inside their territory all the time.
Yo, Will Levis is the really hot girl you date in college that keeps stealing your phone, checking your text messages, flirting with your roommate. Like, I could see watching a full Will Levis game in person. I could see why teams want to try it with him. There is some intoxicating talent in there, but that dude stinks. It can't play. Like that dude is not the answer.
He's going to try stupid stuff.
Yo, yes. But Washington, this one to me, we could talk Tennessee and what they have and what they don't have and et cetera. It was also a really good week for Tony Pollard, who's a good player, to have a bad game. But when you open the game with 4 straight possessions that go to 4 straight touchdowns, and you take advantage, you take advantage of turnovers, and you get up 28-0, that's all you can ask.
That's how you're supposed to be.
Dude, I was walking around, and if I had to guess, up where your show is, because you get so many fans right there, I bet that atmosphere was pretty good pregame.
Yeah.
But down on the field, walking around, there weren't a lot of people in there early. It felt a little flat. Like, even driving in, traffic-wise, there was no real traffic compared to the week before.
Yeah.
It had the feeling of, all right, like, this doesn't feel so great. And then, when a stadium has that kind of lack of buzz, that helps the road team because there's nobody in their face. And then Washington just jumped on them, and then it was popping.
Yeah, I kind of expected
on and popping.
Holiday weekend is not Dallas.
Right.
So you don't expect
Tennessee is a zero draw.
They don't draw a lot of fans themselves. And not being Dallas, a little bit of the buzz goes down. And the weekend after Thanksgiving, a lot of people go out of town.
Sure.
So I thought it would be not as much. But once the game started, they were there.
Dude,
it was live.
Dude, it was very live. Yeah. I thought Tennessee opened the Titans' first drive was 3 plays for -2 yards and a punt. They had 2 penalties on that drive. And then Washington gets the ball at their own 41. And unlike Dallas the week before, where they got this awesome field position to start, Commanders just took advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, B-Rob on the 3rd play from scrimmage.
B-Rob was the man.
B-Rob goes for 40 for a touchdown. It was a really impressive team win. And I know we're going to talk about a million things. They made a point of going to Terry McLaurin right away. He was lined up on the right side, not the left side, right away. None of that was a coincidence. But one thing I don't want to get lost, there was a moment in the second half of this thing where Washington opened up with a terrible possession. They went they had 2 penalties of their own, 3 and out punt. Next series, Jaden throws a pick, bounces off Zach Ertz's hands. Okay, so Tennessee opened with, they got the touchdown at the end of the half, then they got the field goal, and they're driving. And they got almost into the red zone. And I thought Dante Fowler made back-to-back plays that absolutely stemmed off any hope of a Tennessee comeback. They didn't credit it a sack. I hope that gets changed. He deserves a sack on it. He chased down Levis on the backside, and because of the hip drop rules, kind of you're no longer allowed to just go down on him. He ended up kind of suplexing him down, so it gets scored as a tackle for loss. To me, that's a sack, but whatever. And then on the next play, they were lining up out of the shotgun, bad snap. Levis had to run back to field it. Fowler gets right there to force him just to jump on the ball, and then what looked like a really promising drive, where if they're able to score a touchdown there, all of a sudden, this ball game feels very different because it would have been 28-17, right?
Yeah,
28-17. They're able to force a field goal, and they make it. But then Washington comes back and scores again. I just thought those 2 plays from Fowler can't go understated because it was a big opportunity.
You have moments in games like that, and then that's when guys can step up, and make plays. But you're not going to have perfect games. And I think yesterday was the closest to them playing good in all 3 phases than we had all year, But you got to understand the other guys are getting paid, and they're going to try and make a comeback. But what I saw yesterday was the better team was in black, okay,
big time,
and they took 2 haymakers, and then they say, no, let's get back to what we were doing earlier. And once they scored that next touchdown, you could see Tennessee kind of went back into the hole.
Totally.
They were like, yeah, we trying. We hitting them with all our might, but they're not stumbling. You know what I mean?
Totally.
And then Washington came back with an uppercut and said, sit your ass down. And that's what happened.
Forgive me, they were in the red zone. It was 1st and 10 at the Skins' 15. And they had just, in the last couple possessions, went touchdown, field goal. Washington had gone punt, interception. So there was real momentum there. I thought Fowler was huge in those moments. I thought throughout the game, I mean, somehow we're going to get this far, and we haven't mentioned going to Terry right away, establishing Terry right away. I thought Jaden was excellent in this game.
Yep.
25 of 30 for 206, 3 touchdowns, another touchdown on the ground. Had to pick. Maybe the ball was a little hot, but I don't think anybody's going to get upset about that ball.
That ball wasn't hot. That ball got to be caught.
Yeah.
You can't.
I agree.
Don't tiptoe. Leave the ground 12 inches, and you'll catch it.
I don't know.
You got to catch that.
Yeah, I'm with you. You're able to generate the 2 turnovers. More importantly, if you look at the Pittsburgh game and you look at the Dallas game, the defense generated turnovers. Yeah. They just got nothing. The offense did nothing with them. 3 turnovers between 2 losses against Pittsburgh and the Cowboys. three turnovers, 3 takeaways. They generated 1 first down.
Yeah.
And that was the opposite yesterday. The defense is giving you opportunities. You got to take advantage. They did.
I think the quick pace, the pace offense they ran a little bit yesterday is beneficial to them, because the team on defense, they automatically assume it's 2 minutes. When you run a little bit more pace. They also can't, substitute a lot. You can get a little pace going on them. And normally when people are playing defensive, they get tired, And I think when you have that, I was talking with a coach from Tennessee. He was like, look, man, that quick game is ideal. He said, because you now have to go into more of a softer coverage. You get running, you can get the run against it. He said, when you got Jaden involved with the run game, you don't know what the hell to do. And he said his arm talent is unbelievable in that type of moment. And you can see
the second touchdown throw to Terry.
The side on?
Yeah. Oh my God, dude.
Terry was a little hyped after the game yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's my dog, man. But you can just see he was excited about getting involved early.
Totally. I think at one point in the first half, Washington had 237 yards of offense.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee had 37.
They haven't given up over like 300 yards or so to the teams, right? And they had 400 something on total offense yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
rushed for 267 on that team.
That's their most rushing yards in over a decade. That's their most rushing yards. Honestly, look that up, Jeff.
C-Rod came in balling, brother.
My guess is that was week 17 of 2012 is the most rush yards since. Because I know it was the 2012 season was the last time they rushed for that many. And if anybody that doesn't live under a rock remembers the week 17 game against the Cowboys is when they just went ballistic on the ground. I think Alfred Morris went for 2 bills on his own.
Yeah.
I got it right here. Yeah, they ran for 274 in that week 17 game against the Cowboys in 2012.
They had 29 carries with the running backs. Well, of the 2 starters.
Yeah, I mean
29 for 200 plus.
Yeah.
Add in McNichols had 6 for 34.
Right.
32.
Yeah. I mean, offensively, they averaged 6 yards a carry, and that's with Jaden not really having a high YPC.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 running backs averaged 6.4, 7.2, and 5.3. Just the human side of this for Chris Rodriguez. The dude was cut last week.
Yeah.
Like he's been cut repeatedly over and over. And pro football's a cutthroat ass business. And I think sometimes fans don't recognize that players understand that aspect of it. Like we got to talk to Chris in the locker room yesterday, and he was just so happy he was able to kind of produce at that level for his team. He's now closed out 2 games between this win and then the Giants win. Eckler's not going to be back until, at best, the Cowboys game. And I don't know that that's a given.
I think you find a way to have – when you go to Chris, you find out he has that ability of a Brian. He's not Brian, but he's a bigger back, And when you can – sometimes people want the thunder and lightning. You want to hit him with somebody who brings some little quick guy. No. I'm going to pound your ass with a thunder and I'm going to bring some more thunder at you.
Well, and
see what you could do with that.
Who can provide a lightning roll is Jaden.
Yeah.
They have plenty of pieces, and I think a lot of this, man, when you get Terry involved early, it opens so much more up. Ertz should have caught the interception ball, but ended up scoring a touchdown later. He's able to get open. He's not giving you a whole lot of yak. There's a tight end screen there where it was kind of like not a lot of movement, but they spread the ball around a lot yesterday. I think 9 guys all had catches.
Mm-hmm.
The Noah Brown situation, I don't think is ideal. Noah Brown went down with a ribs injury, 3 catches for 27 yards. Noah's kind of emerged as their number 2 wideout. It's a good time for the bye is all I can say on that one. If you go look at some of Brian Callahan's statements after the game, it was crazy, dude. He said, I'm reading now from Brian Callahan after the game. We just got worn down. They had 246 yards in the first half. We weren't good enough on third down. really rushing yards was way out of line with what you want it to be.
Mhm.
Part of that's the game script and where the game got to it, but it just wasn't good enough. Couldn't get into rhythm. I think I looked up at one point and we had 10 plays on offense and it was already 28-0.
You couldn't get into any rhythm because when Washington's offense got the ball, they made sure that they put points on the board.
Yeah.
And they had drives that were sustained with a touchdown at the end. It wasn't getting in the red zone, faltering, and have to kick field goals.
I mean, you know this. Obviously, a lot gets made of muffed punts because generally that leads to great field position for the opposition.
Mm-hmm.
Because most of the time, if you're muffing a punt, it's not when you're catching one at the 30. It usually happens inside your own 15 or 10-yard line.
Yeah.
Just because the guy, you got so many defenders right around you. But to muff a kickoff, to fumble on a kickoff.
Yeah, that's worse.
When you're down 21-0.
But I talked with someone last week, and they were like, "Oh, their special teams fumbled the ball." The guy we were talking to,
we had that dude Kaharski.
He said that their
that dude
special
sounded
teams
so miserable
give the ball
covering this
up a
type
lot.
of scheme.
And didn't they have more than one yesterday? They had two on special teams.
The one fumble I thought was Pollard, and then the next one was special teams. I'll check.
Yeah, it was. I was like, this dude was right on point.
Yeah, so Pollard had a fumble. Tony Pollard's a good player. It was a good day for him to be a bad player. He fumbled just in a regular possession, and Washington scored on that right away because they got the ball at the Tennessee 24. That was the first touchdown to Terry where he kind of ran. I don't know if he ran like a corner route from the far side. He was on the right side, or it was like a slow drag, whatever it was. Jaden started working to his left. It looked like Jaden wanted to go to John Bates, then saw Terry on the second level, and it was 6. They had 2 touchdown drives of 3 plays.
Yeah.
Man. When you get the ball,
you can get them quick, get them quick.
But it really the killer for Tennessee. Like if they're doing an autopsy this morning, you're down 21-0, and you desperately need just a possession. Get a couple first downs. Like just slow this thing down a hair, and then the dude fumbles on the kickoff. They had possession of the football for 5 seconds until he fumbled on the kickoff. Then Washington goes down fairly methodically. Now, granted, they get the ball at the Tennessee 34, and I believe there was a third down where they got a roughing call that kept Washington on the field. Otherwise, they would have had to kick a field goal. And we do have to discuss the field goal situation. But instead, from the Tennessee 34, Washington went 9 plays, 24 yards. That was the second McLaurin touchdown on the slant, which was just a hell of a throw.
I'm going to tell you one little
thing.
How
many teams are coming back from 28-0?
I'm not feeling sorry for the asses. I promise you that.
Sure.
We've had enough bad times, so I'm not feeling sorry for either team or anybody with problems with anything.
No, I totally agree. There was a moment, though, where this was kind of floating around on Twitter when the score was 28-0. Can you think of any other scores around that where the other team has come back to win?
28-3.
Yeah, that was kind of floating around for a minute.
But
you're very happy to see.
They did run the football in the second half, unlike the other guy.
Well, we joked. So Tennessee got that good drive in the 2-minute drill late at the end of that game. They went 9 plays, 79 yards. They caught the touchdown. I think it was the Terp Okonkwo to make it 28-7 at halftime. And folks were like, man, 28-7 is better than 28-3. Just so you don't have a whole halftime of that storyline.
Yeah.
The run game, simply fantastic. I think the O-line deserves a ton of credit. That's what you and I were talking about in the tunnel last night. I think they looked healthy. I think they clearly, the way they were able to move Tennessee, I don't think Tennessee was expecting the counter game to be so effective. And I thought the first run to B-Rob with the left side pulling to the right, they were really good. I thought Cornelius Lucas at right tackle was really good. I think that was definitely the right decision there. I think when you're going downhill,
they looked healthy.
Yeah,
the offensive line looked fresh and healthy.
Well, and it shows too what those dudes put their bodies through.
Yeah,
because they looked fresh and healthy on the field, and then walking up the ramp to the locker room, they didn't look as fresh and healthy, but they clearly laid it all out there.
Oh.
I think those dudes recognized they needed a win really bad.
Lucas was the happiest man I saw walk up the tunnel.
Yeah.
I'm being honest with you. He was like, yeah.
He loves
got a chance, baby.
Yeah, man. If the playoffs started today, and we recognize they don't, but if the playoffs started today, the Commanders firmly in the 7 seed in the NFC with a record of 8-5. That's the final wild card spot. Ahead of them, the Packers would be the 6 seed at 9-3. The Vikings, the 5 seed at 10-2. The Packers have a game and a half on them. The Vikings have 2 games on them. Now, a lot of this will even out once Washington gets through their bye week here. This is going to be a situation where we get to January and realize the seeding situation sucks, because if you project it out, it sure looks like Washington's going to have a better record than the winner of the NFC South and maybe the winner of the NFC West. But those are conversations for a different day. Yesterday, absolute ass kicking for Washington in a game they needed to have. When you've hit real adversity, real resilience, and then you put forth the exact effort and performance needed, it says a lot about a locker room.
I just saw that someone said, remember last year when the black uniform was considered a curse? We couldn't do nothing in them. And when we put them on this year, things seem to be different.
A lot of things seem to be different. It's crazy what a quarterback does. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to open the phones at 11 a.m.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Make your first NBA bet a swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets, from who will win the game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. It doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick a W whenever. And now is the perfect time to get in on the action, because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting ball with FanDuel, America's sportsbook partner of the NBA. Official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Capital superstar Alex Ovechkin has started skating lightly again, according to Tariq El-Bashir, with video from photographer Greg Abernathy of Monumental Sports Network. Huge bounce back for the Commanders, beating the Titans 42-19. Jaden Daniels, 3 touchdown passes. Brian Robinson with a 40-yard touchdown run, 103 on the ground. Head coach Dan Quinn on Daniels and the rushing attack.
This has been a good front against the run. It's been hard, to get yards and the short yardage play. So the guys really dug in. I thought they had a good plan. And number 5 felt electric tonight, in terms of connecting, making plays, being decisive.
Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All I do is win, win.
win.
I can't think if there's any Ravens fans at the radio station. I just can't remember.
Who?
I just can't remember if there's any big Ravens fans at the radio station. But through 13 weeks, Commanders and the Ravens have the same record, and they have the same bye week. So
yeah.
Now that Ravens won head-to-head, certainly not.
Still 8-5. And neither of them has a kicker.
Neither of them has a kicker. And one of them thinks they do, at least. At least in Washington, we're quite aware of the kicker abyss. Landville, you know me, I don't subscribe to conspiracy theories, but sometimes people might have things figured out. This comes from Commander Shug. He says, what is clear to me about yesterday's game is that all the pregame flag waivers are failing woefully short of B-Mitch. RG3 was a dud, and Fred Smoot didn't even have the flag fully unrolled. Nobody waved that flag better than you, B, all season. Now, I don't know what else they have planned, but through 13 weeks, you're the one to see the flag.
I'm going to need a bigger flag. That flag is real light. I need a little longer and thicker. I can hang it, swing it more.
Pause.
Pause from a flag? What the hell? You need a flag being longer? I think y'all doing a little stretch on your pause thing today.
Man, me, Landville, and Jeff.
First of all, I expect the 2 young guys, because they don't have any manly thoughts. They just think about weird stuff. I don't expect you. I was talking about the flag. I didn't say nothing about the pole, fool. If I said about the pole, I can understand what y'all saying.
All righty. All right. So now we've covered the flag. I want to run through some stats, just some important kind of milestones. You mentioned the one in the break that I want to start with. Bobby Wagner yesterday.
Yep.
What did he finish with tackle-wise? Bobby had 5 tackles yesterday.
Yep.
He's now over 100 tackles for the season for the 13th straight year. That would be a record if it wasn't for London Fletcher, who has done it for 14 straight seasons. After the
We've
game,
had some linebackers, huh?
Yeah, man. After the game, we talked to Bobby about it. He said, yeah, London should be in the Hall of Fame. And I love, like when Devin Hester said it about you, I support when young guys or current players understand what former players did organizationally and just in their careers. Bobby has been awesome for this team as a leader, as a player. Like sometimes you hope you get the leadership, but you're not sure what a player has left. That would be completely incorrect. with Bobby.
Brother, he can play. And to be honest with you, hell, he's damn near. He's probably an extension of the coaches. So they call him to get stuff,
right?
So when he's on the
he
field,
addressed the team before the game.
Yes.
He's. I brought up Fowler earlier. Frankie Louvu has been just outrageously great. I talked to Frankie in the locker room after the game. I got $1 if anybody can think about now. Frankie and I have previously discussed how he likes to have a little tequila after wins.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what we ended up discussing yesterday? It's about a movie.
Moana.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
No, it's like the biggest movie in the world.
Well, and so Frankie, Tavita Pritchard, the quarterback's coach, and Marcus Mariota are all of Polynesian descent.
Mm-hmm.
Moana is a movie of Polynesian culture, and they're taking a bunch of kids to go see it. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow or something, but I just thought that was cool. What is perhaps more relevant to our conversation, Frankie Louvu and Dante Fowler have both posted 8+ sacks so far this season. It's the first time that Washington has 2 players with 8+ sacks in a single season since Montez Sweat and Deron Payne in 2022. The difference is Louvu and Fowler were both free agent signings by Adam Peters that weren't necessarily like high-profile signings.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm in no way trying to take away what those guys are doing, because I'm not saying they're coverage sacks or scheme sacks. Those guys are playing at a really high level, but it's remarkable what they've been able to do defensively without these big names that so many people were so convinced you had to have to do anything defensively.
What you got to have is players, and players come in all different rounds. Sometimes some of them don't get drafted. If you can get the best out of players, you can play. If you just draft somebody in the high rounds and think they're going to just automatically play, you're mistaking yourself. We've had a lot of first rounders that hadn't done much.
Well, and I also think developing and getting better over time is really vital. I also, dude, Fowler is now at 8.5 sacks, I believe. I think that should be at least the first one. I get you want to say that maybe Levis was running. He got him in the backfield before he started running. And I don't know that he was running to scramble versus just trying to escape the pocket. I think that should be corrected and be a sack, frankly.
All right.
I'm sure nobody cares what I think, but I think he should be at 9.5. And you know who would care eventually? Whether it's Dante or Dante's agent, sacks get you paid. So
they sure in the hell do.
He deserves to have that one, in my opinion. I think Fowler's been really good for them. A lot of folks have, but it's just crazy to go through a lot of these free agent 1-year deal veterans that have just come to town and played really well. A little bit of a surprise yesterday before kickoff, and we do have to address Forbes at some point. Clelin Ferrell, Fedarian Mathis was healthy scratch yesterday.
Yeah.
Ferrell played well, had a half sack, had 2 tackles. I believe he had a TFL. Ferrell now has really been able to give them something. Mikey Samerstill, the 2nd-round pick, forced a fumble, recovered that fumble.
That dude's a man, bro.
He just plays with such a physicality. And, dude, I recognize I believe he was on the bad end of the touchdown at the end of the first half. Corners are going to give up plays.
Oh, yeah.
He's also playing out of position. He's
not out of position anymore in my book. He is the guy.
Sure, but I think in a dream situation, they get to play him in the slot because you get his physicality and his ball skills rather than on the outside.
He's been playing corner for like 3 years now in his whole life. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, Samerstill's really good, and seems like they've got vets right now, and probably when you have veterans like Bobby Wagner, certainly you don't necessarily need a rookie to be your leader, but Samerstill has that in him, and that's just an obvious way this thing is going to go.
Bobby and Chin, they talk about him like he's a leader.
Right.
The stuff he does for him.
So. Dude, and we could talk. There's so many people that I want to make sure we talk about, but Jaden was so good yesterday. I just think Jaden yesterday is the only rookie quarterback in league history to have thrown for 2 touchdowns and rushed for a touchdown in back-to-back games since 1970. And I don't know if somebody did it in 1970 or that's just when they started keeping records. I think we were talking about this. It's not a guarantee. Let's be clear. It's not a guarantee they finish with a winning record. It's not, because you could lose out, finish a year 8-9. But they haven't had a legit winning record. Let's make a decision right now as a program. Do we want to call 2016 8-7-1 a winning record?
That's a winning record.
I mean, Bruce sure did. He's like, hey, we've had back-to-back winning seasons.
8-7-1 is a winning record.
All right, so they haven't had a winning record since 2016, where they missed the playoffs and went 8-7-1. They haven't had a winning record and make the playoffs since 2015 when they went 9-7. I think more importantly here, 8-5 with 4 games left. They haven't won 10 since 2012 when they got red hot late in the year with Robert. They won 7 in a row to close the season out. They went 10-6. They haven't won 11 since Brian was playing. I mean, they haven't won 11
long time ago, JP.
or more games since 91. Everybody knows what happened in 91. I'm not comparing this team to 91. They won 14 that year. They ain't going to win 14 this year.
17 total.
Well, still.
Let's just have 17-2 the whole year.
Right, but mathematically, they can't get to 14 without a couple.
Yeah.
I suppose they could get to 14, but it would require 2 playoff wins.
Yeah.
The 2 things I think, maybe 3, you'd like to see them get to 10. Double digits means something. Personally, Landfill, I'd like to see him get to 11. See Mr. Mitchell in a 2-2. Above all that, though, it becomes about a playoff win, I think. And, that nothing for whatever Houston may or may not be this season. And they haven't been nearly as impressive. They've had some losses, but Houston is in strong position to go to the playoffs again. And some of that is a result of the AFC South just sucking, but they're 2 games clear. I don't think Jacksonville at 2-10 is going to catch them at 8-5. But I think a big part of what mattered so much for Houston wasn't just that they were able to win the division in Stroud's rookie season. It wasn't just that Stroud had a really big year. They went and won a playoff game.
Yeah.
And that changes the tone and kind of the conversation around a football team.
Yep.
And I think for Washington, nobody's trying to accelerate timelines or any of that, but you win a playoff game, you're showing the rest of the league, but also the guys in that locker room, we're here for real. We mean business. And I think that is kind of where the conversation should go. Now, when you talk about being for real and being about your business, I think of a company like Crop Metcalf. It got cold as hell after Thanksgiving. All of a sudden, it's 25 degrees and I'm freezing. I hate the cold. But we know there's going to be warm days to come. It's just how DC weather is. Really, the only super cold months are January, February, and the beginning of March. So these crazy weather patterns we have where it gets really cold, then it warms up, gets really cold, then it warms up. That means it's time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. For just $99, an expert Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system for one low price. Do what I did. Call today for peace of mind no matter what tomorrow's weather brings. I had Crop at the house like 2-3 weeks ago. They just made sure everything's ready to rock for winter. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. And remember, Crop Metcalf is the one with 5 stars. Woo! All right, we're opening the phones up at 11. Jeff, if you want to press the button and let them load up now, that's fine with me. We're doing victory pies. I haven't checked in on the stream yet. We're going to do it right now. Check out the stream at 1067.youtube. The first one I see is Jim D. Shout out to Jim D. He said dub. I kind of like that. That's the right way to say good morning today. It's funny, man. I had said 9-4 should be the goal. They're 8-5. I said this a few times yesterday. Try to like pause your brain and go back to July or August. And if somebody told you that Washington had very obvious clarity at the quarterback position for the future and an 8-5 record at the bye, I think everybody would be people would be organizing a parade down Pennsylvania Avenue.
Yep.
So try to keep your mindset correct there. A lot of opportunity, dude. What you want are big, important games down the stretch in December. That's what they got, and they'll finally get this bye week, and kind of, we'll see what happens going forward. There was some news that broke Saturday night. It's funny, dude. I got to this point with Jamin, and you guys told me I shouldn't. And then I got to this point with Forbes where people would ask me, like, yo, why is he inactive? Why isn't he playing? Clearly, this staff doesn't think he's good enough to play for them.
Mm-hmm.
And specific to Forbes, he's a super nice young man, and he got released Saturday night. He obviously got released earlier Saturday because he tweeted out some Bible verses that are kind of motivational. But, dude, so many people have asked me, so I'm going to give my, like, unedited version of why I think Emmanuel Forbes has been released. The absolute truth of this is he couldn't be on the field. This isn't that complicated. He doesn't play special teams at all, and you can't put him out there defensively because it's 11 on 10 immediately in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have the physicality to play in the run game, and what's worse, and this is something he could change. The physicality is what it is. But what's worse is more often than not showed an unwillingness to attempt the physicality required in the run game.
Mm-hmm.
So when he was on the field and offenses identified that, they would just run the ball right at him.
Well, I would just say this, man. He was drafted by someone else, and when the other group comes in with a mindset,
Sure,
he did not fit what they wanted. And if you don't fit what somebody want, I don't care who you are. You can be a good player, but if you don't fit what somebody want, then they're not going to keep you around.
What do these dudes say? Fast, violent, downhill?
Yeah, he's
That's
fast,
he's
not
game.
violent.
Yeah, that's just not his game. I mean, if you look at the guys they've brought in, now Quan can play for them. Quan damn near suplexed
Quan plays,
Tony Pollard
dog.
yesterday.
Quan plays.
But Chin, and look at it's thumpers on the back end is what they want, and maybe they give up a couple of big plays because they don't have the speed. But
think about Dan Quinn's defensive backs when he was in Seattle.
Yeah,
they had one small guy, but Earl Thomas.
Yeah, but he was.
Earl Thomas will run full speed into a moving car.
Right. It's like Saberstill.
Yep, and that was
different,
that,
but
so you
one's
got to
safety,
be a
one's
guy
corner.
that's unwilling. I mean, that's not afraid to hit. And if you don't like to hit, then you're not gonna fit in the Dan Quinn, Joe Wicks defense. You're not gonna fit there.
I don't want to belabor the Forbes thing because at some point, and B, you said this, I don't remember when. Draft position is a result of tape, combine, interviews, lots of things, right?
Yeah.
And it's cool when guys are drafted high and you want to support them. But once you've played 6-8 games in the NFL, where you're drafted no longer matters.
Yeah,
the tape in the NFL no longer matters. Frankly, I think once it was just incredibly poor coaching, but once Emmanuel Forbes just got abused in his first ever trip up to Philly by A.J. Brown, I kind of think the thing was close to broken then.
Mm-hmm.
A lot has to change for Forbes to be able to help a football team. It's not to say it won't happen, but it's not going to happen here.
There you go.
The other thing before we get to credit pies, the kicker thing's a problem. They had something good going with Seibert before he got hurt. Then he got hurt, and clearly he wasn't the answer anymore.
You got to keep looking.
I think you got to keep looking, right? You're not riding out this thing with Gonzo after yesterday.
No. You go. I think what you do, you start going around to the soccer fields and just See if that person could kick that oblong shaped ball just like they do a round ball, and go for it. You know, because with Brandy Chastain, I remember her when I was doing the DCD. She came and she's like, "Oh, it's probably the same ball." She started kicking that football just like she did a soccer ball straight through the uprights. Go find you a guy from soccer that just kicks, and teach him. Might get you one for 10 years.
B's looking for soccer players. We're going to hold tryouts. Jeff's in charge. He's got a whistle.
Another
Victor,
one that's kind of have a little size so you can at least tackle.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is time for Credit Pie. Commanders Victory Monday. Let's have some fun.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Washington Capitals superstar Alex Ovechkin was seen skating in sweats prior to the team practice today. Sonny Milano also skating as he tries to come back from injury. The Washington Commanders steamroll Tennessee Titans 42-19, 206 yards passing, 3 touchdown passes for Jaden Daniels, 2 of them to Terry McLaurin. Daniels also rushed for another score. Brian Robinson Jr., 40-yard touchdown run, 103 on the ground. Commanders led 28-0, 19 minutes into the game. Head coach Dan Quinn, B-Rob, was good from the start.
It created some energy for the team. You could feel the sideline, what they brought to it, the downhill style of runs. When Brian can kick through and step and get on to the next level, he's really difficult to tackle. But I thought especially the offensive line tonight, that's the one I'm looking forward to watching on tape. I thought they had some really good blocks and good design, the whole way through.
Washington 8-5 at New Orleans, December 15th. Buffalo Bills roll 49ers 35-10 in the snow. Philadelphia beat Baltimore 24-19. Pittsburgh down Cincy 44-38. Looking to upgrade your office games? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVI.com because business grows with PVI. Byron Kerp on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Show goes fast when you blow out Tennessee, boy. We're opening the phone lines up. The phones are just going to be open all afternoon. That's the plan.
That's what we
I don't know if I can really say afternoon. I guess it's still morning. But here's what we do. After wins, our guy Jupe kicks things off. What up, Jupe? We're doing credit pies, baby.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Excuse my voice.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, you eat a frog or something, dog?
I was at the game screaming like a
I
bug.
was at the game screaming.
You sound rough, dog.
Man, what? I know. I sound like an old lady that's been smoking too much cigarettes.
Make me sound good.
Hey, but let's do this victory retro. Woo!
Woo!
Jeff, help Jupe out. Give me a good woo.
All right, fellas.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Good luck, man.
Boy.
Feel better, Jupe.
I
I love the commitment from Jupe to, despite sounding like he just ate a pack of Marlboro Reds for breakfast, still call in and try to hit the Ric Flair. Jeff, are you prepared to give me a better Ric Flair just to kind of keep things operational?
Nah, let it be authentic.
Okay.
That's the sound of the fans after yesterday.
That's fair. I haven't checked in with you. I saw you in the tunnel last night. You were vibing, giving Josh Harris 5. How you feeling about this win, about being 8-5 at the bye week, Jeffrey?
I'm excited, JP. I'm excited because what I've learned this season from paying attention from day one when they said we are in a rebuild, we have been ahead of schedule this entire season. The mid-level murderers are back. That's what I feel like we are established. I feel as though the Commanders have moved from the lowest tier of teams. It then moved that step up. We like what they break it down into 4 tiers. We're like a tier 3 team right now, and I'm accepting that. I'm loving it. To the people that's haters though, like
who's hating right now?
It's a lot of people. JP, you don't know how many times people that hit my phone like, there y'all go beating them sorry teams again. Of course I'm excited that we're beating sorry teams because
you're not playing anybody from college. You're playing professional teams.
Exactly. And we're in a rebuild. So of course I'm going to be happy that we are beating teams that we are supposed to beat. Granted, we could have pulled out. Granted, Dallas was embarrassing. Granted, we could have pulled.
The only bad loss is Dallas. That's a bad loss. I won't get off that, but
And we lost the teams that have had established coaches with their teams. They have built 3 to 4 years. I'm fine where we at. I'm excited for the win, and nobody is going to burn the fire out. Nobody's going to put the fire out. We are here, baby.
I'm with you. I suppose I am incorrect in this. I don't know who's trying to put it out. I don't hear anybody trying to put the fire out. All I hear is
It's a lot of naysayers out there.
The haters, JP. The haters are coming out like
the
roaches.
haters can't stand us left hand up.
They're just coming out every little mistake we make. Oh, when we lost to Dallas oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
But they were out there, and all I gotta say is bleep you. We back up, baby. Credit pie 100% to the team.
There you go, Jeff.
There you go, Jeff.
Yeah. Tell him, Jeff.
Our boy Los
Hell.
is in Severna Park. Los, what's your credit pie look like?
Hey guys, I'm just kidding. My voice sounds good, and I did go to
About to
I
say,
did go
damn,
to
what's
the game
going on?
yesterday. I did go to the game yesterday, but I wasn't yelling like that dude. But
Your
look, man,
voice still
credit-
sound a little rough, Los.
I just woke up, in time to make your show. So that's exactly why.
Good for you.
I was at the game yesterday. Credit pie goes to the offensive lineman, man. Even Christian Rodriguez, I know he's not going to get, released anymore. He's going to be on this team. He'll be on another team as well, if not, this team next season.
What he did yesterday, they better not be letting him go no more. Some other team gonna say, "Oh, okay, then now we know he can do it."
Exactly, and they're going to keep him. And then the other credit pie, 35%, goes to the fans that make it out there. I went, my girl went, and we took her son plus our other 2 kids. Tickets were only $14, B. Mitch and family. $14.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, they were $14. That were that low for a regular season game. So the only bad credit pie that I have to give are the fans that didn't show up. $14 tickets. Why were there empty seats there? It should be a sellout game. So, but all in all, great game. It sucks that we have a bye week. I hate bye weeks. I get so bored.
Dog, they need a bye week, man.
We need it.
Listen,
thanks for
they
taking my
need
call,
a bye
guys.
week. I need a bye week. B-Mitch needs a bye week. Bye weeks are good.
Yeah.
Thanks for the call, Los. Appreciate you. I do want to give the crowd real credit because, like we all said, it wasn't packed. The lower bowl was full.
Yeah.
And when the lower bowl is right, and then they're given a lot to cheer for right away, completely locked in.
I'm gonna give credit to the ownership because they have given people something every game.
Yo, I thought yesterday, at least from a visual standpoint, the flags they gave out.
Those flags yesterday waved.
They seemed like the best giveaway to actually encourage the crowd so far.
Yeah, I like the scarf. It worked from last week.
Just to keep you warm.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like a visual in the crowd.
No, but
thing.
it's stylish too when you put it on.
I did not get one, but I'll take your word for it.
You just didn't grab one because you walk through the same gates everybody else do.
Yeah, I don't wear a lot of the gear, but that's cool. I'm glad the scarves are cool. But if you go back to the Steelers game when they tried to give out the burgundy towels, and apparently the towels just like weren't
It was the
right.
wrong material.
Yeah, they were too thin or couldn't twirl, for lack of a better word. Whoever made the flags and got the flags done yesterday, it was did you see after I took a video on my phone, I'll show it to you, B. After I can't remember which touchdown it was. This must have been to go up. This was after B-Rob right away. Like you can see all the flags, Brian. Like that was just looking out from the press box. You see that?
Yeah. I like that.
It was a very cool visual. I thought the lower bowl was jumping. The section right in front of the press box, which I think is like 207. Jeff, you've sat there. Do you know what section that is?
Not off the top of my head.
The one which way?
The one right in front of the press box. I think it's 207. It's somewhere right in there.
Because I know on the other side is 232. The other side of the stadium. So that's
Right.
probably wrong.
Yeah,
That's probably 200 something.
it's either 206, 207, or 208.
It's 206.
206. Okay. That section, dude, they had it all, which I thought was just funny as hell because like when you go to games, there's always like different types of fans, right?
Mhm.
There was we had an offensive coordinator. This dude was sitting right in front of us calling plays, just screaming, Terry's one-on-one on the outside, like whatever it was, he was just screaming. More
Wait,
B-Rob.
in the press box?
No, sitting outside.
Oh, outside.
But, it's just that I mean, it's just that window, so you can hear pretty clearly, especially a louder fella that's calling the plays every play. And when he was right, he was very right. And when they called something else and it worked, he called that one too. And then, dude, there were some guys that like were taking pictures of us. There was a little kid that started a "Let's Go Commanders" chant. Then there was some idiot in a Cowboys sombrero causing trouble, and these guys thoroughly lashed out at him. I would say it was a fun atmosphere, dude. And if a home game isn't fun when the team gets up 28-0, like nobody's doing it right. Landini, what does your credit pie look like from yesterday's game, sir?
Credit pie. I think the run game, I'm going to credit the running backs and the offensive line. They very clearly, it clearly hadn't been working, the last month, and it was yesterday. That was obvious right from the start. I think that was a huge factor in why they were able to score so consistently. I thought the defense played well again. Special teams, the kicking sucked, but other than that,
right,
the special teams did pretty well. I think they got a takeaway. Yeah, I guess I'll give the running game. I'm going to give them 30%. I think you got to give Jaden 25% there. I'll give the special teams, let's go 25%. And then I guess that other 20, you know what? Actually, I'm going to split that other 20 between the defense and Cliff Kingsbury's haters. Because clearly he finally listened to him and moved Terry around a little bit, got him the ball early. And what do you know? It worked.
Yeah. Don't hate it at all. We got some coming in via Twitter. Chief of DC says credit pie, 30% offense, 30% defense, 30% coaching staff, 9% fans, 1% Luvu. Nelson Jordan, Jaden, 30%, B-Rob, 20%, Cliff, 20%, O-line, 10%, DQ, 10%, 10% to the defense. Jaden's best game by far, and B-Rob as well. It's clear that NFL defenses can't totally shut down Cliff's up-tempo offense. One of the biggest reasons the up-tempo works is because they're able to stay on the field, get good down and distance. Also, not to nitpick, but Jaden's best game, I'm not even BSing, maybe the best game I've ever seen in the NFL by a quarterback was at Cincy Week 3 on Monday Night Football.
Yeah, he balled then.
That was just simply unbelievable.
Yeah, he balled.
I do have a quick thought about the wave. They've been doing when you get these big wins at Northwest Stadium, people have been doing the wave. You have my full support to do the wave. I'm not anti-wave. I think, though, there needs to be like a designated wave time, because what you shouldn't have, what ended up happening yesterday, because everybody gets into the wave and the wave kind of builds momentum as it goes, right? More and more people realize it's going. You can't be doing the wave while the offense is on the field. Like, the wave is for down. I think we should try to create this. Maybe we talk to Primo, like the team gets behind this. Yo, what's a good wave
when their
song?
offense is on the field, we can do it.
Sure, yeah. But they were doing the wave when the Commanders had a third down. I'm like, yo, chill with the wave. I'm not anti-wave. Here's my thought. I'm curious what you guys think. Well, I don't know what a good wave song would be. What's that song? I don't think it has any words, but it's like a surfing song, like
Wipeout.
What is it?
Wipeout.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yo, between the third and fourth quarter, because you got a long-ass commercial break there, play Wipeout and encourage the wave. Just show pictures of waves on the big screens. Wave your ass off. But then when the offense is on the field, chill with the wave.
Hey, yo, man. JP, that's funny because...
Yes. Think about the whole crowd starts going live for Wipeout. You do the wave. You got something there.
Yeah, but whenever it starts, it starts. It's hard to stop it. I have seen them go for a whole damn near half of the quarter.
Bro, I remember at RFK, I remember like this drunk dude would always start it. Whoever got to start the wave was really cool. But you know what I'm talking about yesterday, Jeff.
We was talking about it yesterday, and I was just saying to the people, yo, Washington, our fans are so used to losing that we just do things to stay entertained into the stadium, and we don't understand the time and the place. And I'd be like, yo, Jaden needs to make sure everyone hears the signal. Y'all gotta calm down. Yeah, JP.
They're like, hell with that.
You know what? maybe
Yesterday was a good game for the Wave. It was
Yes.
a blowout. You were running away. You got to chill with the Wave when your team is on offense and they have a third down.
If they're up by 28, you can wave whenever. But if it's like a 13-12 game, nah.
Yeah.
we need to have a JP Finley crowd etiquette class.
I don't know
Led
that
by
I'm much.
JP.
I don't know that I'm giving many etiquette lessons, Jeff. Cody Betts, tech executive, checking in, says he gets 100% of the credit. The Commanders are 1-0 in home games, which he attends.
Oh, Lord, have mercy. So he give it himself?
Now, did you see the now we all know that Cody's rolling in dough, right? He's a tech executive. Did you see the tickets Cody bought for yesterday's ball game?
No.
I'm just gonna show you his view that he tweeted out. Look at that, B. Top row of the stadium in the end zone. Shout out to Cody showing his fiance a big day out.
Hey.
Glanville, you catch that view? Cody spent all the money.
I'm not going to lie. I said I wouldn't. What was that game? They had a game here. Was it USC and Virginia Tech?
I remember that game.
And
That
I
was a
sat
while
like
ago.
in that area because, like, I said, hey, I see my man has some tickets. I said, I'll go sit with you.
You kind of it's kind of the all
I'm
22
serious.
look.
It might be a better view than a lot of the damn lower spots.
I really like if you get the bottom row of the upper level, that's a really good view.
Yeah.
'Cause
Because
you
think about it. The suites are high,
Yeah.
and you got good views from that, and you're not really paying attention to the game. when you're in
And the
for most
suites,
part.
you're not necessarily like in the game. The suites, you kind of get so like cordoned off.
Yeah.
But I just want to shout out Cody. He's 1-0 at Commanders games. We'll see. Maybe keep going, Kodo. Damn. Lot of credit pies coming in here. Let's go to our boy Drew. Drew, what's your credit pie look like?
Hey, first of all, we're doing the credit moon pie because that was against Nashville, and that's what they eat down in Nashville. But I give 85% for the team, but except for the kicker. And out of that 85%, 60% for that first quarter performance, because that was just wonderful. That would set the whole game on fire. And then 25% for the rest of the team, with special mention for Jaden Daniels and Terry and B-Rob in that first drive, and the O-line and the defense for getting the ball back 4 times so we can get those points.
Yeah.
10% for Dan Quinn. He rocks, and he motivates those guys so well on the sideline. It's awesome to watch him. And then 5% for the fans and Josh Harris. We'll split them because, Josh was there and you could just see the change. So it was wonderful. And boy, losing a couple games sure makes a victory Monday taste sweeter, even
Yes,
after
it do.
Thanksgiving.
Dude, I thank you, Drew. Appreciate you, buddy. Safe travels down to T-Town.
Oh yeah, we're on our way this week. I'll be making the grenadine for those hurricanes.
All right,
So I got a
we'll
week
see
and a half
you
to do that.
patios, man.
Yeah, I'll be drinking some of those hurricanes too.
I also think he brought up DQ there, and I think you got to really credit DQ and Adam Peters.
Yeah.
It says a lot after 3 straight losses, knowing your bye weeks on the other side of this thing, to come out strong like that and to finish strong. Because you easily there was a moment there where somebody you and I are both friends with in the press box was telling me they were convinced they were about to blow this lead, where they rebounded. That's why I brought up the Fowler play, the Fowler plays consecutively. I just thought they had an opportunity to let this thing slip away. They didn't. I think when you have a team that has faced real resiliency and lost 3 in a row, and you're coming off a bad home loss to Dallas, and you show up, it says a lot about the players, it says a lot about their fortitude, but it also says a lot about the people putting the operation together.
Yeah.
I thought that was an important part of yesterday's ball game.
He allows them to be them. These guys are allowed to show emotion. You know what I'm saying? And I think that right there goes a long way. We've had coaches who don't want guys to be who they are. Act stoic. If that's not who you are, that's not going to be fun.
Well, dude, so Fedarian Mathis was inactive yesterday. And Sheldon Day is kind of, I don't want to say journeyman, but he's a veteran. Has been on a lot of teams. They signed, I think, first or second week of the season. Maybe it was in training camp. Forgive me. I don't mean to be wrong on that. But Tischler brought this up on the podcast, on the Beltway Football Podcast, that Sheldon Day address the D-line group before the game. And I think in the Ron administration and then certainly in the Bruce era, there was like this hierarchy, and it was kind of manufactured of who got to address the team, of when and where and how it's supposed to
That's
look.
why they had the success they had.
Right. And I think none of that exists now. And I think when Bobby Wagner decides he's going to talk to the team, or Cosme, I think after the Steelers game, decided he was going to talk to the team. The door is open. You want to say something? If you see something, say something. And I think right now it's going right.
Oh, yeah.
And everybody's buying in.
Yeah.
And you needed that win yesterday for it to not go a little bit wrong, frankly.
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about a situation where everything goes right, a situation where the leadership in place is just informed and makes the right decisions to help the overall health of the team, you got to talk about working with a guy like John Leahy. John Leahy.
Just like John and Catherine. Catherine and John were retiring and preparing to move to upstate New York. The one thing complicated matters was the fact that they were afraid they wouldn't be able to sell their Silver Spring home while attempting to buy their next one. Leave it to John Leahy and the Fine Living Group to save the day. Not only did they get it sold in just 13 days, they were also able to sell it for $730,000, which was $5,000 over the asking price. If you're looking for your own stress-free transaction, how about a guaranteed offer on your home? Check out those details and more at johnsellsdmv.com. And that's John without an H, Jon. We're talking about John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
It's things like that to make a difference with a guy like John, because he's sold enough houses. He doesn't have to always do right by his clients. That's just how he operates, and that's why so many clients work with him again and again and again. Listen, there's a lot of ways to try to force people to try something, right? You can sign contracts, whatever. All I can advise is just talk to John. Just call him and have a conversation, and you'll understand the type of dude he is, the way he operates, and frankly, how much more money he can get your home if you decide to sell it. There's a home valuation tool on his website. That's johnsellsdmv.com. No H, just JON sellsdmv.com. Check out the home valuation tool, see what your house is worth, and if the money's right, call John and figure out what the next steps are. Maybe it's not to sell right now. Maybe it's you want to sell in the spring market. But John is the type of dude that's going to give you honest advice to maximize your assets on what is probably the biggest financial transaction of your life. That's why I would trust John. That's why I advocate you to trust John. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Capitals superstar Alex Ovechkin was seen skating in sweats prior to the team's practice today. Also warming up was Sonny Milano as he also recovers from injury. The Washington Commanders cruise past the Tennessee Titans 42-19. Jaden Daniels 206 through the air, 3 touchdown passes. Brian Robinson Jr. 103 yards and an electrifying 40-yard touchdown run. Head coach Dan Quinn, the guys came to play.
Like I said, it's been a challenging few weeks, and to not have the same urgency that we needed last week, I saw it there in abundance today. The way we started, the energy, the toughness, that was just exactly, what we'd hoped we'd see from the guys.
Buffalo Bills beat the 49ers 35-10. Josh Allen with touchdowns passing, rushing, and receiving. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
All right. Try to bang out some calls right here. It's amazing what a good O-line and running the football can do. Let's go to our guy, Toothpick. What up, Pick? What do you got? Credit pie.
JP, D-Mitch, listen, I'm going to tell you like this. JP, you hit it on the head all day, all night, right? It starts up front with the O-line and the D-line. I can't put it any better than you have already. The O-line came to play and the defensive line came to play. That's where it all starts. That's where it begins, and that's who closes out the game. So they get 100% of my credit pie. O-line and D-line, you break it up how you want. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Pick. That's the most concise picks ever been, and I think he nailed it, frankly. It's funny. Brian Callahan talked about losing the line of scrimmage on both sides and how that just dominated the game.
Yeah.
This is what went wrong today. And he said, it just felt like we got, at the end of the day, they ran for that kind of yards. You got physically beat up. We lost the line of scrimmage. The key to beating that team is you got to win both sides of the line of scrimmage on offense and on defense.
And they did
and
not.
that was one of the things we had harped on all week and then clearly didn't get that part done. If you want to beat that team with the quarterback run game, it's a challenging scheme. They do a good job, but you can't give up runs the way we did. It just all of a sudden felt like we looked up and they were in 3rd and 2 or 1 on almost every time. So that was not good enough.
Their O-line lost. Point blank.
Dude, I loved this.
Their D-line lost.
Jarvis Brownlee is a defensive back for the Titans. He was asked what it was like giving up the most yards this team has given up in 6 seasons. I'm angry. I'm angry about it. I'm angry about the loss. I'm angry about the outcome. That's just something I never saw us doing this week, giving up that much in the run game. I know the type of defense we have. I know the type of players we have. That bleep was disappointing.
Yeah.
You know what happens when you win in the trenches like that? You got to take their souls in a football game.
I said to people all the time, I almost any media outlet or avenue I have, I say the big people win games for you. People are still caught up in just looking at the little people. The big guys, if you win the line of scrimmage, both sides of the ball, you're winning football games, hands down. You can make average look great when you got a good offensive line.
They look pretty damn good yesterday. Let's go to Dylan is in Charlotte. Dylan, what's your credit pie look like?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
So credit pie, defense, 60%. I mean, Frankie Louvu's all over the place. It's fun to watch. Sandestill, I know I butchered his last name, but he plays out of his mind, and creating that fumble was awesome to see. Offense, 25%. Finishing drives in the end zone is just, it's fun to watch. Jane Daniels is just having fun, and Terry McLaurin is just a beast when he gets the ball. 10% to Brian Robinson and Christian Rodriguez. For what we want to do on offense, being 2nd and 5 or 3rd and 2 it's just huge. And then 4% to the fans. I watched it on TV. That place was going nuts. It was fun to watch. And then Bobby Wagner's speech, 1% on Wednesday. Just fun to see some true leadership in the locker room, and Dan Quinn and they've been doing a good job. So that's how I laid it out.
All right, appreciate it, bud.
Appreciate it,
Thanks,
man.
man. Good call.
Yeah.
Let's hit our guy Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, what up, man?
Hey, fellas, how you doing today?
We're good, man.
Victory Monday, love it. My credit pie is going to be a little unorthodox. I'm going 100% to the battle black uniforms. How about that?
I think
I like it.
we haven't had uniform conversation in quite a while, and despite losing 3 in a row, it didn't pop back up. And yesterday on the ride home, I was texting with a buddy, and he was like, "How about we're undefeated in the black uniforms this year?" I said, "Tomorrow, I'm calling JP and B Mitch, and I'm telling them that's my 100% credit pie."
Well,
Yep.
Rusty, just like when our guy Drew Cohen tried to tell me I was to blame for them losing to Dallas, I told him he was nuts. And just like
Hey, JP, I will say that the tan jacket looked nice yesterday. I will say that.
Thanks, buddy. Just
Can't
like
you stop wearing that damn blue and silver?
I had a blue suit on, but a purple tie. I think. I also
And B Mitch, you guys look good in the tan too. Did you have the butter Tims to match, or?
Nah.
You guys were all wearing matching jackets like Ghostbusters.
Yeah, man. You know,
I seen everybody was all decked out in the Carhartt.
We were trying to stay
Timberland
warm,
color.
dog.
I'm with you. I was right there. I was in mine too.
Thinking that the uniforms make the difference, or a tweet from a dude in the press box, all that's asinine and it's loser talk. It's great they've won
It's
both
not
games.
asinine. Sometimes, tell you, people get a comfortability with certain things, bro. It just gets into your head. I don't.
So you think they would have played better against Dallas if they wore the black uniforms?
Speech makes people play better. I don't think when you talk, people talk before they make you. But you know what it does? It gives you motivation. It makes you think. It makes you play better, and it works.
I tell you what, I am completely done with Jamin Davis conversation, Emmanuel Forbes conversation.
I'm cool with those.
And I'm adding another one to the list. Landfill, don't let these bleepers through if they call, Jeffrey. Jaden Daniels can't play in the cold. That Rusty, thanks for the call, brother.
Oh, yeah, they just set up, too.
The Jaden Daniels cold thing, I loved Cliff's comment when Cliff got asked about that last week. He was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Pat had never played in the cold either. Football is football, man. And there is a level of cold.
That's people looking for a damn, just something to come to say something about.
Yo, the weather in Buffalo last night, that has a factor.
I would have loved to play in that game.
Sure, but that's a factor. When Miami went up to Kansas City last year in that wild card game and it was -8, that's a factor.
Jaden had on no
degrees.
sleeves last night, didn't he, Jeff?
It's 40
He
degrees.
played without sleeves. You learn like when you first hit it, when it first hits you, yeah. But once you start playing it enough, you know how to do it. You know, I came from Louisiana. It was hot in Louisiana. When Monty Coleman cut my sleeves off my shirt, you know, and let him slide down to my wrist, I didn't say nothing. And I never wore sleeves again.
It's just like we gotta stop reaching to make.
Bruh, when people don't want to give you credit, they make up lies. That's all that is.
When you have an offense as efficient as Washington's, 9 of 14 on third down, obviously they were really the average gain for Washington over the course of 77 plays was 6 yards a pop.
Yeah.
When you get third and short all the time, that's where the advantages are. That's where this offense has been so good. It stems from running the ball really well. There's just a lot to like out of this team, out of the effort yesterday, out of Jaden's play, getting B-Rob back out there healthy. I think getting a healthy Cornelius Lucas at right tackle was really big. I thought Biotish, the interior, played really well. We saw Jaden getting beat up on those interior blitzes. You didn't see that yesterday. By and large, he had plenty of time to throw.
I was told that his secret weapon is that he never panics. That's Jaden's secret weapon.
What was it?
He never panics.
No.
I was by a coach from the Titans. Like, look, man, no matter what you do to this kid, he doesn't panic.
Well, I think we've seen it throughout the year, and he just keeps a very level head. He was asked about, do you think you sent a message to the doubters? He's like, I wasn't listening before. I'm not worried about it now. If you go back to probably the best 2-week stretch, maybe 3-week stretch this team played since the Arizona-Cleveland, everybody kept asking, like, oh, are you worried about a letdown? Are you worried about a letdown? He's like, there's no letdown when you never get too high. It's just That is the type of dude you want running your operation. Now, if you're looking for new windows or doors, the type of dude you want running your operation is Paul Henry. I've worked with them at my house. They basically redone every window in my house and redid my back porch. My back porch is now my favorite place to sit, even when it's 20 degrees outside, because he gave me awesome windows, doors, keeps the cold air out, keeps the warm air inside. Working with Paul has completely changed my home for my family. They do a great job. They get the job done ahead of time, which is a damn miracle with most contractors. And they do everything they can to lower the price of your energy bills. If you call Paul in December, all month long, you get 10% off windows with a 5-window minimum and 10% off doors.
Yeah, Bob, you heard me talk about Paul doing my windows, but he did some doors for me in my detached garage. Changed all 3 of my actual garage doors, and then the entry doors, he changed those as well. Much more insulated, keeping all the warmth inside instead of allowing all the cold to come in. Jeff was over at my house. It was a lot warmer in the garage this year as we fried our turkeys and did everything. And that's because of Paul Henry. Paul did a great job with me, and he also used the company Elite Garage Doors. They did a fantastic job. Got cameras on my garage doors, have all types of thermometers and thermostats, all that type of stuff. It lets you know everything going on, and I can let people in when I'm not there, and I can let, when they wants to get out, boom, I put it down. So call Paul right now to get 10% off windows with the 5-window minimum and 10% off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from the Navy Yard, and we are going with Victory Money today. We're taking your phone calls. Who are you giving credit to? We normally do credit pies when we win this thing, and if we don't win, we always go the other way. But you know what? It's all about a victory today. I think they handled themselves very well. Let's get back to the phone lines. Landfill, who we have?
We have Sterling in Gainesville.
Sterling, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, thanks. I hope you all are well. Hey, my Pies got 25% for the offense and the early start and the setting the tone. I got 25 for the defense. They stood up and got after that quarterback. I got 25 for coaching in Kingsbury. They got set up right, and the training staff gets 25% for taking care of Cornelius Lucas and B-Rob and the players and getting them back on the field at full strength. So there's my pie.
All right, man. Appreciate you. All right.
You got it.
Cool. Landfill, what do we have next, brother?
We got G-Baby in Akakeek.
G-Baby. What's up, G?
Hi, how are you?
Hello, how you doing?
What's up, G?
Good. I listen to you guys all the time, but this is my first time calling in, so I'm a first-time caller.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
I've listened to you and B. Mitch and Finley all the time, and I catch Finley on the after the Sunday night game, and he does his spiel on Sunday Night News, Channel 4. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cool. So who you give credit
Right.
to? How's your pie going working out?
So mine is all over the place, but it equals 100. So we're going to do 30% to offense,
All right.
20% defense, 10% to the special teams, 20% to Jaden, 10% to coaching, and 10% to me fans.
All right.
I like that. Were you at the game?
No, I haven't been this year. I'm a football mom. My son plays, well, he did play football. I kind of took a break, but I haven't been to a game yet, but I kind of was upset last week, but I'm okay now. I mean, I
All right.
understand.
You and everybody else.
It's a much better way to go into the bye, for sure. Thank
Yeah, and then we do need to buy. And like I said, I understand. You know, like I said, even with the kicker missing the kick yesterday, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, we can't keep firing kickers and stuff like that. You got to kind of just go with what you can go with, because really, there's nobody out there, to be honest. After Justin Tucker last night with Baltimore yesterday, there's no kickers out there.
You watching some football, I see.
Thank you, G.
Yeah, I watch all the games. I watch it from the start to the finish, and I'll be watching tonight too.
All right.
Tonight will be fun. I'm really excited to watch Bo Nix tonight, just because I think it seems like G-Baby. Thank you so much. Thanks
Appreciate
for watching
you.
Channel 4 too. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Sure. Bye.
I think there are certain draft classes that become kind of historic and memorable. You talk about that 83 draft or the draft that had Eli and Rivers and Roethlisberger.
Mhm.
Like, it's far too early. Who knows, even if somebody has a great rookie year, what they'll become down the road.
True.
But this draft class of quarterbacks seems like it could be pretty special. And I just think it's exciting to see that.
Mhm.
And I haven't been able to watch a ton of Knicks. I got to watch some early in the season where frankly, he looked bad. And I want to kind of look with my own eyes, because it seems like everything is – he seems the most system-dependent passer of a lot of these guys, and that's okay. Like, you have to operate within the system you're in. I'm just past the point. I'm curious if you agree with me, B. They're 13 games in, and Washington's won 8 games. If the playoffs start today, they're firmly in. I'm just very much past the – I've been clear, I don't care about the Rookie of the Year stuff, and, like, having some sort of argument about who should have been drafted where. They got their guy. Everything else is noise. I'm curious how the rest of these passers look. But, like, that conversation to me is such a shut door that I just don't understand it.
You know, listen, man, the people that are complaining about this, that, and the other are people that just don't want to give people who was drafted higher credit. That's all that is. You know, they want to now because the guy has some good games. Oh, we should have drafted him. No, you shouldn't have. If he was that good and had those numbers, they would have drafted him that high. They didn't.
What's great is Sean Payton said this on the record, like at the podium, because he was trying to hype up his guy Nix, because before Nix was drafted, you had Mago, McCarthy, maybe McCarthy was, you had May, McCarthy, and Penix go before Nix. And Sean Payton came out and said, he's like, listen, we only had 2 quarterbacks higher on our list, and it was Jaden and it was Caleb. So, like, he's not even – whoever wants to make the Bo Nix argument as it relates to Jaden, you're out of your mind. Like, their guys saying it.
But there's people out there doing it.
Well, I think – I
just give them
I'm
a one finger
ignoring
salute and I keep moving.
I don't even hear that. That's maybe
you
just
may not hear
my
it. You
giant
don't want to pay
ears.
attention to it. Must be it's out there.
But I am excited to watch that tonight. I think I can separate these things. I think it was cool to hear new first time caller and G Baby, who clearly watches a lot of football and listens to the program. We haven't talked about this, and we'll do it for one quick second because we're about to have Joe Thiesmann join us. Did you get to watch Bears Lions on Thanksgiving? The end of that?
Some of it.
The way they handled the clock. Now, the Bears, for the first time in their 100-year history, have fired
I
their
knew
head
they were
coach.
letting him go. I knew that.
You had to. You absolutely had to. He dropped the ball because ultimately nobody calling a timeout that lands on the coach. Like,
he looked completely lost on that damn sideline.
Just completely lost.
I've only seen one person look that lost.
I don't know how you bring that dude back ever. But wouldn't you'd like to see Caleb just call the damn timeout? There's nothing preventing him from doing it.
Yeah, but the coach is telling you I'm going to call it. Quarterback is not going to just call it. Especially a guy that young. If it was a Tom Brady, he probably would have.
Right.
But, you can't put that on Caleb. That's all on that
I'm
damn
not putting
coach.
it on him, but they had to get rid of Eberflus. The Bears, it has completely gone sideways. It's astonishing. I think Caleb can really play. I hope they're able to figure something out for him. These young passers, I think I'm just going to root for. A passer that everybody in this city rooted for that I cannot wait to. Joe Thiesmann, I think, has such a good grip on what Jaden Daniels is doing, what Cliff Kingsbury is doing. And I can't wait to talk to him because Joe T watched the losses too. He saw the Cowboys game. He knows what it looks like when it's going poorly. But yesterday things went really well. Can't wait to talk to Thiesmann. They finally get their bye week, heal up a little bit. How could this thing look in a month? They got 4 games left. Joe Thiesmann joins us next.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Capitals superstar Alex Ovechkin was seen skating in sweats prior to the team's practice today. So was Sonny Milano. Capitals home tomorrow against the San Jose Sharks on the Fan. Washington Commanders dispatched Tennessee Titans 42-19. Jaden Daniels, 206 through the air, 3 touchdown passes, 2 to Terry McLaurin, and he ran for another. Brian Robinson, a 40-yard touchdown run, 103 on the ground. Head coach Dan Quinn talks about Bobby Wagner's words this week that were meaningful.
Definitely had been for us a challenging 3 weeks. We talked about the urgency and what we wanted to see and really dedicating the performers to one another. That's really what we talked about. I thought Bobby was the catalyst at the very beginning of the week and talking to his teammates, which he doesn't do very often. So for him, I knew there was something there that he wanted to share. It's so impactful when it can come from a teammate. And I thought he was the one that set this week off and set it in motion.
Buffalo Bills defeated 49ers 35-10. Josh Allen, touchdowns passing, rushing, and receiving. Tonight's Monday night game, Denver Broncos versus Cleveland Browns at 7:30 here on The Fan. Federal integrators, are you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game. They know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
You know, I didn't necessarily credit this. It's high noon in the District of Columbia. Our guy Ryan on Twitter says 100% credit pie to Jaden's pregame outfit. When he came out dressed like a lumberjack, there was no way they were losing.
Little lumberjack?
He had like a red and black flannel on.
Wow.
Time now for us to talk to our friend, Mr. Joe Thiesmann, Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Washington Redskins. Joe T, what's up, man? How are you?
Good morning, guys, and I hope you're still stuffed from the Thanksgiving weekend and Victory Monday. God, you got to love it, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
It was a fun couple days there.
Had me getting up early these last few days, Joe.
How was your
working off some of
Thanksgiving,
that.
Joe? Do you cook?
No, I do not. I do not want to upset the festive nature of Thanksgiving. I eat. I do a lot of that. As a matter of fact, we had one session at my sister-in-law's, another one at my brother-in-law's. So by the time the evening rolled around, I was basically rolling around, to be perfectly honest with you. I mean, I try not to pig out, but I did, and it was a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving. And of course, the Irish won; they beat USC, and now we're waiting to find out what the seeding is for the college playoffs as well. So everything. The teams that I had an opportunity to be associated with and play for are doing very well at this point. I'm excited.
That's got to be awesome.
There you go.
And I think you hope Notre Dame gets that 5 seed, right?
Yeah, it looks like it could be. We're going to host. The question is, who are we going to get? And I think that decision is going to be made December 8th. I already made plans to head out to South Bend for that one, and then I'll just have to look at the calendar and have us play well over the next 4 weeks and see how things are going to go, and maybe be able to make plans for a playoff game in Washington too.
I love
that.
that.
That'd be great.
That would be awesome.
It's a good time to be a Joe T franchise. So let's talk about yesterday's Washington win, because they really needed that. And before we get to kind of the X's and O's and your expertise at the quarterback position, particularly, what does it say about a team when their back's against the wall and they show up?
I think it speaks volumes for the players that have been chosen. This is where the term character gets applied. I asked Coach Gibbs many, many years ago, after he won his third, getting ready for his third championship, when we were going to Minnesota to play, and I was in television. I said, what makes a championship player? What makes a championship team? He said, character, intelligence, and ability. And I said, come on, coach, everybody wants those three things. He says, no, Joe, that's the order in which I look for in players. Character first, because we're going to go through some tough times, and we need the players to stay focused, okay? Intelligence, because, look at the wristbands of these quarterbacks. First of all, I could never play again because I could never see them. I'd be like that commercial with Dan Marino where I need my glasses to be able to see them. And then the last thing is how good are you? What's your ability? There are a lot of people in this league that have ability. But what Dan has been able to do in Washington, he's been able to get his football team. He brings in the right kind of people in the beginning. We talked about this. You brought in the veterans to be able to have that positive influence, that character influence. You see the young guys doing a great job of buying into exactly what they need to. And then you see people not making mistakes, not fumbling a kickoff. When you make mistakes, you're going to lose. I mean, the statistics bear it out. Over 2, it's hard to win. And the Titans did that yesterday. They just, a snap from center, a fumbled kickoff. You try to get back in a game, and those things happen. But I think it's all about the character of this football team and the character of the staff and leadership.
Yeah, I thought so too. Now, I didn't say it as eloquently as you did, but I think when you've got a team that's lost 3 in a row, including a really dreadful loss to Dallas at home, coming off 10 days rest, and the bye week's on the horizon, it's fairly easy to kind of just pack it in there and see what you got. Instead, they came out and completely took the fight to Tennessee, and this thing was a wrap early. It was 28-0. Yeah. It was impressive, and I think yesterday might have been Jaden, B-Rob, Terry. A lot of people were great on the field. I think DQ and Adam Peters deserve a lot of credit for that for what they built yesterday.
Absolutely. That's really what I talked about is both Adam and DQ have done, a really good job. Dan obviously managing the team, Adam putting it together, finding the pieces. I don't know what Lattimore's status is going to be coming forward, but you made the right kind of roster moves. You added the right kind of people, and I think the guys sense it. When we played, and Mitch knows this very well. When we played, the locker room basically controlled the game. They controlled the team. What took place in the locker room is you had leadership there that could take care of any problem or situation. Coaches didn't need to intervene. Honest to goodness, this is the God's honest truth. I played for Coach Gibbs for six years. I remember him walking through our locker room maybe 5 times. He would come right out of the coach's locker room, go right through the equipment room, right out to the field. The locker room was ours. And this is what I sensed. I sensed that this football team owns their locker room. Mm-hmm. They hold each other accountable. And to me, there's nothing like that. There's absolutely nothing like that. And the veteran leadership is what makes a world of difference that way.
See, Joe, that's why I respect Dan so much, because he allows the players to be who they are. And I think a lot of times, a lot of coaches want to just make everybody be the same way, and they kind of screw a team up. Because when players are who they are, the leaders are going to naturally be leaders. And the guys are going to follow that. Because in the locker room, you shut down all the BS immediately.
Yep. And what's funny, Mitch? The thing is I've always described our 82 team, our 83 team, the 84, 85. I always describe particularly the 82 and 83 teams as a group of characters with character. Uh-huh. Joe allowed us exactly what you just said. He allowed us to be us. I mean, you look at these groups of guys. We go to play Miami in the Super Bowl. The defensive backs are dressed in battle fatigues. Alvin and Virgil and Charlie go out to Disneyland to see the Smurfs. John Riggins is wearing top hats and tails to a Friday night party. I mean, it was like it was just a collection of characters.
Yeah, characters with characters. I like that.
And I believe that's what this football team has become. Everybody is an individual. Everybody has their own little thing. But yet when it comes to playing on Sunday, they got everybody's back. And there's no bickering. You don't see them yelling at each other on the sidelines and, fighting early in the year, but what the heck, they've settled down.
Yeah. We were talking with our friend Joe Thiesmann here after Washington puts an absolute beat down on the Tennessee Titans, 42-19. Joe, I said going into the season, and I don't know if you'll agree with this, but my thought was the most important thing Washington can get out of this year is clarity at the quarterback position. You draft Jaden number 2 overall. I think he's provided that. I think we've seen enough from Jaden that, if the creek don't rise, he's the quarterback the next 10, 15 years, ideally. And
I hope so.
I just think he's been fantastic. I thought he was really, really good yesterday. I'm curious now through 13 games and finally at the bye week, what you think of Jaden's rookie year.
Well, before we go there, let me just say this. The game against the Steelers, the game against the Eagles, and what happened against the Cowboys were character builders. Now, you're looking at the Steelers going to be a playoff team. The Eagles probably playing some of the best football between Detroit and the NFC. Mm-hmm. We had our little blip, but we're playing pretty good too. So to me, those were a sample of what we're going to face when we make the playoffs. Notice I didn't say if, I said when.
There you go. I like that.
But what I really have appreciated so much about Jaden and the conversations that you and I and we've had, really, you can't talk about the quarterback position unless you mention the coordinator as well, because all we are is the completion of the thought process and the plays that are called. And just to go another route, I think that was the biggest problem in New York with Daniel Jones. Everybody wants to blame Daniel Jones, but they don't hold the coach who's calling the plays responsible, nor the organization for letting what could be an MVP leave the room. But I think in Jaden's case, each week the smile gets bigger. Have you noticed that when the close-up, he's talking to the defensive guy. In the beginning of the year, he wouldn't go up to a defensive player and have a conversation with him. I mean, his personality is so calming, I think, for the football team, and it projects through the television. Mm-hmm. And to watch him continue to grow and make decisions with the ball in his hand, that is the number one most important thing for a quarterback to do. It's what decisions are you going to make with the ball in your hand? You see guys, you see a lot of guys trying to throw these 50-50 balls. We don't throw many 50-50 balls. Terry gets open. Guys get open. And we get the completions. I know it's sort of old-fashioned football, but that seems to work pretty well for us.
Oh, yeah.
Certainly.
It does.
I mean, he had 3 touchdowns through the air and 1 on the ground yesterday, and pretty remarkable. And I think the moment that kind of changed things for Jaden, he did give Terry a chance on a 50-50 ball. It's not like he won't do it, but it's not the baseline of their offense. Going back to that Bengals game in the back corner of the end zone to Terry, that really won them that game. Mm-hmm. I also think, Joe, what did you think of the offensive line yesterday? I thought that was a really impressive effort.
Well, we've talked about it. I think that, again, we talked early in the year about the newness everywhere. The offensive line certainly was one place, but now that they've played a lot together, in past years, to be honest with you, we've had a lot of guys we've had centers get hurt. We've had tackles get hurt. We've had we've had to shuffle people all over the place. Now they have some stability, which leads to the communication, which allows, Brian to be able to run the football. Our running game. I mean, look at the importance of the running game.
Yeah.
That's where it's, I had a conversation this morning with my buddies over at the gas station. And because I get a Victory Monday donuts. If we win on Monday, I get them donuts. So we're talking, and one of the things that Dave said, he said, hey, we can, because he's a huge fan. He said, Joe, it's the offensive line.
Yeah.
The job that they do. And I think back, when I had the good fortune to play, I know Mitch the same way. Those were the reasons we did. They helped the running game. You look at the Eagles last night. Saquon's incredible. But you look at some of the holes that were created. You look at the way they stay with the blocks. You look at the way they get to the next level. That's the way our guys are playing. And that to me is very exciting going forward. Health is going to be a big key over these next 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Keep everybody healthy. Have that opportunity to be able to continue to play together without having to insert someone in or move a guard to the center position. Like I say, the acquisitions that were made in the offseason, the center position, the most understated position in all of football is the value of the center to be able to control the line of scrimmage. Especially with a young quarterback.
I've said to people, Joe, I like to watch the ball from the side and watch the football and watch who gets knocked back into whether the defensive ends, secondary, or back into the backfield of the offense. And if you watch that, if your team, your line is doing it, you're winning the football game.
And you look at the guys hustling downfield.
Yeah.
One of the things we see now is if somebody starts to get tackled by a linebacker or safeties, then the O-line starts pushing them for another 3 or 4 yards.
Yep.
It's almost like you want to give the offensive line, okay, B-Rob picked up 8 yards, and the offensive line gets credit for 3.
Yeah.
You start giving kudos to the O-line for that extra 3 yards.
Joe, we're talking with Joe Thiesmann here, Redskins Super Bowl winning quarterback. Obviously, you played with some great receivers throughout your career. What did you think of Terry McLaurin's performance yesterday? And what seemed pretty clear to me was a concerted effort to go to Terry early, often, get him involved.
Well, we know a few weeks ago, Terry got one target, I think it was, and I don't think Cliff's going to let that happen again. He's too valuable with the ball in his hands. I've said this many times before. His ability to catch the ball in tough situations reminds me of Santana Moss. When Santana had an incredible catch range for a guy that wasn't that tall, and a toughness. If the ball was going to get around him, he was going to catch it. Terry is the most overlooked, best receiver in football. Yeah, we know about the Jeffersons, we know about the Evans, but nobody ever talks in that same vein about Terry, and they should, because he's, if not equal, better than anybody that plays this position. Because when he gets called on to make a play, he makes a play, and he plays with a chip on his shoulder. He plays with an attitude. He's tough. He'll block. If you want to go look for a receiver in college football, see if you can find another Terry McLaurin. If you can find him, you got yourself a real chance to have some success.
Totally.
I like that.
Totally. And kind of going forward, Joe, they got the bye, obviously. Then after that, you got 4 games. They're 8-5 now. If the season ended today, and it doesn't, but they'd be going on the road to play Philly in the wild card opener. But what do you think it does for this team? We were kind of kicking this idea around earlier. They haven't won 10. They haven't won 10 games since Robert's rookie year in 2012. They haven't won a playoff
it's
game.
been a long time since they won 8. I mean, 8 was sort of, we made it to the playoffs going 8-8.
Yeah,
I feel the same way before we get to the Eagles situation. And I never like to project the what ifs because you never know what's going to happen in the next 4 weeks. But the thing is I said this before the Cowboy game. Everybody said, we were the biggest favorites on that weekend a couple weeks ago, 10 points. I said, that is so wrong. The offense for the Cowboys isn't, they're not lighting the world on fire, but if they don't make mistakes, if you don't make mistakes in this game, you got a real chance, a good chance. Their defense, I think, has sort of tried to do the best they possibly could, and Micah Parsons is a wrecker.
Yes.
And somebody said, the Cowboys. I said, listen, that is a game you're going to have to play 60 minutes of football. You can't feel good about where you are. You're going to have to play your rear end off. I think the Saints going to New Orleans to play the Saints down there is a similar situation, especially coming off of a bye. I remember when we won the Super Bowl, we didn't have a week off. We had 9 games that year. We played every team in the playoffs was a wild card. So the season ended. Here comes the next game, Super Bowl. You get into a rhythm. I think they found their rhythm again yesterday. Now you got 2 weeks off. So now you have to be able to find your rhythm early in the game against the Saints. It can't be, let's idle the machine through the first quarter. It's got to be the same kind of intensity coming out early that it did there. And then, of course, you're going to get another look at the Eagles right after that.
Yep.
It's not unusual for us to play in this division the teams 3 times. We did it with the Cowboys a couple of times. I think, Mitch, you might have done it as well.
Yeah. It's the thing for me. I don't like they need a bye, but I don't like the fact that it came after yesterday because I don't want to lose that rhythm they had yesterday.
I wish it would have come earlier in the season.
Yeah.
That's the teams that get buys in weeks 7, 8, 9. It's you get that break after training camp, then the season starts. Then you get about 8 games in, 7 games in. Then you get a chance to get your team healthy. More about getting your team healthy. And then you get that week off. And then now you go, weeks 11, 12, then you start to go towards the end of the season. But I think this comes at a good time for our football team because you get tired, you get beat up after this many weeks. And, the way I look at this football team, I don't think this affects them that way. Some teams you look at and say they may lose momentum. I think this team is just finding its momentum again.
I'm with you there. I'm with you there, Joe. I think, going into this season, nobody thought they'd be 8-5 at the bye and have the quarterback situation so locked up. There's so much positive that two things can be true. Whatever happens from here on out is gravy, but you can also start to have some expectations for, all right, let's try to win a playoff game and really leave a stamp on the season.
Well, to me, it starts this way. Number one, let's play good, solid football over these next 4 weeks. Don't know what the outcomes are going to be. Obviously, the Falcons and the Cowboys we finished with. Falcons will be battling for a playoff spot. The Cowboys are battling for respect. The Eagles are battling to stay, a game behind the Detroit Lions. The Saints are battling as well. So, everybody's got something at stake in these games. And that's the important thing. It isn't like it's like they're not sitting down players getting ready for something. We're getting ready for the Saints. We're getting ready for the next week that we have to play. Forget about the Eagles. Forget about the Falcons. Forget about the Cowboys. They mean nothing at this point. And that's really the focus I think that Dan's going to present to this football team. Hey, look, we put ourselves in position.
Mm-hmm.
We saw what it was like when we started to lose the position. Let's keep in mind what's at stake here and keep doing the things we're doing. And like I said, in Jalen's case, I absolutely love Jay. I love the way he plays the game. I mean, it is so much fun to watch him play the game. He played that way at LSU.
Yep.
And to people I talked to at Arizona State, this is who Jaden Daniels is, was, and I believe always will be. An excellent decision maker, throws the ball with accuracy, is smart. One play yesterday tells me about his intelligence when it comes to running with the ball. He ran to the sidelines one time, and I tell young guys all the time, run through the sidelines. Don't think that the sideline is going to save you from somebody throwing at your knees.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him run to the sideline. Somebody threw at his knees, and he gave the old little hop, skip, step and kept going. And I thought, he gets it.
Mm-hmm.
He's got it. He knows that the most important job he has is being healthy enough to stay on that field, to practice and play and learn and lead this football team. He understands that. And a lot of guys don't.
Yeah.
A lot of guys they either don't have the talent or the mentality or whatever it might be. He does. And I love it.
I think it's the coaches on the other teams are realizing that too, because I was told by this coach, it's a man, the dude never panics. So when you got a quarterback that doesn't panic, you got something good there.
Absolutely. His movements remind me of Jalen Hurts a little bit. He doesn't look like when he's avoiding trouble, he doesn't look like he's panicked and running somewhere. He looks like he's sort of gliding and smooth moving.
Yep.
I like
There's
it.
a term for you. Smooth moving.
Smooth moving. Hey, Joe T.
That's that old Joe T, right? Smooth moving.
Yeah, right. I was a little bit more frantic, to be honest with you.
Joe, thank you for the time, man.
Appreciate you,
glad
brother.
you had a great Thanksgiving, and maybe we'll catch up before Christmas.
I look forward to it, guys. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, Joe. Thanks, man.
That is Joe Thiesmann, Redskins, great. I am so encouraged by how encouraged Joe is watching Jaden, if that makes sense. I trust my own eyes at this point, but I trust Joe's a lot more. And he's not he'll be critical when the time calls for it. And I just think Jaden's played at such a level for a rookie quarterback that Joe's excited, and I understand why.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that should be kind of how most folks read this thing. Now, when we come back, let's talk a little bit about Cliff Kingsbury.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders beat the Titans yesterday 42-19. Their record improves to 8-5 as they head into their bye week. They currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC, 3 teams behind them at 6-6, the Buccaneers, the Cardinals, and the Rams. The Commanders will come out of the bye and face the Saints in Week 15. Other notable games from yesterday, the Eagles beat the Ravens 24-19. Justin Tucker with 3 missed kicks on the day, 2 missed field goals, and a missed extra point. And Sunday Night Football last night, the Bills beat the 49ers 35-10. The Bills clinched the AFC East. The 49ers fall to 5-7. Some injuries coming out of yesterday. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has a PCL injury. It could be season-ending. Also, Saints tight end Taysom Hill has a knee injury. It doesn't look great, according to ESPN. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our interview with Joe Thiesmann, make sure you get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, find the right chapter, download the podcast, whatever it is. Joe T was great. I think, when Joe T talks about this team building character, I think there's a lot to that. And, DQ is definitely the type that is about character and resiliency and locker room culture and all of these things, right? But I think a lot of that stuff only works and builds when you perform on the field. People are into locker room culture when you're fighting for playoff spots. The locker room culture is not that cool when you're 3-9.
I mean, it may not be, but you start building it then. That's when you start finding out those that will stay around and be a part of it. A lot of people will show you when you're losing, you find out who you don't want on your team. Those guys start to fold. Those guys don't want to do stuff. They complain about everything, and that's the guys you want to get rid of. So when you start winning, you got the right people in place.
So I wanted to have a conversation kind of quickly, B, about sliding, about a lot of people are worked up that Jaden doesn't slide that well. And one thing you've always said that is scary for quarterbacks is when you give yourself up in a slide like that. Sure, it's against the rules, but you can get blasted.
It happened yesterday, didn't it?
Dude, it happened yesterday. And granted, if you haven't seen it, you live under a rock. Trevor Lawrence, Jaguars quarterback, slid down feet first, got absolutely hammered.
Blasted.
Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair. He was ejected. He's going to be suspended. It was a wildly dirty play. He went directly at Lawrence's head. I think that if I'm a QB, that play gives me pause, dude. And maybe you see it in film study if you got a fairly reckless guy on the other side or something, but
yeah. I brought this up to Jeff them yesterday. There's no difference between going head first and sliding anymore. Both of them are the same. You are down where you start to go head first or to start to slide. Yesterday, when Jaden, when he went head first, you saw the D tackle jump on top of him 2 or 3 yards from where he started at. Where did the referee mark the football? So it's the NFL and the referee's fault that this is still happening. Because if I see a guy going head first and I hit him and they never throw a flag, I'm going to take chances with him sometimes. But you saw yesterday you could go feet first and they'll still hit you. the referees got to realize if they're going to take those shots, and if you don't, this is something like right now, everybody lined up in the backfield like a left tackle, right tackle, they get called, right? How about making sure you call those times when they jump on the quarterback when they shouldn't be?
But I'm with you totally. I think earlier this year, people were so caught up in the slide. There are times, and this is taught on every level of football and absolutely in college football. It is taught to do this kind of dive first, shoulder barrel roll thing.
Yeah.
And people are, oh my God, he's not sliding. He's taught to do that too. And I thought this was really interesting from Rex Ryan this morning on one of the ESPN Yell shows. I guess this was Get Up.
Yell shows.
He said, no, but this is from Rex, who, listen, man, the guy spent his entire life in pro football. Like, he knows something about pro football. Rex Ryan, I'm so sick and tired of seeing people teach, hey, slide. When you're running out there, you slide. To hell you do, not when you're going full speed down the field and the defender's coming full speed at you. They should be taught to dive at the ankles of the defender or run the football and keep your head out of it. I think we need a more nuanced understanding of quarterbacks running with the football than to just yell slide all the time and to just be mad when they don't slide. Like, the immediate slide at all moments is not always the correct answer.
What if I tell you I did at running back? I go right at their knees or their ankle area because they're going to move every person is going to protect their lower extremities. So instead of running the ball and like, oh, I'm going to just go down. No. You dive at their knees or at their ankles, you're going to get another yard or two naturally. But if everybody outside of the sport always telling the quarterback what to do. Quarterback, he got to learn how to be him. And I think there's times when Jaden Daniels, the athlete, can make a play. But we just went through it for the last 2-3 weeks. People saying he should run more. Now you're back to wanting him to slide more now?
I don't know that people are saying specifically the slide. I'm just saying that, like, the conversation surrounding sliding in general needs to kind of be, you got to reconsider, like, just because Robert 12 years ago wouldn't slide and like to do the little thing where he tried to, like, bait defenders into hitting him along the sideline. Like, Robert was a good player, loved kind of being a showman and creating these things. That's not who Jaden is. That's not what Jaden wants to do. When Jaden tucks down on his shoulder and kind of rolls over, that's just as effective, maybe more so. Because you're not allowing defenders a free shot.
Haven't we seen him slide this year too? Perfect slide?
Yeah, we have. And we saw him take a cheap shot on the slide.
He knows how to damn slide. Listen, I don't know how many times I can say it, but the guys on the field, they know what they're capable of. They know what they can do. They're more than likely not going to listen to people that can't do what they do, telling them
those that can't do teach.
You know, they're not going to do that all the time. They're going to keep running.
I want to run through some numbers. We're going to open these phone lines back up 1:00. Jeff, if those folks are on the line, that you can take them. I want to gauge where people are considering what Washington has accomplished. They accomplished something they hadn't done since 2017. And I want to have a more nuanced Cliff Kingsbury conversation. We've gotten our first, I think it was Rappaport after they fired Eberflus in Chicago. We got our first, Chicago's going to come after Cliff. According to the betting odds right now, Cliff's the favorite to get that Bears job. This is the first. It's not going to be the last. There are going to be reports about Cliff probably until February. How do we want to handle those? How much do we want to invest in that? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and so much more on the same page when you place your bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian and to join today. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 the fam. I want to go around the room on this because it's kind of simple, but it's kind of fun. Landfill, what was your favorite touchdown yesterday? You can't always ask that question because usually the answers are fairly obvious. But Landfill, they scored 6 touchdowns, if my math's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Which one was your favorite?
I like the long run from B-Rob. That was my favorite.
The first one.
Yeah.
You like the I was gonna make a joke that I won't make. All right. Landfill's on the board. He prefers the B-Rob touchdown. Brian, what was your favorite touchdown yesterday?
I like the sidearm throw to Terry and Terry's reaction afterwards. Because I noticed when Terry
Why did they review that?
They thought it had dropped, had to hit the ground.
Okay, because in my mind, I was like, are they reviewing that for the spot? Because he's clearly past the line.
It was when he came down, it looked like it could have dropped, but it didn't.
I thought it was his knee.
I like Terry.
His knee being down short of the goal line?
Yeah.
But he was clearly, the ball was over.
I thought it was
close.
I thought it was pretty close when you watch it.
But the
in
thing I
slow-mo.
like was when I see Terry score and he reacts, I watch the team reaction. Terry ignites that football team.
Hell yeah.
Because you got a guy who's relatively quiet, who is a true competitor, and when they see him going off, they normally follow suit. That's why I like that one so much. But I enjoy seeing B-Rob get in the end zone early because, you know, he had missed some games and things like that. And now he has a chance to come out there, and he looked like he was feeling healthy off the bat. And I say, okay, we got a good one going today.
It looked like a different ball game from B-Rob and Jaden than we'd seen in a while.
Yeah.
My favorite one, though, is probably the first Terry touchdown because, I mean, you guys know me. The couple things that have really been bothering me about this team, time of possession, third down efficiency, and then converting takeaways to touchdowns. And time of possession and third down efficiency are completely symbiotic with one another. Like one is dependent upon the other. But the first turnover they got was the Tony Pollard fumble where they got the ball at the Titans' 24-yard line. And we saw this repeatedly against the Cowboys where they had this awesome field position and did nothing with it. And I just loved that they scored within 3 plays.
Yeah.
Jaden found Terry. We could argue this all we want. I'm not sure if it was the first read, but it sure seemed like Jaden wanted to go to John Bates on an out underneath, and then it wasn't there. And then he took whether it was the next part of his progression or he was working his way back and, it started on the opposite side, whatever it was. Then he saw Jaden. Then he saw Terry streaking down towards and across the goal line. Terry made a hell of a catch on that throw. The catch kind of got less of a big deal because of the blowout manner in which they won. But that to make it 21-0 on 3 plays just completely ripped this game apart. Yeah. I really like that one. I also think Chris Rodriguez, man, he's had a tough season.
Yeah.
And he has responded every time he's been given the
that's
chance.
the thing. I think the players understand how this thing goes.
Sure.
And a lot of times they let guys go and they say, don't go too far. We'll be calling you back.
Right.
But yesterday when I talked to him after the game, I was like, look, man, you're going to make it hard for them to be able to do what they did before. Because what he did yesterday had some teams saying, you know what, we could use that kid. You got to be careful letting him go now. Because he, like you said, he responds well. That makes you want to keep him, but you also make other people want him. So
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. Jeff's working the phones. I want Jeff's favorite touchdown, if that's possible. Jeffrey, what was your favorite touchdown from yesterday?
Landini John took mine because mine was the B-Rob one because we finally got that explosive 30-plus yard run from B-Rob for the touchdown. So, I was excited. And the crazy thing is, we break down at kickoff. So I'm breaking down.
So were you DJing yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay. How was it? Good crowd?
Oh, yeah.
Was that one lady out there dancing the whole time?
Nah, she wasn't out there, but it was someone else out there.
I'm worried about her. Is she all right? You talked to her?
Nah, I didn't talk to her.
I figured when she left your house Sunday morning, you guys would at least figure out the plan.
Nah, I usually don't call back. But yeah, man. I heard the stadium erupt because I'm watching it on my phone, but
Oh, because you're still outside, like taking down the speakers and everything. Oh,
yes, I heard the cannons go off. And I said, "Oh my gosh, that's a touchdown! Like that was quick."
Wow.
And then as I pull my phone out, I see B-Rob streaking on the.
Yeah,
I
'cause
said,
we were walking up.
Yeah.
Like, what the? Didn't even let us get to this damn suite yet.
So, and what's even crazier, so think about that, is you guys weren't even in your seats yet, right?
Yeah.
They had already forced a punt. It's not like they got the ball and scored on 3 plays. Tennessee had already received a kickoff.
But I was
ran
in a
3
spot where I
plays.
was able to see that stuff on
Sure.
TV.
But they ran 3 plays, punted. Washington got the punt, and then on their 3rd play from scrimmage, 40-yard house call. That play was so well blocked too.
Yeah.
And I mean, Brian, you were saying this last night when we were talking. I think Joe T was saying it earlier. I don't think it's a surprise or mistake. It's easy at times to question some of the PFF grades, and it is a speculative game on it. You're trying to assign numbers to something that's hard to quantify. But according to Pro Football Focus, Tyler Biadasz was the highest graded commander in that Week 13 win yesterday against Tennessee.
And he probably should have been.
I can understand that one, man.
When I see Biadasz walking off the field, and he had those little bow legs,
Yeah,
and he kind of walk with a little rock a little bit, and he got that little slight smile on his face, he had a good game.
Yeah, dude. He held court in the locker room for a little bit and seemed pleased with himself.
Yeah.
And deservedly so, man, especially after a guy that's been putting his body through hell. All right, when we come back, if you're on the phones, we're going to open these phone lines up. I want to have a Cliff Kingsbury discussion. Is the narrative extinguished about the concern in these second halves? Are people still worried? Is it Jaden? Is it Cliff? To me, when you have an offensive explosion like that, it's because it's like a symphony, man. Like the strings only work because the wood instruments work, and then the drums work. Like you need all of these things to happen at once. Washington got them. I think it's a testament to all parts of that offense. Nobody go anywhere. We're talking Cliff Kingsbury, 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. The Commanders beat the Titans yesterday 42-19. They improved to 8-5 as they head into their bye week next week. They currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC, 3 teams just behind them at 6-6, the Buccaneers, the Cardinals, and the Rams. The Commanders will take on the Saints when they come back from their bye in Week 15. Some injuries coming out of yesterday. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has a PCL injury. It could be season-ending. Saints tight end Taysom Hill has a knee injury, and he is done for the season. Some notable results from yesterday. The Eagles beat the Ravens 24-19. 3 missed kicks from Justin Tucker, 2 missed field goals, and a missed extra point. Sunday Night Football last night, the Bills beat the 49ers 35-10. The Bills clinched the AFC East with the win. The 49ers fall to 5-7. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Bucks on Saturday, 124-114 for their 14th straight loss. They're back in action tomorrow in Cleveland to take on the Cavs. And in hockey, the Capitals got 2 wins Friday and Saturday. They beat the Islanders 5-4 in overtime on Friday and beat the Devils 6-5 on Saturday. They've now won 4 in a row and sit atop the Eastern Conference. They're back in action tomorrow against the Sharks at home. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Song is this, Landfill?
Subdivisions.
Feeling it. You like this beat?
I like the drum beat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Rush, according to Google. All right. Shout out to Ryan the Stallion walking in. All right, let's have a Cliff Kingsbury conversation because it's kind of interesting. I think there's a lot of value in analytics. I think there's a lot of things we can assume and understand and learn from. Some of Pro Football Focus. Now there's a million offshoots of Pro Football Focus. I think that company's kind of become bastardized, and now like all these smart people are starting their own things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people want to try to quantify what is inherently unquantifiable in football, and I think a lot of problems with film study from experts on the internet is that you're not entirely sure what you're looking at. 2, half these people, I feel like they don't even get to watch all 22. They're watching broadcasts. And 3, unless you know a play's design, you don't really know how effective it was run.
Mm-hmm.
But what happens is narratives are formed, and certainly a narrative exists that Cliff Kingsbury's teams fall apart in the second halves. Depending how you want to look at it, you can find numbers to support that. But I think those numbers ignore that when he was in Arizona, the quarterback got injured late in seasons, and then the numbers tanked. That largely happens if your quarterback gets hurt, even if you're Bill Walsh.
Yeah.
Although I guess he had Steve Young as a backup, but that's an aside.
Horrible example of all the examples.
Give me
Mike McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy. There you go. Without Dak versus with Dak. When Rodgers got hurt in various seasons, whatever. If your quarterback gets hurt, your numbers are going to take a nosedive most of the time.
Totally.
Not to mention, Cliff's no longer the head coach. I just think there's so many different situations. I want to hear where people are at on Cliff, because what's going to happen, we got our first one officially of this with Ian Rappaport. I believe it was Rapp. I'm sure it was Schefter. Whoever it was, I'm crediting that person. I'm sure Schefter's at home listening to our program, wondering if I'm going to properly credit him. That the Bears are going to look at Cliff Kingsbury as a head coaching candidate. Obviously,
why wouldn't they?
The Bears have Caleb Williams. Cliff worked with Caleb at USC. I think the success of Dan Quinn this season, I don't think people are going to be in such a rush to hire young offensive minds as they have been in the past. Ben Johnson being kind of this probably the biggest name out there, but it's unclear if he will leave. It's unclear if he will leave for less than like $15 million, whatever that number is. Specific to Cliff, we're going to hear more of this. I think the offense looks really functional again, and maybe people will take in the big picture. I want to have a Cliff conversation. I'll start with this dude's name is VP, Jeff. VP is in Culpeper. What up, VP?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing? Thanks for taking my call, man.
What
man,
up,
I'm
man?
so excited, man. Look, man, Kingsbury, you know what happened? He had Thanksgiving. I got 2 points, right? Listen to me. He had Thanksgiving dinner with his family, and they told him about what everybody was telling about him, about having a man on the left side all the time. He made some adjustments, man. So that's what it takes. Because they say they don't listen to the to ESPN and all that, but somebody told him something, so he worked it out. That's a good thing. But here's a point I want to say, man. I played fantasy, right, and I sat B Rob, so I'm a diehard Commander fan, and sat B Rob. Can you imagine how I felt looking at the game?
Hell yeah.
Man, and then I picked up Nichols of all the running backs that was out there. All three were out there. I got Nichols. So anyway, I love him, man, but that was a bad choice. But anyway, I love y'all, man. B. Mitchell, love y'all, man. Keep it going, man. I feel good. It's a good Monday.
Thank you, buddy. None of us corrected him to Mick Nichols, right? We just let it ride with Nichols.
Yeah, we can leave it at that.
That's fine. Maybe we just start calling him Nichols. I kind of like that. J-Mac is what they all call him. Brian, where are you on Cliff?
I have no problem
Starting with where he is right now, where this offense is.
I think what happens a lot of times, people do things and they're trying to work on new stuff and bring it in. And, we always judge every coach based off of finished products instead of let's go through the whole year and figure it out. I think Cliff is innovative. He's shown that throughout this year. He got a lot of things going on, but sometimes you overthink things, Ever since he said that he was listening to other guys on this team, and I believe there are a lot of offensive minds on this team now, I don't see his offense as it was back in the day. But I know there are some damn good defensive coaches out there who might figure out stuff. So they say, okay, we know what Lynn likes to run. Anthony Lynn likes to run as a running guy. We're gonna stop that running game. And then all of a sudden, when you stop the running game and you get some injuries on the line, they can affect you. They look totally different to me yesterday. So you gotta, whenever somebody show you something, you gotta come back and switch it up on them again. And I believe he got some help from him. Brian Johnson, Lynn, few guys that could give him some pointers to where you got to change up some things. I'm not even worried about the people talking about where he may somebody gonna look for him. Everybody gets a job to get a better job, right?
Yeah.
So if he gets a better job, fine. Then that's Adam Peters' job to go and get somebody that can run this offense, run an offense, and still take Jaden somewhere farther. I don't worry about that.
To your point, I think of the Morgan Wallen song. He's like, I had some help. It's not like I can make this all up by myself.
Yes.
I think offensively, I also think Jaden and Terry probably had some real input this past week.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe specifically Terry had some input. I don't think it's an accident that you saw Terry moved around at least a decent amount more, like a step more, and that the first catch came from the other side. I think Cliff, if you're anti-Cliff at this point, it's because you choose to be. You must not like that he's good-looking and rich. Like, I don't really get it. They're fifth in yards gained, fourth in points scored, so there's direct correlation. It's not like there's something fluky there where they're gaining a bunch of – if you go back to some of the best offenses, really prior to this year, the best offenses Washington had were Gruden, Kirk, Jordan Reed, those teams, and they moved the ball well between the 20s.
Yeah.
They couldn't score. A lot of that, I think, was Kirk's hesitancy to pull tight window throws.
Well, he threw it yesterday. He got intercepted in the end
Sure,
zone.
but they haven't had an offense like this that moves the ball as well and still scores in a very long time. A lot of it is they don't turn the ball over, and Jaden deserves a ton of credit for that. But dude, they're fourth in rush attempts, third in yards, second in rushing touchdowns. And again, none of this is fluky. They're fifth in yards per attempt. They're averaging almost 5 yards per carry. Things are just going well for this team. And I think you gotta. Kingsbury deserves the credit for that. He's running the offense. Anthony Lynn's a huge part of it. They've got so many people working with the quarterback position specifically. I think that's a huge deal. They're getting input all over the place. I'm not saying maybe you ignore everything that happened from before in Arizona, but I do hope that people are willing to let some of that go. There was the slump.
They're not,
especially against Philly and Dallas offensively.
There was one. But you know what? Philly has what? They're considered the best defense in the league right now, right?
Yeah.
I saw Philly slow down the Ravens yesterday. I saw them slow down other teams as well. So I think the ultimate thing is people are going to go with whatever narrative is easier for them to tell their story how they want to tell it. If you don't agree with it, you have to tell yours according to what you believe. And if you disagree with them, you can say it outright. That's what I do. I do it every day. I don't care if I'm by myself on something. But a lot of these guys, they want to just say whatever's comfortable. And I say that a lot of times by us in the media. A lot of us get lazy and we follow narratives instead of looking deeper into it.
Jeffrey, how you feeling about Cliff?
I'm feeling good with them, JP. The last 3 weeks on that losing streak, a lot of people were saying Cliff wasn't drawing it up. I think he was drawing it up to the best of his ability with, how the team was playing, because you could draw the best offensive plan up. If they can't execute it, it doesn't matter what you do. So I'm still rocking with Cliff. A lot of people started to turn their backs on him because of the previous seasons and all that. Nah, I'm supporting him. Like I said, from the beginning of the year, they established what type of year it was. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Keep doing what you're doing, Cliff. You got my support.
Landini, how we feeling about Kingsbury?
I've never been a huge Kingsbury fan, but they played well yesterday. So good job there, I guess.
What is it you're not a fan of?
I think there's
that he's rich and good looking.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course. So screw him for that. But when somebody, when like randos, the cretins on Twitter, like myself, start noticing something wrong with you, like your offense, you're always lining Terry up on one side, or you seem to suck in the second half of the year. You can be dismissive of that if you're actually producing and putting up results. But when your offense kind of goes out there and 4 out of 5 weeks gives kind of, pathetic performances, it's a little grating to hear somebody say, you're not doing what you're talking about, or you don't know what you're talking about here, or I'm not willing to listen to that criticism. If you're like a football coach who wants to say so much more about everybody else, you need to put up results, or
I can agree with you to a point. I do think some of the moving Terry around was done because it's better for the team. And Terry, I've been around Terry enough. He is never critical, but he will kind of say when he thinks something should happen. And he did mention, like, I work really hard to be versatile and be able to line up in lots of different positions. And then you saw some of that. I think there was value to it. I want to go around one more time. And if you're on the phones, I'm coming to you. But Landville, I'll start with you, and then I'll work my way back to B. Do you think Cliff's here next year, Landini?
I kind of do. I think he still gets paid by Arizona for another year
through 27.
So maybe he'll stick around for another year. I think you could see that. Yeah.
Jeffrey?
Yep. Yes, he'll be here next year.
Jeff, matter of fact, B?
I think so. But the whole thing about it is like, I think if you think he's going to be here forever, you're mistaking yourself.
Sure.
He's going to be going eventually.
I think, to me, it depends on the job with Cliff. If I'm Cliff and I'm making plenty of cash, obviously the Bears are going to be attractive because of the relationship with Caleb. Caleb has shown in bursts has been really good. But, dude, I don't trust Bears ownership. I don't like Kevin Warren. I do like Ryan Poles. Kevin Warren, to me, I just don't understand. He was brought there to get the stadium deal done. Now he's in charge of firing coaches and bringing new guys in. Poll seems pretty sharp, but the Bears just seem like such a bumbling organization. And as somebody that has seen what it's like when it starts from the top, and there's certain things you can't escape. I would be hesitant on that job unless you think you and Caleb can make such a connection.
He's worked with him before, so
there's already 3 teams eliminated from the playoffs. Giants, Raiders, Patriots. I frankly don't think Mark Davis can afford to fire a bunch of people, but the Raiders, if you have what looks like a 1 or 2 overall pick, and maybe you could take Cam Ward or Shador Sanders, I could see that being pretty appealing. The Jags, if you believe in Trevor Lawrence, you got to figure Doug Peterson's getting fired. I could see that being pretty appealing. The Jets, no thanks. The Cowboys, that's a no thanks from me. The Browns, no thanks. The Bengals, if the Bengals became open and you're an offensive guy and a quarterback and you get to go work with Joe B and maybe
there's another
Jamar Chase.
organization that don't like paying people, though.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're
Can't
not
forget
wrong.
that.
Looking at the rest of these jobs, there's always going to be some surprise. I don't know where it will come from. Here's a little surprise you could put in the back of your hat. Cliff and Mayfield were together once upon a time. I don't know what'll happen in Tampa, but that'd be an interesting one. B, this is an aside, but I wanted to ask you this. You did not watch the snow game last night?
No, I watched some of it. Not the whole thing, though.
Did you happen to see Kyle in his presser after that game?
No.
Now, I understand a lot of factors here. That they just played in the snow, and it looked cold as hell and miserable, and they got smoked.
Yeah.
Right? No coach is particularly excited to give their press conference after they get smoked, and then let alone it be in the snow, and you're freezing, and you're from Cali where you don't get a whole lot of snow. Kyle does not look like a happy dude. He does not look like a dude that's enjoying coaching.
Well, when you're not playing,
understandably,
but Kyle is a guy that likes to rub stuff in people's face. He has nowhere he can do that right now. So of course he's uncomfortable.
I'm fascinated by what happens in San Fran. Are we all comfortable enough to say San Fran is cooked?
I told you that a few weeks ago.
They're now 5-7, and not only are they 5-7, but they are dead last in the NFC West. And I think they're dead last in the NFC West by themselves. They're 5-7. The Rams and the Cards are 6-6. Drab Seahawks are 7-5. This is laughable. The Seahawks are in first place in the NFC West. What do you think their point differential is, B?
6-5.
Landfill?
9.
Jeffrey?
What was the question? My bad.
Shout out to Jeff. Seahawks are in first place in the NFC West. What do you think their point differential is? B said 60. Landfill said 9. I don't know if they were doing a bit, but they did.
I don't even know.
7.
7 points?
Over the course of 12 games, they are one singular touchdown ahead of their competition.
They've blown some people out. They've gotten blown out.
The Commanders, conversely, are plus 80. Eagles plus 102. The Lions are plus 180. Damn, dog. And the Bills are plus 130. I also had a thought, dude. It seems pretty likely that the playoffs will kind of continue how they look in the NFC. Things always change. Football's a crazy sport. I wouldn't be stunned if Philly ends up with the 1 seed and then Washington has to go to Detroit for the playoff game. But I think Washington.
They got to play Detroit?
I think Washington's either playing Philly or Detroit.
I don't think Detroit losing much going forward, dog. Detroit's good, bro.
You think Philly's losing much?
Well, if Detroit hadn't lost but 1 game.
Yeah, I know.
So,
Philly's only lost 2.
Yeah, but if they don't lose, then they're the number 1 seed.
Detroit's got a big one Thursday night. They got the Packers. That'll be a fun one to watch. Kingsbury specifically, I'll let my man. You know what, Landfill? I'll go to break. Folks on the phones, you're next. Talking Cliff Kingsbury. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Yesterday, the Commanders beat the Titans 42-19. Jaden Daniels with 3 touchdown passes on the day, as well as a touchdown on the ground. The Commanders improved to 8-5 and currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC. 3 teams just behind them at 6-6, the Buccaneers, the Cardinals, and the Rams. The Commanders have their much-needed bye week next week, and then they'll take on the Saints in Week 15. Some notable games from yesterday. The Eagles beat the Ravens 24-19. Justin Tucker missed 3 kicks on the day, 2 missed field goals, and a missed extra point. Sunday Night Football last night, the Bills beat the 49ers 35-10 in a snowy Buffalo. Buffalo clinches the AFC East. The 49ers fall to 5-7. Some injuries coming out of yesterday. 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has a PCL injury. It could be season-ending, and Saints tight end Taysom Hill is going to be done for the year with a torn ACL and other knee damage. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Stevie. My guy Eddie in Hartford's been on hold a long time. Edward, we're kind of talking about Cliff Kingsbury, where you think he is at this stage of the season. If you buy into kind of the second half collapse that sure as hell didn't happen yesterday, and how long you think he's going to be in Washington.
Well, first and foremost, thanks for taking my call, JP and B Mitch.
No problem.
And I hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving and ate a lot of food, because it looks like the Commanders ate a lot of touchdowns yesterday. So here's my thing. I think Cliff will be back in Washington actually for the next 2 years. And here's why I think that's the case. Number one, let me just say I don't buy the fall off from Cliff. I think people are looking too much, like Beamer said, making it a narrative, and they're going based off of past years and not really giving the guy a chance this year. All coaches, all teams have fall off 2 or 3 game losing streak. Some look bad for 2 or 3 weeks, then they look good for the next 4. I just wish people stop looking at the past and look at the future and look at the present. Because the past, in my sense, sometimes really doesn't matter. But I think Cliff will be here for the next 2 years, because I think there's a reason he really wanted 3 years here and rejected Oakland, who wasn't willing to go for the 3rd year. And I think he's building something with Jaden. And when the OC builds something with the quarterback, and then you go to a place like Chicago, and I think you mentioned this already, JP, Chicago being one of those places where they got talent, but the ownership, are they really willing to give Cliff a nice contract? And also, are they willing to stick it out? Does he know, if I go to Chicago, am I going to be here after a year or 2? Or am I just going to get fired again and be back in the same position where now I'm looking for an OC job again? And let me just say this real quick. I don't know how you guys like this, but I think the Commanders, we may not have a playoff game this year, but I think we should do an all-black jersey game with all-black rally towels. And when they score a touchdown, turn the lights out and have yellow lights go around the stadium when touchdowns happen. I want it to go completely pitch black, dark, like it used to. I think it was for the the Chicago White Sox. That's what I want to see. Thanks for taking my call.
And that'd be a night game.
Thanks, dude. Honestly, though, it's
Wouldn't
so
look good
dark
during the
in there.
daytime.
By the second half of that game yesterday, you know what I mean? It was 3:45, sunsets at 4:45, and in that stadium, pretty dark. If you turn, it's not gonna be jet black, but if you turn the lights off in the second half, it would look pretty dark.
On one side of the stadium.
The sun's down behind the stadium at that point.
No.
And especially by the time a month from now, the Philly game, sunset's gonna be at 4. I don't look it up on one of your 800 weather apps.
It ain't gonna get no earlier. It's gonna be right around the same time.
I bet it gets to 4:15, 4:30 in the end of December.
Yeah, 4:15, Jay. You making it like we're in Alaska now.
All right, I'm gonna just simple Google. What time do we think? When is sunset? What day is that game? December 27th.
somewhere like that.
Same as it is now.
I'm just saying, man. Listen, it has to be a night game, bro.
Jeff, get Rev T all lined up for me. I'm gonna take these other two. Co from the foe on hold. Hello, Co. What you think of Cliff?
What's up, fellas, man? I don't mind Cliff, JP. JP, what you think of Cliff, man? Because it seems like you always proposing this question of what's up with Cliff, and we don't want to mess with the man's past, but it seems like you keep bringing up his past. JP, what's up? What you think about it?
I'm a point guard, but I can score if you want me to. I think Cliff really knows what he's doing. I think he's really good at working with young coordinators. I think he's been really good at kind of forming a consensus with the rest of the coaches. I think Anthony Lynn has been a huge boost to this offense, especially in kind of determining a tough-nosed run game. And what I've said about Cliff forever, if we're going to look back at Arizona, look back at 21 when he had built what he wanted and they were damn good. And then Kyler got hurt and then DeAndre Hopkins got hurt late. I'm pro Cliff. If that wasn't clear, I thought it was clear. Now it should be clear. Landville, is that clear now? Okay. Thank you. Telly is on the line. Co, I think you hung up, bro. I wasn't trying to hang up on you. Telly, talk to me, buddy.
Hail to the Redskins, B. Mitch.
What up, man?
What's happening? Jay, what's going on, man?
Hey, buddy.
To answer your question about him being in next year or whatever, I say he's gone if the Skins go ahead and win the bowl this year. He's out of here. If we don't,
if they win the Super Bowl,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know what, Telly? I think you're right. If they win the Super Bowl, I bet Cliff does leave.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. Now, as far as how I feel about Cliff, I criticize him all 5 games that we lost. And in all 5 games, it was because he wasn't consistent in running the ball. He stopped running the ball. And all the games that we won, I was behind him. And I'm still behind him. What I need to see now is consistency. You know what gets you to win. I need you to continue to do that. I think the change is we have a staff now, and I think everybody has pressure on them. Nobody's just sitting there comfortable. Where in the past we had coaches, you know, they felt comfortable in their job, so they're going to continue to do what they want to do instead of doing what they need to do. And I'm hoping that with C-Rod, I'm going to call him Chris Rodney, for him coming back and showing off what he can do. I'm hoping, even though they didn't got Eckler or whatever, you do what you need to do. The man earned a spot, and that great 1, 2, and 3 punch that we have, continue to build off that. Hell to the Redskins. Y'all be easy, brother.
All right, brother.
Thanks, buddy. Hey, Telly, you still there? Oh,
there you go.
I had to ask Doc. So I've when I drive home from Commanders games, I usually have Doc on the radio, and I've heard my man Telly call in a few times. Telly enjoys those ball games, I think. I think whatever he likes to indulge with,
he does it. Huh?
Sunday's his day. All right, everybody ready? B, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
The Reverend is on the line on a Victory Monday. A man of the cloth, a man of fellowship. Hello, Rev T. How do you do?
You a Bama, JP. You know what?
Always good to hear from you, sir.
You got the Chris Russell syndrome today. Happy Victory Monday to all of y'all, everybody. Believe in the Commanders. Believe. I've been saying this, I told y'all last week, sometimes you got to take a butt whipping in order to know how to win again. And so over the last 3 games, okay, they lost and blah, blah, yada, yada, they lost it down, yada, yada. But now look how we stand there. Now they back to, they love the Commanders, they back. But JP, stop putting that in the air about Kingsbury leaving. Man, let's talk about what's happening now. Let's talk about what's happening now. What happened with that man, but what's happening with him and the Commanders? We don't want that Bama to go nowhere right now. We want positive energies, positive vibes. That's what Road Warrior was saying. Positive energy, positive vibes. JP, do you believe? Let your ears wiggle and say you believe. B-Bitch, do you believe? Grow some hair on your head and say you believe. Jeff, do you believe? Go run around the block and tell people you do jumping jacks, but anyway, I'm just saying, we got to believe right now. Don't worry about what's behind us. Don't look back. Y'all know who this is. The people's hype, man. And I hope some of them Bama's decide they're going to free Red Sea before the end of the year. The people's hype, man. Say it with me on Victory Mondays, Bama's. Red Sea. Don't look back. Believe. And guess what? Why not us? Bye, Bama's. I love y'all so much.
Thanks,
brother,
Reverend.
man.
Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Very few people I enjoy being insulted by quite like Rev T. It feels natural. Feels like we're in our habitat. Shout out to the Reverend.
So Mikey was asking Terry questions in the press conference.
Oh, you haven't seen that?
No.
Oh, dude, it was.
Mikey's funny though.
Yeah, he is. I was happy. Terry handled it very well. I think it helps that when Terry was in college, I think they were beating Michigan pretty handily.
Oh, he asked about the
he walked in with his Ohio State, with his Michigan jersey and put it up on the podium with Terry. And then Terry, to his credit, fulfilled the bet. Before the end of it, he stood up and held up the Michigan jersey.
Oh, okay.
And I think
that's funny as
off
hell.
the top
right
of my
there.
head, there's a few Ohio State Buckeyes in there, and just Mikey, and Mikey was not scared.
He took them all on. I love that dude, man. Hell yeah.
That's your kind of mindset.
Back down from nobody.
For sure. It's I don't know, man. Quite a victory Monday. I think it's a very exciting time to be a Washington fan. I think that win yesterday is exactly what they needed. And I don't know. I think this team's going to the playoffs. You can look at, there's a million places with odds for it to happen and all this. I thought, even after the Cowboys game, I thought they'd get to 8-5. If you listen to the podcast, my pick this week was just laying all the points, 5.5, 6, whatever it came down to. I thought Washington was going to win. They did. What an impressive performance. B, I threw this up because we all went through and asked. I put up on Twitter what people thought was the best touchdown on Sunday. Overwhelming, 48% of people said the B-Rob 40-yarder.
Okay.
Then the Jaden QB keep was 12%. Terry's first touchdown was 16%, and then Terry's second touchdown was 24%. But the B-Rob touchdown set the tone, and I was worried about the energy in that building. The energy was there immediately as soon as B-Rob hit that.
Oh, it was before he hit that. When they got the 3 and out, and then
there were two false starts on that drive.
It was on and popping, dog.
Yeah, it was a very, very good crowd. Crowd deserves some credit yesterday. It was a fun situation, and hopefully, whether you are in the camp of, oh, man, this year's already been awesome, they're at 8 wins, and we got a quarterback, or you're in the camp of, hey, they got to keep winning, they got playoff games to play for, and I think both of those can be true and should be true. It is awesome to be excited about what they've built, and it's also fair to want more as there's 4 games left. Regardless of what it is, that thing yesterday was fun, and I hope people are having fun with this situation. When we come back, we got to make some bets.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV, and just like our upgraded football team, as you saw yesterday, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Landville, what is this song?
This is the I totally forgot to pick a song. So I just found the first thing that was on the screen.
Is it like a dance beat to mountain music or something?
Something like that.
Well, let it play, because I got news. Breaking news on the Fan. Caller number 10, right now, you win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Harlem Globetrotters Friday, March 7th at Eagle Bank Arena. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. Call number 10 at 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Turn that thing up. That's a weird song. You ever heard this, B?
I've heard it, but not with this.
Yeah, I've heard the
music in
song,
background.
but never with this beat. Level, I think you should forget the music more often. That was a wild ride. Doobie Brothers dance track. Wagwan. All right. Caller number 10 right now. You win 4 tickets to the Globetrotters. Wendy's in charge of the tickets. Maybe we'll be able to book Wendy tomorrow for another rousing episode.
Yeah, she's so good.
Of Wendy Knows Sports. We did not win the weekend parlay this week. We also barely put the picks in, so I'm not really sure it matters, but Ahmet did just text. The only loser in this weekend's parlay was Brian Mitchell, Texans.
Yeah,
-3.5.
he can stop trying to put focus on when I finally lose a game, because his ass is in last place. So shut up.
He also just put the Seahawks in for me, so that's cool because they won. They barely came back. Ahmed was right in assuming Jeff was going to take the Commanders because he always does that.
Always.
We got a fresh week, right? Let's have a fresh week with some real bets. Me and B are here till Wednesday, so we could do double values for tonight and Tuesday. Wednesday is a winner.
You know, we getting 0-2 on Thursday and Friday. You just
Well, I'm saying our week could just be till Wednesday.
Nah, they don't care about that.
Landfill?
Landfill, ignoring the hell out of
We're
you.
doing it. You and I get to. Well, you are always parlaying anyway.
I parlay anyway.
I might be making 2 picks tonight and Tuesday. Chase some money. Let's get to Heard It Here first.
Heard it here first.
All right.
Heard it here first.
All right, boys. Monday Night Football, Browns, Broncos. I'm not committing to watching this whole game. A lot of times I know I'm going to watch a whole game. I don't think I need to do that. I do want to see some of Denver.
I'm going to take Broncos +6.
Broncos -6.
I mean, Browns +6.
Okay.
Taking no damn Broncos.
Okay, I was confused. Also, I think it's 6.5.
Well, whatever it is. Whatever it is on the place we always use.
You always like to use FanDuel, right?
That's what we use. So whatever it is.
6.5.
I'll take it.
All right. And that's it. No patented B-Mitch parlay coming.
Maybe later. We'll see.
Landini, what do you like?
I may take Cleveland Cavaliers. They're playing.
There is
tonight.
NBA tonight. We got Wiz and the Caps play tomorrow night, so no local action tonight. Maybe some college hoops locally. Hoyas play at 6:30, laying 17.5 to UMBC. UMBC famous alum. Can you name one? Ben Standig. Bang.
Shit, famous.
Retrievers.
I didn't mean you mean like somebody like Ben.
Locally famous.
I'm messing with Ben.
I'll see if UMBC has any.
Let me get the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat over 217.
All right.
And a half.
I looked this up. Here's what I got for you. Notable alumni from University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I'm not saying these people aren't important because they've accomplished things. The only one that I've heard of is Kathleen Turner, the actress.
Who that?
Old white chick. That's I'm sure she's been in some movies we both heard of. Duff Goldman.
Huh?
Yeah. Dan Patrick.
I know Dan.
Not that Dan. He's the lieutenant governor of Texas.
Oh, not that Dan.
No.
So we don't know him.
I got a famous UMBC alum for you. Ahmet.
One finger salute to Ahmed for trying to call me out. He's sitting in last damn place.
Landville, you got a pick for tonight?
I'm taking the Browns. I believe in Jameis.
Wow.
Did you know what's the saying, Jeff?
Hey, the horse is prepared for battle, but victory comes from the Lord. I'm taking the Browns too tonight, baby.
Wow, you guys are all riding the Browns, huh?
I'm not riding anything, but yes, I'm taking the Browns.
I think I'm going to take the Hoyas.
What?
Yeah, it's a big number, too.
You came out of left field with that? Oh.
I'm taking the Hoyas, and just because you guys are all on the Browns, I'm going to take Denver.
Hope you lose both of your bets.
Why are you rooting against the Hoyas? What'd they do?
I'm rooting against you.
Now, that's not a parlay. I'm making 2 bets.
Nope, you're making a parlay or you're not making a bet.
I don't want to parlay. I thought we decided we get
you
2 bets
you
each.
tried to slide that in there.
I got 2 days of betting to make 4 picks.
Nah.
You want me to make 4 picks tomorrow?
Nah.
Take the Caps.
Do whatever you
Wiz.
want to do. You know how they gonna grade this thing, so don't worry about it.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to everybody that enjoyed a Victory Monday. What's the deal? Isn't Papa John's giving out 6 toppings on a pizza or something?
Yep, that's a heavy pizza right
I
there,
heard you
boy.
talking about it yesterday. Get your Papa John's pizza action, man. Thank you to Joe Thiesmann for joining us at noon. Really, really fun day today. It should be after a 42-19 ass kicking
Hell yeah.
for the home team. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Those boys are fired up. We'll be back tomorrow. If you made it this far, I owe you a beer.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Verizon. In the NFL, the Commanders beat the Titans yesterday 42-19. They improved to 8-5 on the season and ended the 3-game losing streak. They currently hold the 7th seed in the NFC, 3 teams just behind them at 6-6. The Buccaneers, the Cardinals, and the Rams. The Commanders have a bye week next week, and they'll face the Saints in Week 15. Some games from yesterday: the Eagles beat the Ravens 24-19, and Sunday Night Football last night, the Bills beat the 49ers 35-10. The Bills clinch the AFC East crown. The 49ers fall to 5-7. Some injuries coming out of yesterday: 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey dealing with a PCL injury that could be season-ending. Saints tight end Taysom Hill has a torn ACL as well as other knee damage. He's done for the season. In the NBA over the weekend, the Wizards fell to the Bucks on Saturday, 124-114. That's 14 straight losses for the Wizards. They'll take on the Cavs in Cleveland tomorrow night. In hockey, the Caps got 2 wins over the weekend. Friday night, beating the Islanders 5-4 in overtime and beating the Devils 6-5 on Saturday. The Caps have won 4 in a row and currently sit atop the Eastern Conference. They're back in action tomorrow against the Sharks. Phones weren't made to be broken, but life happens. So when you break your phone, Verizon's got you. Trade in any phone at your local Verizon store in any condition, guaranteed, and get a great deal on one of their best 5G phones with unlimited ultimate. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome in, Grant and Danny on the Fan. It has been a minute, hasn't it? I was walking through the parking lot yesterday, Danny, over at Northwest Stadium in Landover. Guy stopped me and said, "Hey, I really hope they win today. I want to hear you and Danny do a Victory Monday show tomorrow." And I said, I think we could dust off the cobwebs and figure out how to do one of those.
We have access to Hall and or Oates. We be all right.
The 3-game skid is over. The regression for now has ended. The Commanders are not only 8-5, not only a wild card team right now, but they have positioned themselves very favorably to make the playoffs after a beatdown of the Tennessee Titans 42-19, a get right, feel good, everybody eats game offensively, a harassing and at times ferocious game defensively. They got some things to iron out in the kicking game and on special teams, but a 28-0 first quarter, an utterly lopsided first half of play yesterday ends up burying the Titans deeper than they could dig out of. Washington desperately needed a win, ravenous to feel good about itself going into the bye. They got what the doctor ordered, buddy.
Yeah, the first 4 drives summary for both teams. One team, touchdown, 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 touchdown. The other team, punt, punt, fumble, punt. Who do you think won? That's the game right there. That's what happened. The typifying of the afternoons for both teams were right there evidenced in the first series for each one. For Tennessee, false start, a 1-yard gain, another false start, clearly saying, we don't belong. We're terrible. Please put us out of our misery. Please take us out back behind the woodshed, cock that weapon, and end it.
Weird that team is 3-8.
Yeah.
And I know now at 3-9, a lot of the storyline nationally will be, well, the Commanders beat a really bad team. But Washington deserves a little bit of credit for making them look bad.
100%.
The Titans had been playing a lot better recently. Even though they came in 3-8, they were coming off that win over the Texans, their best game of the year. They had played a much more competent brand of football over the last few weeks. And that, plus the fact that Washington had lost 3 straight and was coming off of its worst game of the year, I think, led people to believe that maybe it would be a competitive game.
I thought it would be. I was dead wrong about that.
And then it wasn't.
Yeah. I mean, so again, that's the beginning of the game for Tennessee. Beginning of the game for Washington. This is very purposeful. This is not just some accident that this happened. I'm going to read the transcript of the play-by-play. Jaden Daniels pass complete short right to Terry McLaurin for 10 yards. All the narratives punted right into the atmosphere. Terry McLaurin only lines up on the left. That's a pass to the right. You don't get the ball to Terry McLaurin near enough. First play from scrimmage. That set the tone. From there on, it was a track meet. From there on, everybody got to eat, as you said very well. They dominated that football game. Anything that happened after it was 28-0 to me was academic. There are a few moments that, weren't ideal. Kind of going forward, you mentioned the kicking game. A couple of things got lit up on defense. I actually think, Will Levis made one unbelievable play as he was about to get popped kind of in the open field, threw a ball down the field. A couple of nice moments for Tennessee that's going to happen. That's NFL football. But Washington dominated that football game. They were the better team from start to finish.
Yeah, at 19 minutes in, so 4 minutes into the second quarter with about 11 minutes to go in the half, Washington led the game 28-0. And at that point, the game was over. Now, the rest of the way was a 19-14 Tennessee-Washington score. And while I think Washington would have won a game like that, that's more along the lines of what you thought this game was going to be. Like what we saw quarters 2 through 4, in that it was going to be competitive and close. But here's what happened yesterday. The best defensive run-stuffing team in football for much of this season, giving up 106.7 per game on the ground, a 106.7 the fan per game yardage total. The Titans just got bullied. 267 net rushing for the Commanders. They took the ball, they shoved it right down Tennessee's throat. They talked about doing it all week long, and then they went out and they did it. They just walked up to Tennessee and said, "That's what you brought for lunch?" And the Titans looked up from the table and they said, "Yeah, I love a Lunchable." And then the Commanders reached out and grabbed their Lunchable and said, "I'll be accepting this." And the Titans wore it. And then when they worked up the courage to come ask the Commanders to give them their Lunchable back, Washington took them to the bathroom and gave them a swirling. I mean, they just absolutely bullied their ass. It was awesome to watch. But that offensive explosion was so needed. It was just so critical for them to feel better about themselves into the stretch run, into the bye week. 42 points, 463 yards, 6 yards per play. Clinical on third down, 9 of 14. 5 of 7 in the red zone is as good as it gets. And by the way, on the 9 of 14 for third down, I think this is the key to the entire game. Why did Jaden Daniels have an early season Daniels performance with a bounce back effort? Why did the offense play at an elite level like it probably hasn't since before Halloween? What was different? Third and short all day long.
Yep.
They got back to the early season formula, which is success on early downs, dominant on first down, efficient on second down. You get 6 on first, you get 2 more on second, and it's 3rd and 2. I saw a stat today from PFF that Daniels on 3rd and 4th down was 8 of 8 passing, which doesn't mean he moved the chains on all 8 of those throws. Some of them were short of the sticks, but 7 completions that did move the chains of those 8 for 66 yards and 3 touchdowns. Well, so I'm like, man, that's amazing. So I looked it up. Here's their third downs where he threw the ball and got first downs. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3.
There's a theme there.
4th and 2. There's the story.
Yeah.
The things for 3 weeks that weren't happening, the early down success, the 3rd and short, where his legs come into play, where you've got a game plan for the dual threat, where he can beat you in multiple ways, that was back. It was not 3rd and long like they've been living in. It was not 3rd and obvious passing down where you can keep him in the pocket and make him just stand there and beat you with his arm. And by the way, for the second straight week in a row, it's pretty clear, Danny, as he scrambled around 8 times, I think, for close to 40 yards, Jaden's back.
Yes.
You know, the twitchiness, the escapability, the scrambling. And it's just huge. We saw it in Cincinnati in person where on 1st and 10, he goes and gets 4 and it's 2nd and 6. Or on 2nd and 7, he goes and gets 5 and it's 3rd and 2. And he kind of does that spin thing where he gets out of bounds untouched. Like that, to me, reminded me of all those games where he had 4 or 5 or 6 incompletions early in the year. And he ended up 25 of 30 for 200 yards, just throwing against air yesterday again. It was awesome.
Yeah, that busted play that's a sack for 25 quarterbacks is a 4-yard game. And that's innocuous. It doesn't really, doesn't jump out of the scorebook, doesn't jump out of the game log. But those are the kinds of things, to me, that's what makes him so special. That, to me, is the incredibleness. That's the secret. That's the kryptonite. That is the invincible thing that gives you a chance every week. So instead of a horrible negative play and you're 2nd and 14 or 3rd and 19 or you punt, you now have a positive gain out of it. Taking bad and making it good to whatever degree is the ingredient that I look for more than anything else really in football players, but especially quarterbacks. But people are going to get mad at me all day probably about this. I'm going to have to quantify this and clarify it a million times. I already know going in.
Oh, boy.
So here we go. Washington deserves credit. I'm going to give them credit all day long. The story to me yesterday is how bad Tennessee was.
That was the worst half of football I think I've seen a team play in Landover, a road team, I should say, in years.
Yeah, it has been a minute.
When's the last time you've seen a team commit 11 penalties for 85 yards before halftime?
I mean, I couldn't pull it, but the desperation to fumble on the kickoff return, the snowballing that already happened. I already mentioned the false starts. A time, one of those completions on third down where it's a check down on a 3rd and long.
Yeah, 3rd and 20 for 8 yards.
It's a give up. It's over. A completely unnecessary, 1960 style Jack Lambert clothesline of Jaden Daniels for a first down. Just boneheaded stuff.
They gave Washington during the sequence where they were scoring all their touchdowns early 3 first downs on 3rd downs with penalty. I mean, just how badly do you want to lose? Like, if you're Brian Callahan, at some point, the head coach of the Titans has to think about just walking off the field.
Just going back to selling brake pads.
You know what, man? This ain't for me. Clearly, I'm not good enough because this is just embarrassing to my brand.
And again, it's not to discredit Washington because you have to be good enough to take advantage of it. When Dallas was imploding last week, Washington couldn't do anything about it.
Yes.
They were like, we'll implode more. Watch this. And it was a rock fight. This time it was, oh, that's right. We're so much better than you. We've got a couple of adjustments and tweaks, which we'll get into throughout the show from Kingsbury and Company. But they took advantage of a team that was imploding, and you just let them. You let them make all the mistakes, and you dominate.
So I think 3 things offensively kept them from the poor performances and the playing down like they did against Dallas. Those games that led up to this, right? We've talked about 3rd down being such a different story. But I think 3 players really stood out to me, and it was Daniels, McLaurin, and Brian Robinson in terms of the early part of the game. Daniels was ultra sharp and very efficient in going 25 of 30, completing over 80% of his passes. His first 3 touchdown game as a passer of his career, 4 total touchdowns because he ran one in as well. And by the way,
and that run was nasty.
That was sexy.
Yes, it was.
Like, that was as pretty a running touchdown for a quarterback as you're going to see. I thought the tone was set for him really on the second drive. So the first drive, remember, was 3 plays for about 60 yards. They come out, and as you said, Cliff Kingsbury, you think he paid any attention last week to what was being said about him in the media? Terry McLaurin lined up on the right, which does not happen, wide right. And he gets a little stop route, immediately targets him. In the losing streak, the 3 games prior to this, McLaurin had all of 5 targets and 3 catches in the first half of those 6 quarters. First play, hitch route, 10 yards on the right. So obviously, Cliff Kingsbury just giving the middle finger to everyone who's been
You might as well found a TV camera and pointed at it. Go, you happy now?
Guess what? Good, because it worked.
Yep.
And it will continue to work. And please prove us wrong by doing smart things and correct things more often. Awesome. So that was a success. The next play, similarly, same kind of deal, little stop route to Noah Brown. They get 9 and set up a 2nd and 1 from the 40. And then B-Rob untouched rips off a 40-yard touchdown to set the tone for the day as a ball carrier and for a running game, which, again, didn't do this against an easy team to run against. Theoretically, with Simmons and Sweat and that front, that's as tough as it gets.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have known it watching the game. But I thought Daniels on the second drive going 3 for 3 for 26 yards, scrambling 3 times for 13 yards, capped with the touchdown run that we just talked about, 11 plays, 80 yards. I thought that really got him settled in. He was in a good place at that point. The offense was up to 14 points before they really broke in a sweat. They were up 2 touchdowns, and Will Levis is chasing a football game, which is a good place to be. But overall, I just thought Daniels almost circuit to circuit did everything exactly as you'd want. There's probably 2 plays he wants back. The interception, which is not completely on him. Ertz touched that football with his fingertips outstretched and popcorned it into the air. But he's moving to his right. He did a good job keeping his eyes downfield like I want him to. Looking middle of the field, which I want him to. He just had an errant throw too tall. And when you miss in the middle of the field, sometimes the ball gets turned over. And then the other one was that fumble, which no one will remember because it was in the second half of kind of garbage time. He was like scrambling around. It went for a sack, but he got hit and fumbled, and they had to jump on it. I think it was before one of the missed field goals. Those were the 2, quote unquote, like bad plays. out of 88 or whatever.
Yeah.
Otherwise, football happened. You missed a throw here or there, and he barely ever did, 5 incompletions. But I thought he was really, really, really efficient.
Yeah, I
again.
thought it was outstanding. There's some that go in the book as complete. So, for example, brilliant play design, by the way, where you motion Terry in closer to the line of scrimmage. Every part about that play looks like a run action. Now you bootleg Jaden Daniels out to the left. Remember, everyone knows the tendency. If he goes left, what does he do? He runs. Not this time. Now you've got Terry out there about 8-9 yards deep. If he hits Terry in stride, chance of a touchdown. Got one guy down deep in the secondary.
Oh, throwing across his body.
Yeah, throwing across his body.
Yeah.
Not an easy throw by any stretch of imagination. Terry has to stop, go down, catch it, gets up, and is able to move. But, things like that. The tendency breaking to me was what this game was all about. We still know what we major in, talking about Washington and their offense. This is who we are. This is how we're going to do it. We just wanted to show the whole world we will do it slightly differently. We're willing to compromise. We're willing to try something else instead of beating our head against the wall, which is what I think that Philadelphia game was going back a few weeks, right? Where this is how we do it. Okay, come in second then. Lose this game then. This, to me, was a message for the sprint after the bye week where you got to defend all of it. You're not just going to be able to know where everybody's going to be and how they're going to be there. They broke some tendencies, which I thought was a huge, huge, huge thing.
McLaurin was sensational, by the way. Ended up 8 for 73 with the 2 touchdowns, one of which he was wide open on a drag that started on the right, by the way. Again, 3 times as often this week. 15% of their snaps, he lined up wide right and caught 3 balls when starting there, as opposed to the 2 for the first 12 weeks of the season coming in.
Super quick on that play. Did you think, I couldn't tell if that was the design all along or if Daniels was actually looking right first. I thought maybe Bates was option 1 or something like that, and then just patiently waits for McLaurin to go across? Or do you think that was always the plan, was to make it look like it was going right so that he could get to a free spot?
It was 3rd and 2, so I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted something hot kind of off to the right to move the chains. But I think it was obvious from what I saw as soon as the snap, the way they were playing, that McLaurin was going to be able to slice across, and
if there was enough time for it.
Nobody on that deep half the field, basically, as long as he had protection. And by the way, we should point out, Jaden Daniels had protection, I thought, brilliantly.
That's the best the Lions played in how long?
Several weeks.
Pre-Pittsburgh, probably?
I mean, it's the best almost everyone on offense has played since ... right? Brian Robinson, he is such a difference maker. When he is on the field healthy and rumbling, they're a different offense. He brings a tenacity and just a physicalness to that offense. Ran for a bill on his 16 carries with a touchdown, scored on the first carry of the game from 40. And then how about our guy, Chris Rodriguez, the 6th-round pick last year out of Kentucky? We've had him on the show a couple of times this season. Rodriguez, 94 yards on 13 attempts. I will never understand why he doesn't get a little bit of work otherwise. Like, there have been 2 games where he's had almost all of his carries this year. He got 11 runs in the second half against the Giants to salt the game away in the Meadowlands. And then yesterday, he got 13 carries in the second half. They view him as Mariano Rivera, basically. He's their closer. And they bring him in to basically take, get B-Rob off his feet at the end of these games and take the beating. And he was so good. And their 11th drive, I think it was, late in the game, 5 carries for almost 50 yards with a touchdown. Came back on the next drive and ripped off runs of 17 and 8 at a pistol in the gun. Like, he was rumbling. He does not go down on first contact. I just like the way he plays. But all 3 of the backs, you throw McNichols into the conversation as well yesterday, succeeded. They were 35 runs from running backs for 229 yards and 2 touchdowns. They mauled the
That'll
Titans.
do. Now, if you showed me the stat lines, right? If I didn't get to watch either the last 2 games, show me the totals and made it blind ballot style, which team was which, I would have said, oh, they did that to Dallas. A team that quits, a team that stinks, especially that area of the game on defense. They can't stop anybody. They just sort of have to make this devil's bargain where they're going to give up one thing at a time. You probably would have just mauled them. This is the Tennessee Titans. I'm not telling you that's a good football team. They're not. I'm going to wax poetic about that all day. But defensively, that group, they're put together to stop that.
Yeah.
And it looked like they were a high school team just getting throttled yesterday. What a performance.
In a lot of ways, for me, this made up for the dud against Dallas. Not because beating Tennessee was impressive, but how you beat them.
How you did it.
It's back to the Cleveland game at home, the Carolina game at home, where, if you remember, the whole conversation we were having going into the Cowboys game on this show was, you've proven this year to be a pretty good team because you dominate bad teams. That's what good teams do. You're a good team now. And then they didn't against Dallas. They played with their food, and Their food ate them.
And they found out, yeah.
But in this game, they did the thing they've done otherwise all year long, and now it makes the Cowboys game feel like a little more of an anomaly. But we can open up the phones for the first time today next to give out some game balls to the best performers from the win and the 42-point output. We'll also give out some gassers to the worst. 800-636-1067 is the number on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. If you want to join us, we'll give out our game balls and our gassers. We're live on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page all day long. You can stream us on the Odyssey app. We're with you on The Fan until 6:30 today. This is Grant and Danny.
Rhythm for Daniels. Robinson on 2nd and 1. He's got the first down and more at the 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Brian Robinson.
Andrew Catalan on the call yesterday of Commanders football. It took 3 plays for the Commanders to score a touchdown. That was a sign of things to come as Washington scored on its first 4 possessions. 3 plays, 59 yards, 7-0. 11 plays, 80 yards, 14-0. 3 plays, 24 yards, 21-0. 9 plays, 24 yards, 28-0. By the way, that's, I think, what's so amazing is there were 2 takeaways in there, right? And there was a subsequent very short drive because of penalties. So you basically had 1.5 actual drives for Washington, and they were up 28-0. But to their credit, what would we have been saying if they were settling for field goals?
Exactly right.
Like, you get the ball, you've got to finish, you got to put the ball in the end zone, and time, and time, and time, and time again.
Mm-hmm.
They did 4 straight. They end up 5 times getting to the red zone and cashing in with touchdowns on a day where they scored 6 of them, Danny.
It's fantastic. I mean, the sort of again, my theme here, and I'm gonna have to qualify this a million times, is when Tennessee is just ruining everything for themselves and they're awful, Washington said, I'll take that and that and that and that and that, and then you win. If a bad team is being bad, you just let them do it, and then you take advantage, right? Instead of sitting there and outmaneuvering them in terms of badness.
We saw it against Carolina and against Cleveland. We saw it the day they played the Cardinals. I don't think they're bad, but they've had some bad games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Cardinals were terrible in that game.
Yeah, and they're 6-6. That's probably the quality win of the year. That's the one team that's 500 that Washington has beaten. But when the team plays terribly, accept the gift. They refuse to against the Cowboys. Welcome back to G&D. It is time to give out some game balls and to make some players run some gassers. We'll go through our best and worst from the game. We'll take yours as well on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. You can call us at 800-636-1067 right now. Should point out, by the way, really quickly, some house cleaning.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Caps tickets today. We're giving those away at 4 o'clock in 90 minutes. We do have Jay Gruden on the show as always. It's Monday after a Commanders game. So he will be with us at 5 in 2.5 hours. And also this Friday, our field trip is in Springfield. We are at home base as far as I'm concerned. I think we should do really well. This should be a big turnout. This is kind of where I think we're going to where the people are. Generally listen to this program in that area. Springfield Hard Times.
Oh,
which is not too far away from my old stomping grounds the last several years.
Bit of a throwback, sir. A lot of time at Hard Times over the years.
Yeah, Springfield Hard Times, Friday for our field trip, going into a bye, so there won't be a game. We'll ramp up for all the other games of the weekend, and we'll still be clanking glasses and celebrating going into the holidays. An important December ahead now. The Commanders have guaranteed themselves at 8-5 relevant, significant football games for the rest of the season.
Games have meaning. This group has gone hard since July, basically, right? Weekly football, put their bodies through the ringer. I mean, they had the short week and the 10-day rest, and this 12-week plus preseason, however many weeks you want to add up, sprint to get a nice little bit of a break here where you've got, as you said, 4 games to be able to determine your own destiny. You're a top. You're not chasing anybody, looking for dependence. Well, if this team wins and they lose and then Tampa ties, none of that crap. You own it with some beatable teams ahead of you. This is pretty cool in year one, with the backdrop especially of none of their first-round draft picks for the last 6 years on the roster. They're ahead of schedule.
All right, time for some game balls and some gassers. Let's start it off, Darius. I'm going to go with Frankie Louvu, who's probably my favorite player on the team. I actually think you can make the case from week 1 until right now. He has been the best overall player on the team consistently. 3 tackles doesn't sound like a lot. He was a menace in this game, and specifically early. Go back and watch the first couple of drives of Washington's defense and just watch how number 4 runs around and collides with people. An Energizer Bunny. He is a drag you into the fight guy, to use a hockey phrase. This is one of those Caps things from Carberry and some other coaches over the years where they used to say, TJ Oshie's our drag us into the fight guy. Like, you watch how hard he plays, you see how he does it, and everyone elevates their game because of it. That's Frankie Louvu, man. Had a sack, had 2 other hits of Will Levis as he threw, had a tackle for loss. I just thought he was ultra impactful, batted a ball down on one of the opening third downs of the game as well. Went back to the tackle, Latham, who caught it and tried to rumble forward, and then they had to punt. Luvu is a absolute beast. I love him.
Cliffy, hey, buddy. Yes. Yes, Clifford. That's how you debate. You research a topic, you figure it the hell out, and you move little Terry around. 8 catches, 73 yards, couple touchdowns. I'm sure it's a coincidence that an early involvement of Terry McLaurin led to an excellent offensive output for the first time in a month plus. I'm the most sure. End of sarcasm. That's what you do. You adjust. You do things slightly differently. You use time away. You use some of the criticism. You use all of the pudgy idiots like me going, hey, have we noticed the drop-off in EPA per play and the points and everything else? And you fix it. That's what it looks like against a pretty good defense. They had no answers for you and your offense. That was awesome.
So good from Kingsbury. I have not really understood the narrative since the game of this idea that I guess there was no offensive regression.
Well, there was.
I guess the cliff's not real.
It is.
Wait, what? You mean because they made a bunch of adjustments and did a bunch of the things everyone's been screaming about, and they worked and they got back to moving the football, we're just supposed to pretend like the last 3 games didn't happen?
Well, what they did actually was converted DeLorean into a time machine, and they went back and undid all those regressions in the previous years.
Right.
Also, in addition to this weekend. Oh, I'm told they can't do that because there's no flux capacity.
It just reminds me of on Twitter where you're like, oh, this guy has struck out 3 times in 3 at-bats. He's not seeing the ball well today. And then he hits a double in his 4th at-bat, and everyone's like, that aged well. Actually, it aged fine. I said that through 3 at-bats with 3 strikeouts that he wasn't seeing the ball well. I didn't say he'll never get a hit again. For those 3 games, their offense had started to be stagnant and had been figured out, and they needed to do some things differently. And to his credit, they did. They moved Terry McLaurin around. They did a lot of the things, throwing to him earlier in the game, getting ahead of the sticks and having more early down success. I think the plan that they drew up during the week, early in the season, almost always came to fruition. They were able to stick to the script. They couldn't the last few weeks. This week, they could. And they dominated the Titans. He deserves a lot of credit. Give me another game ball, please. Mikey Sanders. I think we got us one here, kids. I think we got us one. This is a leader of men. This is a captain of Michigan when they win the national championship. One of the, pound for pound best boxers in the world kind of guys. Not very big. Walked by me yesterday shirtless as he was running into the press conference to go give Terry McLaurin a hard time and make him put on a Michigan jersey because Ohio State lost one of the most unforgivable games I've ever seen a power conference, major team, national championship caliber team lose this weekend, by the way. We'll save that for another time. Sanders still is out of position right now. He's a nickel playing corner, doing it very well. He just makes plays. High football IQ, not only super smart, but just physical, willing, everything you want out of a DB, man. He is the anti-Emmanuel Forbes in a lot of ways. Not to kick a man while he's down, but I guess I just did. I love Mike Sanders' game. I think that this staff understands the value of what I'm going to call, for lack of a better phrase, like the dog, right? Like Frankie Louvu's a dog. Mike Sanders still's a dog. Take that guy with you into a dark alley, get into a fight. You're going to be all right. We got us one. I like Mikey Sanders still.
Jaden Daniels, speaking of we got us one, most important position in sports, we have it. Thank you so much. Everyone else can kiss 100% of my tuchus. That was vintage Jaden Daniels. The touchdown run, which I rewatched 74 times, that was just filthy. Probably should have been a 2-yard gain. It wasn't because he shook everybody out of their shoes and just glided into the end zone as if he was on some video game with a difficulty turned down. Throwing the football, he was really good, a master of the offense. He looked explosive. He looked quick. He looked elusive. He turned the negative into a positive. He was wonderful.
Brian Robinson ran for 100 yards on 16 carries, had a touchdown, opened the day from 40 yards out. He looked healthy going into the bye week. When he runs like that, this offense is much, much better, and that was part of the prescription to get right yesterday.
Little Terry McLaurin, sorry about your involvement. Sorry about that just grown man slant with no space, no real estate, but 17's got it, please and thank you. Shrug it off as you scored yourself another touchdown. That was wonderful.
Zane Gonzalez, who missed 2 field goals yesterday, is only 2 kicks, by the way. That's 3 missed field goals, 5 missed kicks over the last 2 weeks for Washington. Austin Seibert is hurt, not going to be available out of the bye, it doesn't seem like. So they got to figure this out. They either have to keep Zane Gonzalez on the active roster. They can't keep moving him up and back. He's out of kind of his options, so to speak, to go back to the practice squad. Or you can go find a kicker outside the building, which is what I would do after Gonzalez. So you should have no real
loyalty to,
affinity to, just went 0 for 2. And I mean, he's just not buttering the bread as far as I'm concerned. Are you confident in him? If you're kicking for a win in New Orleans from 48 yards, how could you be after he missed 2 kicks between 45 and 52 yesterday? So this is something they got to solve over the bye. For everything going very well, the kicking situation has reared its head again. They're about to potentially be using a 4th place kicker this season. That's normally a sign of like playing into the mountain stuff. They have made it not become much of an issue. Largely, it hasn't cost them games as they're 8-5, but they got to solve this if they're going to win anything meaningful after the bye week.
Offensive line, hell yeah. That's that group. There you are, right? It's after a little bit. Maybe you're beat up. Maybe you're worn down. Maybe scheme, design, people outflanked you. I don't know what I don't know here. I do know this. If you were a running back behind that group, you ran for over 5 yards a carry yesterday. Jaden Daniels was clean for the most part. It looked to me like the sacks that happened were because of timing disruptions and not necessarily because they got beaten cleanly. I thought the offensive line played their best game in a long time.
Someone go grab the Titans for me. Invite them all over to the locker room. I want them all to come in. I'm going to give – can I get 53 game balls, please? God, you sucked in the first quarter.
Sure did.
I mean, you couldn't have paid me, Clary, and 9 of our buddies to go out there and lay down to help Washington get off to a better start. I mean, seriously, like they're committing third down every single time the Commanders didn't move the chains, which they normally did. It's okay. Where's the flag? Oh, that time it was interference. That time it was a roughing the passer. That time they jumped off sides. Are you interested in what's happening here? Would you like to be in this football game today or not? It was as if they went and plucked them all out of their Thanksgiving weekend celebrations with their families, and they were all so angry about it, they just decided to completely embarrass the organization for the first 17 or 18 minutes. It was comical. It was a comedy of errors. So all 53 of you get a game ball from me.
De'Ami Brown. This is his role. So I've always thought he's a deep threat that doesn't get open deep, but everybody tried to make fetch happen. This he's taken over for Alameda Zacchaeus' bubble screen Billy, and he's good at it. He's really good at catching the football and making plays after the catch. Getting himself 8, 9, 10 yards. Again, nothing sexy right there. You go 4 for 35. Nobody's writing home saying they saw the next great receiver. Those are helpful hidden yards in a football game where you get back to what you do best.
All right, we'll get to your game balls, 800-636-1067 to the best. Gassers, 800-636-1067 to the worst next. Also, our first look after a win and an 8-5 record at the NFC playoff picture, which all of a sudden, all it took was one win because the hay already in the barn is looking very Commanders friendly after yesterday. You're listening to The Fan.
early. Yeah, I think that's true for like most impactful players, and that's good reporting by you. But you're on your game too. Yeah, that's right. But to me, that part of him, he does bring energy, and create plays to go. But I thought having balance also helps John, in the run game, the pass game, and that's when we're at our best.
Terry McLaurin caught 3 passes in the first half of Washington's last 3 games, all losses going into yesterday. Yesterday, he caught a pass on the first play and had 2 touchdowns on other catches before 19 minutes into the game. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. That was Dan Quinn from yesterday on McLaurin's early output. He ended up going for 8 grabs on the day. He is on pace for nearly 1,200 receiving yards this season. Washington, Danny, is very well positioned in the 7 seed right now to make the playoffs. So the algorithm, when you look at like what the chances are to be, and then you fill in all those blanks, currently says they've got a 56+% chance of being the 7 seed and about a 20% chance of being the 6 seed. So there is a over 76% chance that they're one of the final 2 wild cards. And then there's another all added up like 4 or so % chance that they get higher than that. And the highest of those is like 2% that they're the number 2 seed because they run the table and win the division or whatever. But basically, we're now looking at around an 80% chance that they make the playoffs. It took the 1 win, as we kept saying. They're free falling, but all they got to do is win 1. For 2 reasons. One, when you get off to a 7-2 start, you've put a bunch of hay in the barn.
That's right.
You have bought yourself time that if you have a losing streak, it's not going to kill you. Well, here we are. The other thing is the rest of the conference is just not very good. There is not another team that's not in the playoffs currently with a winning record. Washington's the last team in at 8-5. All the other wild card hopefuls are 6-6 or worse. Tampa Bay, Arizona, and the LA Rams. Arizona, by the way, who Washington has the tiebreaker win over. So really, they're basically 3 games back.
That's right.
Of the Commanders. They're 2 games up on the Bucks and the Falcons, who are tied for the NFC South lead, and they are 2 games up on the Rams, and they have friendly tiebreaker metrics. So it is hard to imagine, barring a 0-4 down the stretch, that Washington wouldn't make the playoffs. At this point, even at 9-8, they'd have a decent chance to tiebreaker their way in. A 10th win, and it's almost a certainty that they get in if they would go 2-2. In their final 4.
Right. So as you start to do the math there because of, as you said, the hay in the barn, to win 10 games, it would take something pretty remarkable. Like the Rams catch fire, the Cardinals don't lose again, Tampa Bay gets to 10-11 wins, someone has to supersede you there.
But even still, they would win the division at that point.
You're right, yeah, because they'd catch Atlanta. So there you go.
You don't worry as much about them. In Atlanta after yesterday, Cousins had the worst game he's had since 10 years.
They are talking about free falling.
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. So yeah, I think it's the Rams are kind of the team I keep an eye on a little bit. But because you have a 3-game cushion over the Cardinals, they would essentially have to win out while you lose out.
Right. I think the Rams still play the Seahawks one more time, and who's another team that's already in the postseason as a 3 seed at 7-5.
Their schedule's brutal. They play the Bills, who have lost twice all year, the 49ers, and I know that they're free falling, but they're not eliminated and they're still a tough team to play. The Jets, the Cardinals, and the Seahawks. So they have 2 tough division games, plus San Francisco, whatever you consider that, plus the Bills. At best, I see them getting to 9 wins, at best. And that's if things go well for them.
So I could even see a 4-1 stretch out of there, right? And let's still put you at 10. And Washington would have some advantages there over LA. So you're right. I mean, you basically, because of that start, said this at the time as they went into this difficult part of the schedule, talking about Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, didn't have Dallas in that mathematics there, but whatever. When you do that, you go, you can be 500 the rest of the way and still end up with 10 or 11 wins. With 11 wins, more than they've had since, you were a little kid. And that's what that great start, that's what that Hail Mary bought you. That should have been, you should have been stuck on win 6. Instead, you got win 7 to go to 7-2. That little moment right there just catapulted you where you could be, regress. You could kind of fall on your face a little bit and still limp into the postseason. You'd like to go in on a higher note, certainly. But that yesterday's win, I think, went a long way to validating and reminding, oh, yeah, when we're right, we're as good as a lot of teams in this league.
Let's go to Deacon, who's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Deacon?
Hey, what's up, GND? All right, hail to the W, baby.
How about it?
Man, I think the game ball's got to go to Cliff. We got to give him something so he can have something to ride with. Cause you play early, you throw the ball quickly, you run Terry in your scheme, and look at what he did with Rodriguez, man. OMG.
Yeah, perfect plan, executed proficiently. All of the stuff that has been complained about on these airwaves, and I don't just mean from me or you or other hosts, I mean from callers, just universally, kind of across the board in 1 week. Oh, you want McLaurin more involved? Check. Oh, you want McLaurin to be targeted early in the game? Check. You want McLaurin moved around? Check. You want us to get back to having more early down running success, first and second down? Check. You want us to get Jaden Daniels going in some of the design run read option stuff? Check. You want some RPOs inside the 5? Check. Like they did all of the stuff that everyone's been clamoring for. You want us to take a couple of deep shots down the field? De'Ami Brown, go run a 9 route. Check. Let's go to Bobby in Lovettsville. What's up, Bobby?
Hey, what's up, Grant Danny? How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Very well, pal.
Awesome victory. So I don't have any gassers, but I have a couple game balls. And I just got to say first, how exciting is it to watch frickin' Frankie Luvu every week?
He's the best.
This guy, I mean, I haven't liked watching the defense in 20 plus years. This guy makes my pants move. He is amazing. I love him. I'm getting his jersey. I hope we never cut him and he plays till he's 75 years old. My other game ball is going to the person who is missing off of the offensive line, who I've called and talked to you guys about before, Andrew Wiley. Game ball to you, sir, for not being there. Because look how well we played as a unit without that weakest link. He has got to go. Please take that game ball and be gone for good.
Cornelius
Have
Lukey,
a great day, guys.
Appreciate
Lukey,
you.
I'm sure. Cornelius
Lukey,
is
as
a
you did.
combination of him and Wiley. Him and Luke, he was great.
Yes, he was.
Lucas was fantastic. Both pass pro, where he's been solid all year, in the run game. He's just big and long and physical. That was the best the line has played universally, like both sides of what they do. And from a run game standpoint, it goes without saying when you run for 267 net, which is the most they've run for in a game since the final game of the 2012
Some pretty good things
season.
must have happened now.
I mean, come on. It's been 12 years since we've seen anything quite like that. Those are some of the game balls we're giving out on Grant and Danny. Let's do this next. I think we've got to figure out what yesterday was more of. Was this really good Commanders or really bad Titans? And it's always going to be both, but which was it more of? We're going to call it they're back or they're bad. Meaning the Commanders are back and they're good again, or the Titans are just terrible and you took advantage of that. Which is more the story from yesterday? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
Play fake. Daniels has time. Surveys the scene. Looking for McLaurin. He's got him. Touchdown. And the Commanders are pouring it on.
Yeah, tell him, Andrew Catalon. The Commanders on CBS yesterday up 28-0 at that point. They would win going away. They scored 42, Danny. And if not for two very makeable missed field goals, that is a 48-point output.
Close to a 50 burger, ho-hum, as you normally do.
How many times have they done that over the last 25 years? I can only think of their 52-17 win over San Francisco in terms of 50-point games this quarter century.
Yeah, I mean, you even think of games they dominate. One comes to mind, a home game against what we thought was a good Raiders team. They still only won like 27-10. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't happen. I'm not taking it for granted, these offensive explosions.
Yesterday came so easily, too, with 3 of those early touchdowns on, at least 2 of them on sub-30-yard drives.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like the Titans handed you the ball at the red zone, and then 2 plays later, you scored. You looked up. If you missed the first 15 minutes of the game,
you missed a lot.
It was probably 14 or 21-0 when you sat down, and you're wondering what's going on. The Commanders certainly look like a team building a strong foundation for success on and off the field yesterday. It's time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help update your last will and testament. They'll set up revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you, and you'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Lay of the land ahead today. I caught up with Brandon Coleman in the locker room, Danny. The left tackle, the rookie from TCU. One of my favorite guys to talk to on the team. Very, very sharp. Nice kid. You will hear that interview at 3:30 coming up in about 25 minutes. That was the best game for this offensive line all year, and he gets into why it happened and how it happened. And then Cleveland Farrell's going to be on the program at 6 o'clock today. The veteran defensive end who him and his mates up front won the line of scrimmage defensively early in the game and really put Will Levis and the Titans in a bind. So you'll hear from him coming up at 6 o'clock today right here on Grant and Danny. But why don't we get to the topic at hand? We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines again. We're going to call it They're Back or They're Bad. And we're talking about, obviously, Washington's back. And they were really good because they're good and they dominate bad teams. Or they're really bad, meaning the Titans just stunk that badly. They're 3-9. Look at the record. Both are true about yesterday.
Yep.
Which one is more true?
The Titans are bad. And this is going to sound like I'm taking credit away from Washington. I am not. You have to do the right things to take advantage of the badness. They did not last week, and they lost a game because of it to Dallas. Dallas couldn't get snaps. Cooper Rush is back to receive a shotgun snap multiple times. It's either over his head, off to the side. Dallas was a disaster. And then you messed around, ended up losing the game. You do things right, you take advantage of the bad. But Tennessee was embarrassing, especially in the first half. They got their act together after the game was academic at certain points. And there were a couple impressive plays, some good runs, a long touchdown catch. Will Levis hung tough and got his clock cleaned, delivering the football down the field. But it was already too late. They shot themselves in both feet, then their teammates' feet, then they went and reloaded and did it again. They were so horrendous to start this game. Nothing they could have done after the fact, where they played a lot better as the game progressed, but they were already down 28. That was the game to me, was they screwed up so badly, and Washington said, oh, okay, I guess I'll just take this, and we'll just go. Okay, you fumbled the kickoff when there was a guy kind of near you. All right, we're just going to go score. We're not taking the foot off the gas here. So Washington took advantage. They deserve credit for that. But this, to me, was about mistakes Tennessee made.
So the reason it's always both, right, is because two things can be true. I do agree with you that just specific to this one game yesterday, the Titans were more bad early than Washington was necessarily good. And what I mean by that is, like the Brian Robinson 40-yard touchdown run, he's untouched, right? The Terry McLaurin touchdown catch, the first of the two, you have to be very specific.
Because there were two.
Because of all the touchdowns from him in the first half.
Yep, multiple.
But when he runs that deep cross, basically, and ends up in the end zone going from the right to the left of the formation, there's nobody anywhere near him. That's a breakdown. That shouldn't be that easy. The reason that I think you can argue that the Commanders got right or that they're back is because this is not the first time we've seen them play this way this year. This is a very similar performance statistically, visually from a design standpoint to the Cleveland game or the Carolina game or even the Arizona game, the Cincinnati game. Like there's enough of these now where you kind of point to yesterday and you go, you're like the Leo meme, right? Where you recognize something and you can't say it, but you're pointing at it. You go, oh yeah, I remember them.
Oh yeah.
That's the same team. They had this game now against 5 teams or whatever. You could say it's the worst teams they've played, and you go ahead and say that. I'm not concerned about that. Because to that point, Danny, if it was just about the Titans being really bad, then you beat Tennessee. Then you instead of being up 28-0, you settle for a couple of field goals. Instead of the slant that was perfectly thrown by Jaden Daniels in a small window from the sidearm angle that he kind of drops down an arm slot, Matt Stafford style, and laces a ball into a non-existent window, and McLaurin makes a catch wearing a guy like a backpack, right, on the goal line. Instead of that touchdown, that's incomplete because you're not playing well. They're just playing badly, and it's a field goal. And instead of the Jaden Daniels touchdown run on the end of that drive, that you settle for a field goal, whatever, and now it's 20-0 instead of 28. And when they had scored 13 unanswered, it's 20-13, and it's kind of a football game again. That was never the case because you were doing good things too. So that's the argument for Washington, I would say, is it's not like you beat them. You took their soul. They were so embarrassed at the end of the first quarter that Titans fans, I'm quite sure in Nashville all over the place, just said, not today. And they turned off the TV and they went about their weekend with their families. Because it was just that bad of a watch. Because Washington turned up the heat as they started to throw up on themselves.
And again, you're 100% right. It's two sides of the same coin, right? It's like looking at the beverage and going, is it half full, half empty? Whichever way you want to slice it, you're probably right. It took Tennessee vomiting on themselves, making mistake after mistake. I mean, just the tone of the game. 2 of their first 3 plays were false starts. That's who Tennessee was to begin this football game. Again, as it progressed, the lead was already over, and they outscored Washington.
By the way, can I say this?
Yeah.
I thought that the number of people in the stadium, and I don't get the attendance numbers or pay attention, so I don't know if this is true or not, but what they announced. But for me personally, driving to the game, parking, going through the parking lot, I actually had to walk all the way around the stadium in the parking lot yesterday because I took an Uber to the game because my wife had my keys with the kids at church and wasn't answering her phone. So I had to get in an Uber, go to the game. This guy named Chris Russell drove me home, so I appreciate him.
I know that guy. Yeah.
Very sweet of him. We watched the end of the 4 o'clock window on the couch in the basement, which was nice, me and Slasherini. But the parking lots, the commute, the traffic, just the amount of people in the stands, I would say it was the lowest attended game of the season. And I'm not sure it was that close. But I say all this to say that the people that were there were loud. Like the people that went to that game really wanted to be at that game and wanted to be vocal. And I'd have to ask you guys that went to the game. You could chime in if you want, 800-636-1067, what the atmosphere was like. But it seemed pretty raucous and fun. And when they're up,
yeah, I didn't notice it didn't look like one of those December attended games.
Exactly.
In times
and
past.
I'm sure it was a lot better than the recently attended December games. Which, by the way, this was their first home win in December. Their first home win in December in 13 games, dating back 7 years.
I'm sure everything was fine before.
Isn't that
I'm
nuts?
sure it was our fault or
this
whatever.
This is their first overall win in December, counting even road games, in 3 years.
Jeez.
Since they went to Vegas in early December 2021. But anyway, the false starts at the beginning of the game. It was funny because my brother texted me. He's like, dude, it's so loud there. That place must be packed. And I'm like, actually, the opposite. I don't think it's nearly as crowded as it's been. But they were very loud, and they did draw a couple flags to start the game.
Atmosphere looked good, or at least it felt good coming through the old telecast. But to me, this was a Tennessee team that looked like a group that's going to pick in the top 5. They may or may not. They, at times they've been frisky. They've lost some jaw-dropping games. I mean, the way we look at the Chicago right this year with Eberflus so embattled, those like galling, are you kidding me losses, whether it's a blocked field goal, not calling a timeout when you had 33 seconds to do so. Every second you could have just called a timeout, it would have been fine, but you didn't, and then the time runs out on you. The way that they lost those games, Tennessee's done that too, but much less fanfare because everybody's new and it's young and we're kind of starting over there. But they've lost in similar fashion where all they had to do was like hand it off, and Will Levis was like, nope, watch this. Look at this vomit comet. And next thing you know, it's a pick 6. Speaking of which, they lost week 1 to Chicago. So they've been competitive for the most part. That's not what they looked like yesterday. They were awful yesterday. And you don't apologize for it. That's not your fault that's who showed up to the game post-Thanksgiving. You kicked their butts. You deserve credit for that. But you just saw it from the get-go. Passes are dropped. Guys are the times where guys were open. Levis couldn't hit them. That first half, again, was such a disaster for Tennessee that I don't know that there's a team in the NFL that wouldn't have beat them yesterday.
So I agree with that. I think they would have lost to 31 teams. But I also find myself now confident going into the New Orleans game, or at least a lot more confident than I would have
same
been.
Same here.
Well, so then it can't be that Washington didn't get right to some extent, right? And I know we're asking which one's more, and so you could just say it's 52-48.
Yeah, it's like 53-47 for me.
Exactly. But I do now look at that New Orleans game, which had they have lost to the Titans, had they have played a fourth straight game where they were listless offensively and Daniels was still in the rut and wasn't seeing it, and Kingsbury didn't have answers, I would have gone into that Saints game. A very good defense, by the way, and very good strong. A defense that played very well yesterday. They shut the Rams out in the first half. They gave up 21 to the Rams in a 1-touchdown loss yesterday. But that was the first time the Sean McVay-led LA Rams have not scored a point in a first half against New Orleans yesterday. That's where you're going next after the bye. I know that they got right to some extent because now I'm expecting much better things against the Saints. But yeah, I guess I'm with you. If I have to say it's one or the other, it's hard for me to look past that 28-0 start because I know what I was talking about in the press box and on text message with people. It wasn't as much, dude, the Commanders. It was, oh my God, this Titans team. This is really cringeworthy.
How did they win 3 games?
Like you're watching through like your teeth and you're just like, what is going on here? And they beat the Texans last week, this team. But this is such a week-to-week league, you can't even think that way, right? They went from playing their best game of the year. I don't know if yesterday was their worst game of the year. I know it was their worst quarter to be down 21-0 after one. I know it was their worst half to be down 28-0 with 30 seconds to go in the half. Let's go to Dave, who's in Waldorf on G&D. They're back or they're bad? Was it more about the Commanders or the Titans?
GD, what up, though?
Hey, buddy.
What's good, brother?
Nothing much, man. It's a pleasure. Thank you for taking my call. No, listen, we're back, man. We're back. And that's the type of win we needed. We came dominated. We had our foot on their necks from the beginning. I was at the game, Grant. I'll piggyback on something you said earlier about the crowd. I feel like the crowd was there. We're dominant every week. Finally, we played an opponent who just didn't outnumber us. You got to realize Dallas fan base travel. Shit, half of the Dallas fan base is here. Chicago fan base is travel. Pittsburgh fan base travel. Tennessee Titans, they're not really big in this area. So we finally was able to just outnumber the opponent, and man, it felt so good. I think they're on to something with the raise hell flag because that flag was flagging yesterday at Northwest Stadium.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to say, too, about yesterday. Appreciate the call. So earlier in the year, they gave out burgundy towels, and they're kind of like little, almost like washcloth type towels you wave. You see this in the playoffs all the time in hockey or indoor arenas like basketball. Put them on the back of the chair. And anything you're going to give away, you're going to get a thumbs up from me because you don't have to give anything. And for a lot of years, they didn't, by the way. These flags that they gave out were so much better than the little towels. They had kind of a rubber handle, foam, but it was you hold it and it's sturdy enough that it stands straight up. And then you can kind of wave it. It was kind of a legitimately nicely built little flag, and it said "Raise Hail," and it was black for the blackout. I thought it was a really cool look.
Nice.
It was just a nice thing that you leave the stadium with, which isn't always the case when you get something.
But the caller's point, though, just about the game itself, real quick, he's 100% right that this is exactly what the doctor called for. Right, this is the medicine that you needed. As you faced 2 really hard teams, you had leads in those games, you end up losing because you're maybe not quite good enough to compete with the Pittsburghs, the Phillies, etc. That letdown against Dallas was so deflating on so many levels. That was supposed to be okay, now we're back. That got destroyed, and now there's nothing but negative energy surrounding them, surrounding us, surrounding everything that has to do with it. That's exactly what you needed. That's the get right moment. There's your slump buster.
When I went down to the locker room area yesterday, I bumped into one of their high-ranking front office guys, and I just went up and said, "Hey, congrats, good win." He said, "Boy, did we need that one." I said, "You ain't kidding." It's like, you think? I mean, they knew.
They knew.
The season was kind of at a crossroads. It was going one way or the other. And we've seen this around here, by the way. The last 2 years, as I just mentioned, they have not won a game in December. They were 0 for the final month of the year as seasons went off the rails. And it's quicksand. You can just think that you've got it all figured out, and next thing you know, you're a foot deep and there's nothing to grab onto. They had to get this win yesterday to salvage not only the stretch run here of every week being important, but now they're a playoff team in year one, very likely, almost certainly, under Dan Quinn with a rookie quarterback with a new front office. Let's go to Carlos in Savannah Park on G&D. What's up, buddy?
Hey guys, I was at the game yesterday, and great win. I feel like it's half Titans, half we're back. But I gotta tell you, I'm a little disappointed. I was a little disappointed on the crowd, and I hate to be a Debbie Downer by saying this, but tickets were $13, $14, and there were a lot of tickets that were $13 and $14. There should have been no empty seats at this game, because if you really believed in the product and if you were really behind this team, yeah, the Titans don't travel well, but this is the reason why we have so many Eagle fans running the stadium and so many Cowboys fans, because it's fans like some of the Commanders fans that just want to sell their ticket for a quick buck and not get behind their product. Yesterday was inexcusable, and I hope that, we come back against the Eagles this next home game, and the fans really need to come out. If you say that you're a Commander/Redskins fan, and if you say that you're behind the product, it's time to put up or shut up. And it doesn't matter if you hate to spend money on concessions. Pack a damn sandwich. That's all I got to say, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
I don't know if you're allowed to bring that in or not. I guess you could probably sneak it in your coat pocket or something, just like Dad used to do with his binocular liquor, right?
Oh, yeah, the old school. Yeah.
Those are my favorites. I was a kid, and we had I didn't obviously use
I was going to say,
but
you
we had one
use
of
that?
those. No, we had one of those at my house, though, and I thought
Yeah.
it was the funniest thing. It must have been my dad's, but you unscrewed the part that you look through, and you can put your liquor in it. But look, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and fan shame anybody. I made this case online a couple of weeks back and got called all kinds of names. It's easier to draw when you're indoors or when it's warm and the weather's good. It was also a holiday weekend, which is clearly a factor as well. But there's more at play than just that here, which is to say they'd lost 3 straight games. I think there was kind of this, oh no, did I get too excited too quick feeling about this team. I think if they play a home playoff game at some point, it won't happen this year, it doesn't look like, but maybe next year, I think the joint would be packed. And there have been games along the way where it was. The Eagles game will be very, very crowded. There's going to be a lot of green there.
Sure.
And that's just where we are still. It's year one of doing things better in the right way. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny. I want you guys to hear my conversation with Brandon Coleman, who was part of an offensive line that had a phenomenal day, just plowing the Tennessee Titans front, mowing them down. A really good run stuffing group that got mauled yesterday. You'll hear that next on G&D here on The Fan.
via the SEC and Pac-10 or 12 or 19 or 2, whichever years he played. I can't even remember. But that's another thing that happened. If you told me that against that defense, they might have had some success. Fine. Like that, damn near 270 yards on the ground. I never in a million years thought that would be the case.
Brandon Coleman, the starting left tackle for the Commanders, was one of the offensive linemen that seemed to have a strong day up front. Caught up with him in the locker room, asked him whether or not when they watched the film, they found something that they expect to have the success that they did on the ground against a Titans defense that we heard was as good as it gets stopping the run.
I mean, every week we go in thinking that we're going to, be the most physical group on that field. That was something that we emphasize. Kind of what you hear around the room is like, it's going back to the basics, focusing on practice, focusing on our mentality, who we are as a team, our brotherhood. I mean, that we put it on display today, run the ball, running for each other, doing that for, C-Rod, those guys in the back. It's just, kind of saw today that we kind of flipped that switch that we were able to flip all week.
You guys didn't have Wiley, and throughout the last several weeks, guys are in and out, you're missing some bodies, or guys are coming in and out as the game goes on.
Yep.
But it seems like you didn't miss a beat. I mean, what does that say about this group that even with some attrition here, you're not slowing down?
Yeah, man, I think that's just, like I said, it plays a lot into how we are as a group, like the brotherhood that we have on the team. It's all about mixing that up. And, the things that we do on and off the field, they pay up out there too. The way we're able to talk, communicate, get on each other, without getting butthurt, stuff like that comes from how we are throughout the week and, the life we live as a team. I think, like you said, this stuff pays off once you get these moments where people fall out, but next man is up. You just don't miss a beat because everybody's so close.
Last week, I think you were the highest graded left tackle in the league, but overall it was a little bit different than what we've seen in terms of some breakdowns and passing protection. Just curious, the narrative was early, you guys were top 5, top 10 in the league and maybe slowed down lately, but what do you attribute that to? You guys have gone a long ways without the bye. You've had guys missing time. What's the state of the union, you think, on the line right now?
The bye and everything, it can play its own on your body, but every week it's just about getting in, watching the tape from the week before and just getting better. Like you said, it's been ups and downs personally for the line as well. Personally, I had stuff where, like that week, I was falling out technique and I didn't know what was going on. I just went in, took a deep breather, and coach and all the players, the vets in the room helped me out a lot with that, and just going in, correcting that stuff like I did against the Cowboys, coming out today and just focusing on my technique. And that's just stuff that carries over, throughout the week, and not looking forward and looking at all the stats and all that stuff. That's great, but at the end of the day, it's about how you can perfect yourself to be the best person you can be, and that plays into how you can be the best group on the field.
In a game like today where B-Rob early on is a focal point, then it's a lot of McNichols, and then C-Rod goes 10 for 80. Do those guys have subtle differences in how they run that changes anything you do, or are you doing kind of the same thing on every play and they react to you?
I just do the same thing. All the backs that we have, those 3 guys, and even Austin, those are just downhill, run through somebody's face type of guys. So it make our job a lot easier. We just cover the guys up, drive them as far as we can, and then they can come in there, hit a hole, hit it hard, catch some yards after contact. That's every single running back, that's their identity.
You had a season at TCU where you guys went deep, obviously played all the way through, but you've never played 17.
Yeah.
So now 4 more to go. How's your body? And then we never hear about that in football. Like in baseball, when guys play 162 for the first time, it's a big story. What's that like for you trying to navigate the next month?
Yeah, I think I kind of hit on that early on, just trying to get a beat on how guys treat that, especially in a room of O-line, very physical up front. So that stuff can take a toll on their body. And they've been big about telling me that stuff starts early. Like those early weeks, being able to do the treatment, staying in a little hour later, making sure that everything's right, your joints, your knees take a toll. So they were good about helping me with that, getting a routine in. And now just, seeing what I can do. Obviously, there's injuries, there's a little stuff that you got to do, but just stay on top of those things and make sure you're ready for the game each week.
Thanks a lot.
Appreciate you.
Brandon Coleman in the locker room after the game. That's a rookie 3rd-round pick who seems to be settling in as the future starting left tackle.
Hashtag brotherhood. But, yeah, you could see it.
Brotherhood count was at 2 there.
It felt like he was going to hit one more.
I thought we might have a third brotherhood.
Didn't you think there was going to be a third one?
Because it was 2 very early. His first one was 12 seconds in. We had 2 in the first minute on the first 2 answers. I thought we were the third brotherhood. The over-under was set at 2.5.
Multiple answers afterwards that did not include the word hashtag brotherhood.
I love that kid.
Me too.
Really, really approachable. In fact, at one point yesterday, he had done so much media where people were coming up. I got him pretty early on, but I saw him talking for another 10 or 15 minutes while I was kind of doing other stuff in the locker room. And someone had walked up right after he had finished yet another interview And they said, hey, Brandon, you got a second? He had a big smile, and he's like, no problem. And one of the PR people came running over him, was like, hey, he's talked enough. He's been talking for 20 minutes. Like, let's just let him get dressed or whatever. And he's like, no, it's no problem. And he told the PR person, he's like, if it's okay with you, like, I'll just do it. But he's young. He's a rookie. I think he's enjoying, especially on a day like yesterday. You're getting your flowers. Everyone's telling you how good you were. But I thoroughly enjoy interactions with him.
The headline is always going to be the quarterback, understandably so, right? It's you got one, you're in the relevant column, you don't, you're what Washington has been for decades. So Daniels is going to get all the stories, and then the second stories, then the third stories, et cetera, and it should be that way. We don't talk enough, though, as kind of once you get past that, it's like watching a really funny movie, and all the major laugh lines get you. It's the subtle little ones that now you and your buddies quote, kind of those next level lines. The next level line here is Brandon Coleman. They got a franchise left tackle, potentially. I'm not crowning anybody yet, with a third-round pick that half the league thought was a guard. If this turns out to be the thing, what an they should walk around and say, does anyone have any questions? Shut your mouth. Look at that. Look what we just did in one draft. Instead of having to go overspend in free agency for someone with a lot of tread, with very little tread left on the tires, instead of, having to trade back multiple picks over the years to get someone at the end of the first round, which idiots like you, Danny, wanted us to do. We nailed it here because we have confidence and we understand what we're doing and what we're looking for. If they're right about this, and so far early returns are excellent, my goodness, what a coup that is.
5 hurries of Jaden Daniels in 38 dropbacks yesterday. He was hit non-sacks because he was accredited, 2 sacks. Otherwise, 0 times. That's what kind of day it was. And if you look at the PFF numbers, I think it was actually 42 pass blocking reps. I think I said 38. But on 42 dropbacks and pass blocking reps, Sam Cosmi did not allow a single hurry. Cornelius Lucas, just 1. Brandon Coleman, just 1. Allegretti, 2. Biotish, 1. I believe was the number. Biotish got beat on the early sack, and then I think the other one was more probably on Daniels, who was kind of trying to do too much, and that wasn't a true sack. If you're wondering, when else did he get sacked? It was like the time where he fumbled while standing up when he got hit in the pocket, and somebody jumped on it. I don't remember who, Allegretti or Biotish, and they ended up kicking and missing a field goal shortly thereafter. But the O-line got right. Add them to the list, by the way. Kingsbury, Robinson, McLaurin, Daniels, the O-line. You're noticing a theme all on offense. And we said there's a lot that's going into this. All of a sudden yesterday, it didn't seem like they were lacking weaponry, did it? That conversation goes away for a couple of weeks. It's just funny to me, like, oh, they don't have enough weapons. Well, all of a sudden, then you hang 42, and like Kingsbury's the genius, and he just makes these terrible weapons good. And there's something to that. I want to compliment him, but it can't be that every time they don't move the ball or score that the weapons are bad, and then when they do, all of a sudden, well, they're still bad, but they just have this savant of an offensive coach. Like De'Ami Brown played well.
Yes, he did.
Noah Brown, before the rib injury, played well. Had 3 catches for 27. Should have had 4 on the play where he hurt his rib. Daniels missed him on the sideline. He was like diving to make a pretty acrobatic catch. McLaurin was excellent. Little Luke McCaffrey
had his moment. Yeah,
had a 4th and 2.
Ben Sinnott sighting 3 yards. Hey,
we had a Ben Sinnott catch. Ben Sinnott, friends.
Here we go.
Let's get the kid involved. Elijah's in the district. What's up, buddy? How are you?
What's going on, fellas? I'm so glad that you ran that Brandon Coleman clip. I listened to Harbaugh of the Chargers. He was explaining the importance of the offensive line. He was just saying that's the only position group that everyone on that roster is counting on to do good. And the offensive line isn't counting on any other position group to do good. Now, when you have an offensive line like the Commanders have, to answer the question, do I think this is like them being back or is this a bad team? I think that, the Tennessee Titans were built to handle the type of offense that Washington likes to employ, especially talking about first down. They get a lot of gas. This is a different team if they can get 4 yards on first down. So I was just curious to see how would the adjustments actually be made. I think when you talk about rotating Terry temporarily or to the right side, schematically, just what that does to a defense when you have to allocate sources now to the right side, that may change the structure. So I just think they're back because they were dealing with themselves more so. And sorry, I feel like I'm jumping around, but also I just know I got to go.
Well,
Rodriguez.
Go ahead, real quick. Be quick.
No, Rodriguez, his ability to close, and you talk about coming up to December, I think everything is heated up perfectly. You want your offensive line. This is going to be a difficult offensive line. All of the things that they run and how they like to get at
Well,
you.
especially when their run game's going
Appreciate
right.
you, dude.
Thanks for the call. I mean, they're going to run a handful of plays from different looks, and it's going to be varied, and it's not going to be the same play out of the same look multiple times in a row. They've done a really good job at that this year. But I think that's a good phone call. It's well said. Their O-line was one of the major stories yesterday. There's no doubt. And it's not like they played a really bad defensive front. It's not like they played a team that can't rush the quarterback. It's particularly on the interior where they've struggled the most the last couple of weeks. They played a couple of guys who are Pro Bowl type players, and they did this, which makes it that much more encouraging. At 4 o'clock, our Beltway Blitz in 20 minutes. Whose bounce back impressed you the most? We'll have a category of including Daniels, Kingsbury, McLaurin, Robinson, the O-line, among others there. Jay Gruden's joining the show at 5 o'clock. Next, our double play, what's going on in our lives, nothing to do with sports. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders are 8-5, and with 4 games to go, sitting in a great position to make the playoffs. 2 games up on the field to get in as the last wild card team. Although I would say, Danny, that you don't want to be the 7 seed if you can help it, because the 7 seed might be cannon fodder. At this moment, they would go to Philly.
Yeah.
We were just there at Lincoln Financial to take on the Eagles in a playoff atmosphere. I don't know how I feel about that. But the consolation prize, like the better option is that. Because if not, you're going to Detroit. And the Lions are 11-1 and an absolute juggernaut. Now, I guess you could say maybe if you could pressure Jared Goff and get him to turn the ball over a couple times, but you got to stop the run. They got explosive receivers.
They got everything.
Their defense, while not quite at the level of Philly's, is still playing at a very high level. They've lost once all year. What else needs to be said? And it's an indoor stadium that's electric and loud. So one of those 2 teams, Detroit and Philly, is getting a bye. The other is going to play the 7 seed. And right now that's Washington. If you can get to the 6 seed, though, now we're talking about getting to play a team you can beat. Whether that's Seattle right now or Arizona potentially, who you destroyed at their
Whoever wins
place.
the NFC South.
Yeah, potentially it could be Atlanta or Tampa Bay. I mean, the drop-off in the NFC between the top 2 teams in 3 and 4.
It over to Brennan's for like all the foods you could ever imagine. I was like, I got to go to this beignet cafe, shove a few of those down my gullet just as a base before we start putting more stuff on top of it.
Speaking of which, it is time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stop in for a great deal in the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
When we go to New Orleans, have you considered any kind of measures to try to go for the record? And what I mean by that is you have said on the show you're on performance-enhancing drugs.
Yeah, but in the opposite direction.
We're
Not
now,
to eat more.
We're now both on PEDs.
Yeah,
okay?
basically, yeah.
Yeah. So my question to you is there any thought to maybe skipping the PED that week?
No.
Or dare I say, for 2 weeks leading up to it to make sure it's completely out of your system so that you can be at your absolute best when it comes to eating as much as possible.
So you're joking to a degree, but I did ask a physician about that. And I was told specifically, that's a terrible idea. And I was like, well, I know that, but like for fun and for the show. And they're like, no, not, I understand fun. He listens to the show. He's into it.
Right.
He's like, you can't do that physically.
Why
He's
can't
like,
you?
Well, I suppose you could the same way you could juggle a knife, but you wouldn't. You know what I mean? Like,
I think nothing's imminent here.
yeah, it's one of those things. He's like, I would strongly recommend you not do that. And he gave me a bunch of medical reasons, and he used like words that ended in osis and itis and like all sorts of like a lot of syllables.
Then we need to calibrate our expectations.
We need to dial down our calibration.
So
That's all
you're
I'm saying.
not going to get the record.
I will not be getting the record this time. And this isn't me sandbagging. I'm not doing a bit.
Slightly sandbagging.
No. I'm not doing the thing where I go, you ever watch Friends when Joey would come in moping around from an audition and he'd pretend that he didn't get the part, and then he's going to quit acting, and then they go, Joe, did you get the part? He goes, yeah, I did. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing a sandbag and then come back home having gained 18 pounds.
Oh, no, that much I know. I mean, You're sandbagging a little bit by not letting us have our fun.
Oh, right.
You're not competing for the record.
That is correct.
Like, you have a choice when you go to New Orleans to either release your inhibitions, just get after it.
I'm gonna do my best, but I don't have the
You're not gonna
capacity.
do your best.
Well, it's the best I can do with my current
Your
means.
best would be to get off the PEDs and to go get after it and to put on a clinic.
Yeah.
That's your best.
I suppose you're right.
You're
about
not
that.
going to do your
Well,
best.
I'd have already started, and I didn't already start.
You wouldn't have to start. You could just don't take your next human growth
That
injection.
won't be enough.
What is the opposite of human growth?
Human degrowth?
Yeah.
Human shrink?
You could just today start if you wanted to, like Operation Record. But you're not doing that.
No.
I just want everyone to be clear. I want everyone to understand that no record is expected to fall.
There is not even an attempt at the record.
Yeah.
It's not happening.
But we're hoping maybe a 6 or 7 pound weekend would be nice.
Yeah, weight will be gained.
Maybe.
Yes. You can't avoid it down there.
It's time for Danny's double play.
So a little bit behind the scenes here on the radio program. We've got a bunch of buttons here by our station. Darius has an infinite number of buttons in front of his. And one of the things that we have is what's called a cough button and an off button. And what's supposed to happen is if you're going to make some kind of gross noise, say you're going to burp, say you have to cough, say you're going to eat some food, whatever, you turn your mic off or you cough, whatever you got to do. Sometimes what happens is right before a sneeze, you try to hit the button and you miss, but the sneeze is coming either way. The sneeze has left the station. It has gotten up to top speed and it's en route. I swung and missed at the off button. There's if you have the audio. This is what it sounded like. By the way, incredible concentration by our caller last segment to not didn't even break stride. You could hear it here. Go ahead, Darius.
Now, when you have an offensive line like the Commanders have, to answer the question,
That's a sneeze. That's a sneeze. And that's not a quiet sneeze. I'm a dad, so dad sneeze loud.
Well, what's funny is
Yeah.
I thought it was so loud.
Yeah.
Considering that you would, because I watched you, what I thought was hit the off
I tried.
button.
Yeah.
I saw you with your little finger point at the off button and kind of slam it down. And then I heard it and I'm like, God, that was so loud. Why was that so loud if his mic was off? But your mic wasn't off.
Go ahead. One more time. So what I do is I go under my shirt like this to prevent spray because I don't want to spray over the mic cover and everywhere else.
Yeah, we don't
right?
want spray.
And but I swung and missed at the off button because this was an ambush sneeze. This was not a build-up sneeze, not one of those where you have 10, 15 seconds. This is now. And I missed and I sneezed into the microphone.
Commanders have.
Beltway Blitz comes your way next on the NFL after week 13. The Commanders, much needed 42-point explosion, 6 touchdowns, and the Capitals, who are absolutely rolling.
Hot right now.
4 straight wins without OV, top of the Eastern Conference. They're good people. They're really, really good. We'll cover that on the Blitz. Plus, we got tickets to go see the Caps as soon as we return right here on the Fan. As promised, each and every day, as soon as we get the 4 o'clock hour going ahead of the Blitz, we'll give away Caps tickets. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're winning a pair. They're playing Buffalo. This is December 14th, Saturday night, coming up next weekend at Capital One Arena. These are hot tickets. The Caps are great. It's a wonderful atmosphere downtown in D.C., night in and night out at home. For the complete Cap schedule, go to thefandc.com/contest. It is time for the Beltway Blitz on the NFL, the Commanders, and the Caps. Let's do it. And we start things off with our buddy Nate Davis of USA Today Sports. Nate, the best game on the schedule yesterday played out pretty competitively. The Eagles beat the Ravens 24-19. Baltimore's got a Justin Tucker issue as they fell to 8-5, missing more kicks. How long's his leash at this point?
I still think it's probably got some length, Grant. I think John Harbaugh's pretty loyal to him. His post game comments were, I guess a little wiggle room in there. I keep wondering if there's going to be some kind of injury disclosed, but haven't gotten to that point. But the Ravens, I think all their losses are one score losses. So at some point you kind of wonder if Justin Tucker is going to be the Achilles tendon of this team.
It's just crazy to think about. Maybe the best kicker of all time, all of a sudden now a liability, but that's how that position goes. Nate, let's talk about the Bills. That was great theater last night. I know San Francisco is just falling apart here in front of our eyes, but that Josh Allen, whatever you call that, pass to somebody, then get it back, score a touchdown, play in the snow was just unbelievably good. Buffalo's got a pretty good case here to be right towards the top of most people's power rankings. Where do you have them right now, and how do you feel about the Bills?
Yeah, Danny, I think I've got them at 3. Certainly given they've won 7 in a row now. They clinched their division before they even played the Patriots, which I think is some kind of hasn't happened forever where you clinch your division a week before you've even played every team in your division. And it just seems like, it's kind of the whole is more than the sum of the parts kind of thing here. I mean, they lost so many guys in the off season, but they've made it work. They're putting up 30 points every week, and they're getting guys back. Matt Milano, I think was his first game last night, so that's really going to help. You think maybe Amari Cooper given a little more time, and if he gets a little healthier, is going to be maybe a more impactful guy when they need him in January. So it feels like not only are they trending up and have been for some time, but that there's still kind of room for them to really maximize what the 2024 version of themselves is going to be. And I think their closing stretch is a little bit more friendly than Kansas City. So certainly, realistic that the road of the AFC playoffs might wind up going through Buffalo.
Nate, the Steelers got a 44-point offensive output in a 44-38 shootout win over the Bengals. Russell Wilson threw for 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. I got to take my hat off to him. This is the best he's looked in probably 3, maybe 4 years, I would think. What do you make of what he's brought to that offense and the 9-3 Steelers, who looked like a potential contender yesterday, the way they were moving the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I probably owe Russell Wilson a tip of the cap too, Grant. I was definitely on the, since August that Justin Fields should be the guy here, and he still did a great job. And as I wrote yesterday, I'm still giving him the save yesterday for getting that game-winning first down, but. Hand it to Russell Wilson. I think maybe any offensive performance against Cincinnati comes with a bit of a grain of salt, but second best passing day of his career. 13 years in the league now. Certainly has leveraged George Pickens in a way that Justin Fields just could not. I still kind of wonder sometimes, guys. You see this, the next gen stats, and he's the highest in the league in completion percentage over expected. If you watch many Steelers games, you've seen a lot of circus catches from George Pickens and other guys. I do wonder at some point if Fields is going to re-enter the equation. You wouldn't think so. And again, the Steelers are a team that really tough closing stretch. So I'm really kind of curious what we see here down the line against much better teams and certainly defenses than Cincinnati's. But Grant, you said it. He deserves a tip of the cap. Mike Tomlin deserves a tip of the cap, and they're viable still for that number 1 seed too.
Now, it's not bad exactly, but they don't look like we thought they were going to look. What's going on with Houston?
Great question, Danny. I think a lot of it starts with their offensive line. I mean, as good as Joe Mixon's been, you see protection issues with C.J. Stroud. And I mean, it seems like 1 week they can't throw the ball, 1 week they can't run the ball. I mean, Joe Mixon's had some games the last month, like twice, where he's had 14 or 15 carries for 30 yards. So it seems like every week there's something. Certainly, yesterday, obviously the bad look with Al Shire and Trevor Lawrence, and that defense has had issues here and there. But it does seem like it's never really come fully together for this team. C.J. Stroud, has not had the year as a sophomore that he did last year. And, maybe that's expectations. Maybe that's playing in a first place schedule. I mean, it seems like they'll win that division kind of by default, but I really don't. I don't expect this team to do a whole lot. Kind of once January starts.
Nate, thank you, buddy. Good catching up with you as always.
All right, happy Thanksgiving, guys.
You too, buddy. There's Nate Davis with us on the Beltway Blitz. All right, let's talk Caps. 4 wins in a row, all without Alex Ovechkin. In that 4-game span, they've averaged 5 goals per. 4-1 win against the Panthers, 5-4 against the Lightning, 5-4 in overtime at home against the Isles, and then 6-5 over the Devils on Saturday night. By the way, that's 4 pretty good hockey teams, 3 playoff teams for sure. The power play is rolling right now. They've gotten right without Ovi, with everyone feeding him the puck in his office, more movement. Jacob Chikrin's been marvelous. The defenseman they brought in, or they need to re-sign, who's got an outstanding wrist shot on the power play at even strength. But it doesn't really matter what metric you look at, Danny.
Mm-hmm.
They're graded out in terms of goals for and against at the top, 5-on-5. Their special teams scoring system numbers are awesome because of how good they are on the penalty kill. This is just an outstanding hockey team right now. At the moment of their game ending on Saturday, and there's been 24 hours of hockey since, they were the number 1 team in terms of points in the entire Eastern Conference.
Did not expect that, to be totally honest with you. I thought, there's that lull. They couldn't score for a couple of games without Ovi. I put that in quotes because I actually thought the offense was really good. In I think it was that loss to New Jersey. They only ended up with 2 goals, but chance after chance, everything was good there except for the fact that the other team gets paid to play too. The only thing that I'm questioning, the only thing I'm not worried is not the right word, wondering is, are they good enough defensively when it comes time to ratchet up and tighten up and wins one of these, 2-1 games, 3-1 games, or something like that? We haven't seen that. They've come from behind, which is a credit to them. Their offense, as you touched on, has been unbelievably good, creating scoring chances. It seems like it will. It's not quite, Bruce Boudreau era where we're President's Trophy, going to score 100 more goals than everyone else, but it's just something that I'm kind of monitoring here of late. But it's been impressive.
Sharks in town for a 7:00 puck drop at Capital One Arena tomorrow. That home game, a chance to run the winning streak to 5 in a row for Washington. You'll hear the game right here on the Fan. All right, let's continue the Beltway Blitz on the gridiron. Our guy Kevin Sheehan joins us on Grant and Danny. Kevin, we're going to talk about this coming up next segment and take calls. Who's bounce back impressed the most this weekend? I'll give you the options of Daniels, Kingsbury, McLaurin, B-Rob, or the O-line. You'll notice a theme.
Oh, if we're talking bounce back just from last week, the O-line. If we're talking bounce back from 3 losses in a row, all of the above. That's a tough call. But I thought that they got kind of handled last week at the line of scrimmage, and I thought they dominated a good defensive team offensively, especially at the line of scrimmage.
Was this more that Tennessee was bad or that Washington got right in your mind, Kevin?
Well, I thought last week was going to be the get-right game, and didn't necessarily feel that way coming into this one. I mean, they were, top high levels in a lot of defensive categories, both traditional and advanced. They had played good defense this year. I mean, this was a team that was number 1 third down defense heading in to the game. They're now 10th because Washington went 9 for 14 and converted 64.3% of their third downs. I think it was more Washington. I do. Now, that's a bad football team. That's a self-destructive football team. That's what they've been all season long. But to me, Danny, the biggest takeaway was get the win, yes, but the vibe changed a little bit because they looked like they did prior to the 3-game losing skid on offense. and they dominated on offense to a degree that it was a reminder of what they're capable of. And to me, that just gives me a much better feeling going into these next 2 weeks.
Brian Robinson seems to change the game for them offensively, doesn't he?
He does, Grant, but it's just the quarterback being presented as a run threat as much as Kingsbury does with Jaden. It just seems like when you're playing a team that has to account for Jaden in the run game, there are at times gaping holes. But I agree with you. He is their best overall back. They've missed him when he hasn't been there. But it's really what, the rushing game as a whole is about. And it really, it starts with the quarterback being a run threat on every play.
We haven't really talked Kingsbury in this. McLaurin, 3 times as often lined up on the right side, including the first play of the game as the I hear you nod, then on a touchdown in the first half as well. And they got back to having open receivers, short and intermediate. There were a couple of small window throws, including the slant touchdown to McLaurin. But if you look at like PFF, no big time throws for Daniels. I thought he was ultra efficient, just 5 incompletions. But there was nothing that's like plus necessarily because I think the design was so good. What'd you make of Kingsbury?
Yeah, I mean, I think more than, where Terry's lined up because, look, he was the third leading, reception yardage guy in the league lining up on one side heading in. I didn't make as much of that, as a lot of others did. I think quick game really was effective. I thought it was something that they should have used more of last week and the week before. I think I counted 11 of like the first 15 pass play calls were quick game throws or screens. And that just makes sense. I mean, the quarterback gets into a rhythm. The first one of the game was to Terry. And they're able to stay on schedule. They had 12 plays in the game of 3rd and 3 or shorter. And that's one of the reasons they were so successful on 3rd down. And I think, run game obviously had a lot to do with it. But I thought the emphasis on that quick passing attack was really beneficial for them yesterday, beneficial for the quarterback, the O-line, everybody involved, and it really kept them in very advantageous, down and distance situations.
So you mentioned this already, Kevin, but love to delve into it. Obviously, now they get a breath here with the bye week. They've been sprinting since it really feels like July, a late break, and now a good timing maybe to get healthy again, et cetera. How did yesterday change your eye line for the last 4?
I mean, we knew going into this 3-game losing skid, we had seen them be at times a top 2 to 3 offensive football team in the league, by so many different, measurements. And, I think we started this, this kind of debunked Cliff thing took over and, the rookie wall for the quarterback and all these things. And yesterday was just a reminder of what they can be offensively. And when you've got a quarterback like Jaden, a receiver like Terry, and a running back like Brian Robinson Jr., that is a pretty good 1, 2, 3 that scares people. I mean, they may not have a great number 2 receiver. Their offensive line is good, not great. But you've got a big 3 that I think, can compete if you, over these final 4 to get you into the postseason. And be a team that, not a lot of people would love to face, especially their offense in a one-and-done situation. So I think they'll easily win 2 of their final 4 to get to 10 and to get in. And, maybe more than that.
I'm with you. I'm seeing 10-7. It feels like 2-2 down the stretch. You just mentioned something that I've been wondering about, though, so I will use this opportunity to ask you. You said this debunked Cliff thing. And I've heard everyone saying that. I don't understand that, though, because it's not like anybody that was suggesting that they hadn't been as good in the second half had suggested that they're never going to have a good game again. It's just that the sample size of his career is that his offenses statistically aren't as good in the second half and that they had struggled over their last 3 games immensely. And then he made some changes that were pretty obviously necessary, and they got going. What was debunked about that?
Well, because it was true that the records had fallen off when he was the head coach at Texas Tech and Arizona, but the offenses weren't the reason for the records falling off.
I don't care. So to your point, I don't know anything about
and
the
he's
Texas
the
Tech
offensive
numbers.
coordinator here, so that's all I care about. So the narrative was Cliff's teams start fast. Cliff's offenses start fast, fade late. His team started fast and faded late. His offenses didn't necessarily start fast and fade late.
Well, statistically, they have in the NFL.
No, Grant, the points per game, those dropped in a lot of years, but there were significant reasons. Their defenses fell apart.
Okay, well, his yards per game in September was 377, 379,
when they were
330.
playing Stephen F. Austin and
No, I'm talking about
Sam
the
Houston
Cardinals
State.
in his career.
Yeah, but then he lost Kyler Murray to an ACL injury, and he lost DeAndre Hopkins. There was lots of information there that just made it a lot more nuanced than just saying this guy's offenses get figured out.
Well, I don't think anyone should make it just that, but Kyler Murray did play in some of those games, and so did Hopkins. And by month in his career, he's been best in September, and then second best in October, and then third best in November, and then fourth best in December, January over the entire sample of his career.
Again, but significant reasons.
I agree.
Defenses were on the field much longer, gave up more points. Offenses had fewer opportunities. There were injuries. There were tougher opponents. There was a lot of
So you don't think there's anything to a
no,
guy?
I don't.
None.
I
Okay,
don't.
That's interesting. I disagree with you.
Because I remember that 21 season. The playoff game was horrible against the Rams, but they were involved in an offensive shootout for playoff seeding against Seattle in the season finale, in which they scored like 30 and had 400 plus yards. So I remember Kyler Murray in Dallas late that year when he lit up the Cowboys. So yeah, I think it has to do with a lot of other things that impacted the offensive numbers in the record.
So I don't think
Than him
anyone's
getting
point
figured
is,
out.
If they're wrong, if they're saying that his offenses never play well in the second half of the season, I would say that that's silly. But all I think people are saying,
that's kind of what it was, wasn't it?
I think they're saying as the year goes on, teams figure out the way that he does things, and his offenses are less successful. And he also, we have Jay Gruden on, and Jay talked about the way that he uses his guys in terms of alignment and the lack of motion makes it easier to figure out the way that he wants to do things. So when you have like the speculation that matches the numbers, I think there could be something to that.
Yeah, I think the speculation didn't necessarily match the numbers or the reason for the numbers, I guess I should say. And look, there probably is some of everything involved there, but there was this blanket narrative that Cliff's Cliff, his offenses get figured out consistently over time. And that just wasn't the case necessarily at Texas Tech at all. I mean, Texas Tech, they lost the game 70-59. They gave up 82 in a game in the second half of the season. They couldn't stop anybody when they got to the Big 12, but their offense was continuing to put up massive numbers. Maybe not the same numbers that he had in September against Sam Houston State and UTEP. But those offenses were always good. They just couldn't stop anybody.
So the numbers I've got here, Cliff, is it real? 2013, first half of the season, 41 points, second half, 29. This is Texas Tech. 2014, 30 and 30, same. 2015, 49-40, -9. 2016, 49-38, -11. 2017, 40-27, -13. 2018, 43-31, -12 points a game.
Yeah, you're looking at points.
No, again,
right?
and I'm not. I don't even care about Texas Tech.
Again, it's just. I mean, how many times do I have to say the defense was on the field longer because they got shredded, and in the pros, he was without Kyler Murray for the second half of one of those seasons, was without DeAndre Hopkins for another half of one of those seasons, and in one of those seasons, offensively, correct me if I'm wrong, but Barnwell basically wrote all of the detail on this in a story last week. The offense was actually better in the second half of the season. How many years did he coach in Arizona? 4? So one of the seasons was better. One, he didn't have Murray. One, he didn't have Hopkins. I just think it's more than just assuming that Cliff's gotten figured out down the stretch of each one of these seasons that he's been a head coach in. There have been a lot of factors as to why they lost more games in the second half of seasons than in the first half.
I agree. We will disagree that some of it isn't that he does get solved as the year goes on, because it's not just points. It's
I'll
also
agree
yards.
with you.
It's every offensive
I'll agree
metric.
with you that maybe it has to do with some of that, but it certainly wasn't exclusive to that.
No. But anyone who said that, I don't know what ghost we're arguing against. I'm
That's
just speaking
not
for
straw man.
myself.
That was essentially the argument.
Yeah.
It was Cliff's offenses get figured out, blanket statement. They start quickly. They get – look, I remember when they hired him, people were talking about that. It was written about. And I went and looked it up and just said, man, but some of those Texas Tech defenses were terrible down the stretch of seasons. I wonder if it was that as much as anything. And then Barnwell did a lot of the homework last week. If you haven't read it, it's actually worth reading.
It's a good piece.
Yeah, he's very, very good. The Texas Tech stuff, to me, I don't even know if it's relevant, honestly. It's that conference and college football, it's a whole different world. But I care a lot more about the Arizona
then
stuff.
4 years of an NFL head coach is a small sample size too. If you're going to make a blanket statement.
Sure, it's not that small.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 4 years ain't nothing. That's how long a president gets to be in office.
Again, you only have one of those four, right? Was it five? It may have been five. One of those four where there was absolutely no reason for the fall off other than maybe he got figured out. Why are we doing this? Ask me something about the game. You want to know what the playoff scenarios are? I can give you those.
The reason is because you did
it's
been debunked, and I've heard people saying that all week when it's like
it was debunked. Cliff's offense is falling off in the second half of the season as the reason his teams went from winning records to losing records, and is the only reason is not true.
I disagree with you. But the only reason
you already said that you kind of agreed that it wasn't
I misheard the only reason.
Offense.
I thought you were stopping at that there's no fall off, which I just disagree with. But hey, yesterday against the Titans, they looked good. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate
Thanks as always, buddy.
All right. Bye, guys.
There's Kevin Sheehan, the Kevin Sheehan Show on Grant and Danny. You were just kind of over there watching the radio show.
There was a lot of things happening, going back and forth. Again,
that's my favorite thing is when I start to get into a debate with someone is Danny just is just going. I don't know where you go. It was like I was talking to your uncle.
I'm listening like everybody else was. I mean, Kevin's doing the bit that I think a lot of people do, which is there's reasons for it. All we're saying is that there's an it. Grant's point is there's an it. Yeah, but there are reasons. Mm-hmm. There's an it. Yes, there are reasons for the it, though. There was their conference in the Big 12 and DeAndre Hopkins. It happens. All people should be saying is his offenses have gotten worse in the second half of seasons. You could attribute that to whatever you'd like. That's the only point I think a lot of folks are making.
Yeah, the idea of like, well, there's an injury. You mean like the thing that's going to happen every year in the NFL? If your starting quarterback goes down, I understand that. But it's not like that happened every single season. You don't like that the points fall off? Okay. Well, the yards fall off every single month as well. But what I keep hearing with him and other people is this argument against, I don't know who these ghosts are that we're arguing with, that say the only reason their offense was struggling is because Cliff Kingsbury had fallen off a cliff. I don't know anyone that was thinking that. They were dropping passes. They weren't pass protecting as well. They weren't as good on first and second down. Jaden Daniels was in a funk. Part of the stew, part of the ingredients were clearly also those other things. But if anybody was just like, oh, well, Cliff Kingsbury, that's the whole thing. He's just been solved. I guess if that person's out there, then yes, they were debunked. But I think the idea of the history and the information we have for the last month is kind of what it is. Who's bounce back impressed you most yesterday? Daniels, Kingsbury, McLaurin, Robinson. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
Daniels will keep it. Looking to throw. End zone. Touchdown! Zach Ertz! And that is the 50th career receiving touchdown for the veteran tight end Ertz.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Zach Ertz has a touchdown catch in 3 straight games. Jaden Daniels had a career high, 3 passing touchdowns, now on pace for 20 this season. As we welcome you back to G&D, got an update from over on Capitol Hill, which is not far from where we're sitting right now in the Navy Yard.
Indeed. It's a couple of drivers away, but not too far.
NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell and owner Josh Harris are, and I don't really know what this means, but I can imagine, making the rounds in the Senate today. So I'm guessing that they're just walking around shaking hands.
Knocking on doors to people's offices.
Chatting with people to
Is there
say,
any way we could just grab that RFK land real quick?
we'd love that land. They're trying to get the land to RFK so that they can build their stadium. They need to seek language and end-of-year bill to get the RFK site before the end of this calendar year. And this happens to have to be right before the holiday. If not, then this all starts all over again.
Yep.
And maybe you've got to pivot to Maryland at that point, because there's no guarantee next year, Danny, that you can navigate these waters and get to a point where you get the land next year.
No question. I mean, think of all the hurdles that this went through, right? It took a Republican senator from Kentucky, or congressman rather, to be like, you know what? Me and the DC mayor, we see eye to eye on this. Let's have this pass like 99-1. Then it took, all of a sudden, we're good, right? Everyone's good. Everyone's good. Steve Daines is like, not so fast, my friend. You got Maryland senators who are opposed to it, who might get in the way. You never know how these sorts of things are going to go.
Yeah, they're close. They're trying to finish the drive here. You've got the ball inside the 10-yard line. If you don't score now and, you give it up on 4th down, you're going to have to drive from your own 5-yard line.
You get pinned back again, yeah.
And you never know if you're going to score on that one either. But if they get the land, you would think it's all over. The stadium will eventually be in D.C. at RFK 2.0. Jay Gruden's on the show coming up in about 20 minutes. Looking forward to hearing from the former head coach today on a 42.6 touchdown explosion. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville. What's up, Chris? How are you?
What's going on? First, I want to give a message to Mr. Sheehan. Don't bring AM takes to the FM airways, brother. Because Grant's
That's my guy, Kevin Sheehan, you're talking about.
Dude, you just stated fact after fact after fact, and he was like, but.
Well, to his credit, his point is the facts are the facts. They're irrefutable, but the nuance or the context is being ignored. That's his point.
The context of Kingsbury's offenses year after year, declining month after month.
It's all the excuses of every single year. Now the receiver was hurt. This time the quarterback was hurt. But look at the schedule that year. And my point is, if you look at his career, calling plays in the league, September's the best, then October, then November, then December. And I'm not suggesting, by the way, that I wouldn't want this guy to be here calling plays for the next 8 years. I'm not saying they're going to stink every December. What I'm saying is he's got to continue to evolve and adjust. And he did that Sunday.
Yeah, and that to me is the most essential point of all this. Chris, Kanye, I'm going to let you finish. But what was the criticism where, hey, this is easily discoverable? See the Philadelphia game. Terry McLaurin lines up on the left. There are no attempts to Terry McLaurin on the left side of the field. Duh, when it's not working. So a change is made. It's different. That's been a pattern in the past. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good thing. What's
100%.
not good is guys like Ron Rivera saying, I looked up the analytics to football and just grandstanding for no good reason. I think Sheehan bleeds burgundy and gold, and he is defending the latest head coach of his favorite or offensive coordinator of his favorite football team, and that's that. But I think it's a very good sign that Kingsbury, whether he has rabbit ears or not, he did heed the criticism and tried something different. And I hope he learned something from it, because a lot of guys are too proud to do just that.
Well, how about the first play of the game? Wide right.
Very intentional.
Stop route for 10 yards. I mean, he might as well have grabbed a megaphone and said, now leave me alone. 3 catches wide right this week. He had 2 the entire season coming into today. Was at about 5% of the time wide right, 15% of the time in this game, 3X. Let's go to Ben in Rockville. What's up, buddy?
Hey, buddy. Long time to talk to you guys in a while. I was just going to say, as far as the stadium and everything being done, next year is way more favorable, especially with Danes in the position that he's in and the new administration, way more favorable. This year, it is still possible. I will not discount it. But as far as field favorability, as far as politics, government, etc., next year just way more favorable. But it's still possible. It can happen this year as well.
Appreciate you, dude. Here's the thing. I have learned that no one knows anything. What looks on paper to be the biggest obstacle possible, turns out it wasn't. What looked on paper to be easy street turned out to be the most complicating part of all this, where Danes took the air out of the football, bad pun there, for 4, 5, 6 months to make this an 11th hour thing. So I will not do it should work XYZ. Remember, Ted Leonsis and the governor had a press conference in Northern Virginia about that new Capital One Arena just across the river. I have seen too many things where the rug has been pulled for me to count on anything until it's signed, until a shovel's in the ground. And even then, I'll have questions.
Jay Gruden joins us at the top of the hour at 5 o'clock next. Of the bounce back performers yesterday, Daniels, Kingsbury, McLaurin, Robinson, who had the sweetest day? You're listening to G&D. That's right. Breaking news on the Fan, and that is that there is a new home for Emmanuel Forbes. The LA Rams are bringing Forbes in, claiming him off of waivers. They will take Forbes into their building. The first-round pick just last year was released this weekend by the Commanders on Saturday. So there you go. Emmanuel Forbes does have a new home. He's headed to Los Angeles. Sean McVay, Les Snead and company, welcoming him with open arms. I was actually trying to find this, and I could not before the show. So this will be my homework for tonight. And if anybody has access to a way to find this quicker, because I will tell you it's been a little bit of a pain in the butt so far, I'm trying to find the last first-round pick who has not survived a second season with their team. And I've gone back a little ways now. Best I can figure it out.
I mean, there have been guys that didn't last, very long at all. I think of Jeff Okudah, another cornerback from that infamous Chase Young draft class. But I think he even got through a second season, right?
Well, so on top of that, my caveat would be Okudah played 3 years in Detroit.
Yeah.
But typically guys will be traded on the back end. So like his fourth year in Atlanta, and now he's in Houston and has found a home maybe with the Texans. But the very rare example that I can find of a guy who does not last 2 or 3 years on the team that took him in the first round is normally a character problem. Somebody gets arrested a couple times. Someone is like on the outs with the coaching staff and they can't stand being around the player, so they cut bait or what have you. This is not that at all. By every single account, Emmanuel Forbes is an awesome guy. My lasting image of Forbes, as silly as this sounds, is going to be him picking up players on the Chicago Bears after the Hail Mary that were heartbroken laying on the field, which I actually thought was an immensely classy, cool thing. Most people that do their tough guy routine thought it was ridiculous and how dare him and, well, what an idiot he is. Why are you picking up the opponent? Whatever nonsense they were spewing. I thought it was kind of what you want your organization to be. What do you want your culture to be? We're decent human beings. We're good guys. We'll fight you, scratch and claw till the whistle. As soon as that whistle blows, we're going to go help you up and let you know everything's going to be okay. I'll always remember Forbes doing that. But people love this kid in the building. I remember how he interacted with in his rookie training camp, that like 102-year-old lady or whatever that was at camp. And one of the, if I could say this, like cutest videos ever was like their conversation. I've always liked the kid and the person. But this isn't, you're cutting him for that reason. You're cutting him after playing 8 snaps in the last 5 games. I think I have that right. 8 snaps in the last 5 games. You're going, he can't help us. I need a roster spot. I'd rather not cut my 7th linebacker. I'd rather not deal with having to find the next Derek Forrest.
Yeah, like we need Tyler Owens for special teams. We can't cut that guy.
Colson Yankoff's got to be here. Whatever it is. Like, that's where we're at here. That you couldn't cut Sheldon Day or whatever. First round pick, year 2. This does not happen. So it's not something we should harp a lot on today because they won. It was an amazing win. They're in a really good place. They're 8-5, and the past is the past. But it also shouldn't go not talked about. Not that it has anything to do with Peters, Quinn, and company, but it has to be acknowledged. It has to be.
Well, but to me, and I tweeted this out at Funny Danny over the weekend, this is one of those reminders that it's remarkable they're competitive at all. I'm not even talking about being in the 7th seed. I'm not even talking about being in the driver's seat with nearly 80% chance to make the postseason. I'm not even talking about the fact that they've won more games and outpaced their over-under before the season, etc. They don't have a single first-round pick over the last 6 years on their roster. Usually when that happens, you're picking top 5.
Yeah.
And you got your quarterback this year, so you would hold that pick ransom. You would say, who wants a quarterback? Come trade up, give me all your best offers. Or you stay put and draft your next left tackle or your wide receiver or your premium position, Peter. The fact that they're decent at all is remarkable. Remarkable given how bare is me as a bachelor. Like looking at my my cupboards. This is abandoned home post-hurricane. It's unbelievable how bad it was and how little is left over and how competitive they are despite that.
A couple people have tweeted me. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny, Twitter and Instagram. And they've said Josh Rosen. Remember the old Cardinals quarterback?
Yes.
He didn't make it through year 2, but that was a trade. I'm talking about by the end of your second season, you cut the player that you drafted.
After year one, Alex Leatherwood was released going into his year two with the Raiders when he was a first round pick.
The Alabama offensive tackle with the Raiders. Now, now we got to look this up. Was that a character thing in any way?
No,
Like,
it wasn't. He stunk.
I remember he was
just
bad, but you can be bad and like be on the roster for a while. I'd have to look that up, but maybe that's the last answer.
Like it really is incredible, by the way.
So hard to do, man.
Where you get guys get demoted. It happens. You lose your starting gig. That's a normal thing. Okay, well, you can help us some other way. Maybe work your way back up. This is we don't have room for you.
Yeah.
We don't have time to wait or room for you to do anything on this roster anymore.
So yesterday, before the game, I tweeted out like the entire draft history of Rivera one by one, who was on the team, who isn't, and kind of did this detailed breakdown. Made it pretty obvious. I mean, I've been harping on this for years, how just abhorrently they selected players and how incompetent he was as a talent evaluator. During the game after Chris Rodriguez ran for a touchdown, I tweeted the video of Rodriguez scoring, who was a 6th round pick. And I said, Rivera and the Martys don't get enough credit for how good they were at drafting. They found Rodriguez in the 6th round. And I thought that was kind of a funny little zing.
That's a good bit.
You wouldn't believe. I mean, over 200 comments. Most of them are people who don't understand that I'm joking.
Actually?
Things like, oh, come on, Grant, look at his first round history. I can't believe you really think that. A broken clock is right twice a day. You're kidding, right? How many of their picks are even still here? Like people that thought I was being serious. You almost need a color as a sarcasm font on Twitter at this point. People just can't.
They can't handle it.
I mean, you can't figure that one out. What can you figure
People
out?
can't handle that.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Jay Gruden joins us next. The Commanders, 6 touchdowns, 42 points. Cliff Kingsbury, Jaden Daniels and the boys breaking out. They needed it. They got it. That's next on the Fan. Grant and Danny on the Fan every single Monday after Commanders games, and 8 times out of 13 weekends. That's been after a Commanders win. We get to talk to our guy, the former head coach here in D.C. and a longtime NFL play caller, Jay Gruden.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for Life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
There's nobody you hear on the airwaves in DC media that's got a better feel for calling offense and putting together a game plan and coaching up a football team. So it's great to have Jay on to discuss a blowout win of the Titans, 42-19, that saw Washington rack up 463 yards on 77 plays, 6 a pop. So, Jay, why don't we start with some of the adjustments with McLaurin? You were calling for this last week. You said move him around, send him in motion, line him up on the right, throw him the ball earlier in games. All of that happened. He caught 2 first-half touchdowns. Not too shabby.
Not too shabby. The way they started was pretty impressive. I like the fact that they came out throwing their first 2 passes, got 2 easy completions for Jaden, and then obviously the big hit to Brian Robinson, which was huge. Fast start, which got everybody just jump-started. The whole offense, defense, special teams, everybody was just, fired up to play. And it's just great to get that momentum, then keep it for a long period of time was impressive.
Jay, what other adjustments did you see from Kingsbury and company with this offense? It looked like there was just more available, more open against the defense that came in playing pretty decent.
Yeah, that was shocking. I can't believe how little resistance there was by the Tennessee defense, and I think the offense had a lot to do with it. And they just punished them. The inside zones, the counters, they just had their way with the defensive line, which was shocking. The linebacking crew was nowhere to be found. The safety supports were oblivious. The run fits, the safety angles they took were terrible. They just looked disinterested. And part of the reason is because Washington punched them in the mouth early, just kept swinging. It's 14-0, it's 21-0. Then, Jeffrey Simmons is a great pass rusher. Realized that I'm not going to get the rush of passer. I'm going to have to play double teams all day and play the run and play action and a bootleg every now and then. So they just took the wind out of their sails early, and Tennessee never could recover.
What'd you think of the Jaden Daniels performance? 25 of 30, 206 through the air, first 3 touchdown game as a passer, ran for a touchdown as well.
Awesome. Really, I think he's an incredible player. And some of the things that he does, just people don't really realize, just scrambling for a 4-yard gain when he avoids the sack. I think, he avoids the negative plays effortlessly. He threw the 1 pick, which was arguably a drop. It was a little bit high, but it was tipped up to intercepted. Got out of, he just makes everything look so easy and effortless, and just a hell of a player. And he just, just watching other teams play and then watching Jaden play, I think you got to feel pretty damn good to have this guy on your team for a long time.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So just go back over the last month or so. I know he was banged up to whatever degree. We don't know exactly with the ribs, et cetera. But, just the eye test to a rube like myself, Jay, you're right. He looks so much more comfortable. You saw that easy athleticism. That's kind of the way I describe it, where some defenders running full speed, and he's kind of going just fast enough to outrun the guy, still scan the field, do whatever he wants. What's the difference there? Is it as simple as health, or is there a comfort level too?
I think a little bit of both. I know they said he wasn't hurt and all that stuff, but he just didn't seem like he had the same juice that he had early in the season, and he did against Tennessee. Whatever, I could be totally wrong, but he just is very fast, very quick, very mobile. He's got a great feel for the game. Instinctually, he's got a great feel to avoid pressure and avoid tackles. He just makes little moves, subtle moves with his feet and hips, and guys can't touch him. He'd be the most amazing flag football quarterback in the history of flag football. He couldn't grab his flag. So, yeah, he just is very comfortable in Cliff's offense and what he does. He just feels really good about playing. He has a lot of fun playing, and he's a joy to watch, quite frankly.
They were way better in this game on 3rd down. They were 9 for 14. But when you actually dive in on those numbers, they were in 3rd and short all game long. I saw PFF tweeted this stat out that Daniels was 8 of 8 for 66 yards with 3 touchdowns on 3rd down, and that it's 7 first downs passing. And I looked it up. Of the 3rd and 4th down first downs that they were referencing, it was 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2, 3rd and 2, 4th and 2, 3rd and 3. That's the difference to me in this game versus the last 3 weeks. We've spent so much time talking about where were they broken, what was wrong, how did they get right. The early part of the year, Jay, and yesterday, they've been in 3rd and short. Like 1st and 2nd down has been dominant, and they're in 3rd and short, and that wasn't the case for a few weeks, and they got back to that. Can you speak to just what a difference that is as a play caller and overall offensively when you're doing that as opposed to when you're not?
It makes a huge difference. If when I was a play caller, if you look at my conversion rate, probably 3rd and 1 to 5, I was a hell of a lot better than 6 to 8, 9 plus. I mean, it's just a lot easier because you have a lot of plays at your disposal. You can still call, you can still run the ball. I mean, you're right. The first drive for touchdown, they went 3 plays, didn't have a third down. The second drive, they had 2 third and ones and converted both of them. And then they threw the short pass to Terry and a long pass to Terry over the middle of the 25-yarder. And then the touchdown to Zach Ertz was a third downer. So, yeah, these are all 3rd and 2 to 3s and 1s. And Cliff knows that as hell, if we don't get it, we still probably going to go for it. I'm sure Dan Quinn's telling hell, if you don't get it, we're going to go for it on 4th and 1 or 2. So the playbook is wide open on 3rd and 1 and 3rd and 2. They're not easy now. Don't get me wrong. I've had plenty of times where I failed on 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1, but the way they're going with the zone reads, the RPOs, and the play passes off of those, they're very hard to stop when you have a quarterback like Jaden. You look at the touchdown run that he had, it was an RPO. He could have handed it off on the inside zone. He chose to throw it to Zach Ertz in the flat. Harold Landry just drifted back and would have intercepted or batted down. So he keeps it again. So it's an RPRO and scores a touchdown. These are plays you just don't coach. He's just an unbelievable player.
The Commanders are 21 of 24 on 3rd and 1 this year. 21 of 24. And they haven't been stopped on 4th down. They're another handful, perfection there. So it's like probably 26 of 29 or something on 3rd and 4th and 1.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of movement. You got to credit those big guys up front too. Algretti and obviously Cosme and those guys are, say what you want about some of their pass protection issues, but when they get their pads down, they're low. Tyler Biadasz is also a hell of a player at center, so they get great movement. Really allows B-Rob or Rodriguez or when Eckler was playing, vision to really make a cut and get in there and get that yard. So offensive line, tight ends, backs with good vision, and obviously the threat of Jaden running his own reads impacts the backside where the defensive ends can't close and make a play.
So, Jay, ultimately, obviously, you've got to play well enough to take advantage of mistakes, and I think Washington did that. There's no question about it. You get a turnover, you go down and score. You punish somebody for messing up. But how much of this game do you think, you already kind of touched on earlier, with you're not really sure what Tennessee was doing. They looked terrible. The 2 of the first 3 plays were false starts, and it got worse from there, believe it or not, especially in that first half. How much of this was, okay, Washington's back, they got right, all the adjustments of Kingsbury and Daniels and company, versus Tennessee just vomiting on themselves?
That's a major combination right there. I mean, they had 10 plays of offense, and they were down 28-0. That's how bad it was for Tennessee. I've never heard of that before in my life. And then they got the ball back and went 3 and out again. So they had 13 plays, 28-0. Fumbled a kickoff. Pollard fumbled. But, you got to take it away. And it's a great job by Washington to take it away. But defensively, like I said, they had absolutely no plan whatsoever. Their run fits were awful. I don't know what the hell they were doing. It's like they didn't watch any film. Hey, do you guys know Jaden Daniels can run? Did you guys know that? I mean, it's really amazing. They're going to run the counter OT. You guys know that, right? It's like they never saw it before. I've never seen like it. So I don't know. They probably just they got a huge win last week against Houston. Probably had a little leisurely week of practice and then came in a little bit big-headed, thought they were going to win because Washington was on a 3-game losing streak, watched the film, probably wasn't impressed, then got punched in the mouth and never could recover.
Where are you at on Brian Robinson? I said last week, as much as I like him, and when he's playing and healthy, by the way, this is just a different offense. He brings a physical nature to their running game that just changes everything, it seems like. But he is
100%
also
agree.
But here's where I'm at on this, Jay. Like, he's so big. I feel like the big guys like him, and this is why Derrick Henry's so amazing. They take so many hits, and they have that bruising style. He's always banged up or hurt. He hasn't been durable or really able to stay on the field. So I almost feel like this offseason you need to get something like him, but that's more available, that is going to play week in and week out. What's your thought on that?
Well, I like the fact that they had Eckler. I think that 1-2 punch is critical. You look at Gibbs and Montgomery. I love the 1-2 punch of running backs nowadays in the NFL. Justice Hill and Derrick Henry. You take the heat off of Brian Robinson, 25, 30 times a game and play the other guy. And it's very important this day and age, like you mentioned, because of the punishing style these running backs have. Derrick Henry doesn't play every snap now. He's a hell of a back. Saquon takes the blow maybe not Saquon, but yeah, I think it's very important to have that second back. I don't think you want the second back to be like B-Rob. I think you need a change of pace back to take the pressure off and really work the passing game as well.
Jay, just in the wake of them letting go Emmanuel Forbes, they traded away Jahan Dotson. Last year they moved on from a couple of first-round picks as they kind of started this rebuild. It's kind of remarkable that they're good at all without a first-round pick from the last 6 seasons on the team. I can't remember seeing anything like that. When you were a head coach, even an assistant coach, how long did you say, we've got to be really patient here? Even when you're trying to win games, it's a really competitive league, obviously, and you guys are always kind of fighting for your league lives. How patient should you be? Should they have been, et cetera? It's just kind of remarkable that they were able to move on that quickly.
Yeah, they made some great moves in free agency. We went, I think 4-12 my first year, 3-13, and we went 9-7 my second year. Went to the playoffs, hit on a couple free agents, and Kurt got a lot better. The quarterback position obviously was fixed, but I think hitting on Bobby Wagner and Luvu was huge on defense. I mean, just huge. And obviously getting the center and Algrady, these guys are huge additions. And Zach Ertz, say what you want, but the presence of a tight end in the running game, I mentioned last year like 1,000 times. That's why their running game's no good. Logan Thomas can't block. That's not his style. But getting a couple, now they have 3 guys in there that can block. They're using 2 tight end, 3 tight end sets. They're physical up front, so they changed that part of their offense. They added some beef in the middle, some tough, good leaders in the middle of the defense, and just hit on those guys. And obviously, Jaden makes a huge difference as well.
You mentioned Luvu. What do you make of his game? He's used so uniquely as a pass rusher, despite being kind of an off-ball linebacker. He's a Swiss Army knife, man.
He is. I think he gets a lot from, obviously Quinn had Micah Parsons last year, and Micah didn't really play off the ball a whole lot, but moving him around is very important for an athlete like that. But he's all over the place. I love that guy. He's batting balls, made a tackle on the same play. He got a sack. He's just you line him up at end, line him up at linebacker. Early in the season, I was a little concerned about his linebacker play with some of the angles and some of the run fits. It looked like he was a little confused, but I think the way they're using him as a go-get-the-ball type guy where you don't have to worry about a whole lot. I think it's perfect for his style of play.
Jay, 2-parter here. I wanted to ask you about this last week, but I forgot. I've heard this from people anecdotally. I've read it a little bit, but obviously you would know much better than me. Is it harder a lot of times for a college tight end to adjust to life in the pros? Is that something that maybe a position that takes a little bit longer on average?
Yeah, it depends on the tight end. Yeah. If you get a guy from Wisconsin or Iowa, they're used to having their hand in the dirt blocking these defensive ends, and it may not take them as long. But these guys that stand up outside and think they're glorified wide receivers that play tight end, no, these guys they take forever. This the ability to run the ball with a tight end nowadays. You either have a blocking tight end or a receiving tight end. Very few guys can do both, like a George Kittle, like a Zach Ertz, like Kelsey. These guys, that's why they're so valuable. Sam Laporta. The guys that can do both make your team so much better in the run game and the play action game. It's not even funny. And if you don't have one, you bring one in, it's a third down guy. Everybody knows you're going to throw it. You're not going to run. There's no threat of run. If you got a big blocker, he's no threat in the passing game. It really inhibits your offense. But that's the position I think is one of the most underappreciated, most important positions on offense is that tight end that can do both.
So part 2 about that then, and it didn't matter yesterday. Obviously, they were rolling. Everybody got right. But what have you seen from Ben Sinnott in terms of maybe being that guy that can do both at some point in his career? It's still early, obviously, and the offense is rolling, so no rush. But what have you seen from Sinnott to this point?
Yeah, I haven't seen enough of him in the passing game other than catching a couple flat routes, maybe a seam ball down the field. As far as him running and separating from linebackers or safeties, I haven't seen a whole lot of that. He hasn't had that opportunity, so that jury's still out there. But he's obviously a tough physical kid that has a role on the football team, special teams, coming in as a second or third tight end, cutting off the backside, catching some flat routes. I'm sure he's working into the offense as far as a true pass catcher. And Cliff really hasn't used the tight ends a whole lot. Zach does a lot, but, not as many as like George Kittle type plays or Kelsey type plays. They're not really involved as much, but jury's still out, like you said, but he's a young player with, I like the fact that he can do something pretty good. That's block. Now we can work off of that and use him in the passing game eventually when he gets used to it.
Jay Gruden, former head coach here in D.C. on Grant and Danny. Carl wants to know your thoughts on Chris Rodriguez. Ran for 94 yards in the second half yesterday. He wants to know about him potentially eventually having a bigger role.
Yeah, I think they just cut him Wednesday, and he said, "Oh, never mind. We need you this week, and you're going to play and rush for almost 100 yards. That's a hell of a week for Rodriguez." So yeah, he is a tough guy. I don't know a whole lot about him. I know he was drafted last year. I think it was.
Sixth round out of Kentucky. I think his second college program.
Sparingly, but he runs hard. He's a physical guy, and it's just a matter of when I was coaching we usually dress 3 backs. One was your lead down back, one was your change of pace back, and your third one had to be a little bit of both. I think that's what he's going to be really good at, is being able to back up both positions as far as, if something happens to B-Rob in the game, he can take over. If something happens to Eckler, he could be the second back. So you got to be versatile in what you do, but I do like what I see. He's a tough kid.
Jay, I was dead wrong going a little NFL big picture here. I was dead wrong about the Bills this year. After losing some guys here and there, I thought they'd be worse. They're not. They're awesome. And Josh Allen with that signature play last night in the snow might have just sewed up the MVP. What have you seen from them?
Yeah, he's just an amazing player, and they do it the right way. They're physical up front. Their offensive line is really good. They don't get a lot of credit, but they're really good up front. And defensively, Coach McDermott, I've said this before, is one of the best defensive coordinators, coaches in football, and he gets those guys in the right spots, and they attack, and they're very good. I was worried about them as well on defense because they lost both safeties. They got Hamlin in there, and I think Taylor Rapp. Those are a very important position for McDermott because those guys rotate, and they do a lot of different things, but they've held up. And Josh Allen, he is the MVP. He's the best.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. Couple of other games to hit on with you. Man, did Kirk Cousins have a rough day yesterday. 4 interceptions, worst since 2014, I think, right before you benched him, actually, before he became your starter. Atlanta finally got a good defensive game. They basically needed one more score, and they couldn't figure it out. What'd you see there? Why don't they put him under center and do anything in the drop back game or play action where he's made his money his whole career? He lives in the pistol like he's Matt Stafford. It's kind of the opposite of kind of what he's thrived on.
Yeah, I can't stand the pistol. I never liked it. It looks stupid. The running backs can't see when the ball snap. They hate it. I just never liked it. He's athletic enough. He's healthy enough to play under center and do play actions and hand the ball off. Don't tell me that. I mean, it's Achilles. I've seen Aaron Rodgers is doing it right now. He's 50. So it bothers me. It's a crappy offense. He made some poor decisions. He's forcing the issue. He could sense the offense needed a spark. He tried to force a few balls in there, but it was inexcusable to some of the throws. The last throw he had in the end zone, I've never seen anything like it since the dang Giants game when we needed to win. He threw it right to the DRC. But he's too good to be playing like this, and I think he's got to snap out of it because he's got a rookie quarterback breathing down his neck right now. But they're 6-6. They're in first place in their division, so hopefully he snaps out of it because I like watching him play.
How would you handle Justin Tucker right now in Baltimore if you were in charge?
I'd pat him on the head and just figure out a way to get his confidence back. Have him kick an extra point in practice and everybody mob him. I don't know. I don't want to go into the playoffs for the last 4 games of the season with a kicker. I don't even know. I'm going to bank on Justin kicking himself out of this, hopefully. And if it doesn't work out, he doesn't kick himself out of it, we don't make the playoffs because of it, then so be it. But he's done way too much for the organization, been too clutch over the years, won him a lot of football games. I got to let him finish this thing out.
Hey, how much of Colts Patriots did you watch yesterday?
Not much. It was the least important game on my plate when I was watching TV.
Yeah, it wasn't a great game. The reason I ask is every time I look at Anthony Richardson, and I have to go back and watch it tonight, I haven't seen it, he completes about 50% in every single game. Now, I haven't looked at ADOT or how many layups they got him or whatever, but he was 12 of 24 again for $109. They won 25-24, but damn if that doesn't seem like a problem, that every single week your quarterback's at about 50%.
Well, if you watch him at Florida, he's only played a year at Florida. He would almost kill cheerleaders. I mean, he would miss throws by 100 yards. He's got a cannon, but oh my God. And then he'd throw a ball, flick his wrist for a 65-yard bomb, and you'd be like, oh, this is the best play I've ever seen. So, yeah, you're going to have to live with his inaccuracies. That's not going to be cured overnight now. He's going to be inaccurate for quite a while. But you have to utilize his skill set. That is running the football, the quarterback design runs, get him out in space, try to get him some deep shots, and then play really good defense to make up for some of his inadequacies accuracy-wise.
Jay, awesome as always, man. Enjoy the week. Thank you.
All right, brother. See you guys later.
You got it, bro. There's Jay Gruden with us every single Monday after the Commanders games on Grant and Danny.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
That was a great line. He almost killed some cheerleaders.
Killing cheerleaders.
That is hysterical. Love having Jay on the show. At 5:25, coming up in just a few, can Cliff Kingsbury and this offense's struggles now moving forward, can we put the Cliff to bed? Can we say that JD's out of his rut, that Kingsbury's offense is going to hum the rest of the way? You're listening to G&D.
Rodriguez is the running back. Up the middle, Rodriguez, touchdown! His first of the season and third of his career.
In 30 minutes at 6 o'clock, Cleveland Farrell, defensive end for the Commanders, caught up with him after the game in the locker room about what was a pretty suffocating defensive performance in the early going. For all the talk about the offense, and deservedly so, 4 possessions, 4 touchdowns, 28 points, 19 minutes into the game, pretty damn good. Defensively, the Titans went 3 and out, minus 2 yards punt. 5 plays, 17 yards punt. 2 plays, takeaway, Washington ball, short field. And then a 3-play, 3 and out punt with negative 10 yards of penalties mixed in, all before their final drive of the half where they scored a touchdown. So the first 5 times they touched the football, they either turned the ball over or punted. Defensively, Washington had a plan. They stuck to it, and they were awesome. And if you compare the defense right now, Danny, to the beginning of the season, astronomical difference, led by, I think, the energy of Frankie Louvu, who's playing at a Pro Bowl level. I think he should go to the Pro Bowl, frankly. I think Bobby Wagner's presence has been significant. I'm sure you saw all the reporting where he spoke to the team on Wednesday. He's normally a lead-by-example guy, not really a talker, but he stepped up to the mic and addressed the team on Wednesday about what lies ahead, and it clearly worked. But now you're hopefully going to get some reinforcements. Cornerback Marshawn Lattimore expected to make his debut with Washington against New Orleans. And how's this for a storyline? Going back to the Superdome.
Yeah, you can't write it better.
To play against the only team that he's ever played for, 97 career games over 7 seasons. He has been unable to get on the field, but with a bye week looming, a couple more weeks to prepare now for him, 13 days from now, he should make his first ever appearance for a Commanders defense in New Orleans against his former mates.
Yeah, trending in the right direction. I mean, they made a few personnel changes. They're not great at corner, and Lattimore certainly will help there. But remember the start of the season, what was it? Michael Davis and a lot more Igbenogany, and Sanders still was on the inside, and they've tweaked some things, some personnel differences there. They sort of changed what they were doing, unleashed Dante Fowler a lot more. He was an afterthought at one point, and then he was a wrecking ball for a few games here and there. Now still leading the team in sacks with 8.5. So they've done some tweaking, which I like an awful lot, figuring out what guys do well, what they don't do well, and maximizing who they are. On paper, having Lattimore in the lineup should unlock a lot of things. It should. We don't know till we see it, but you could sort of dream on the possibilities, right?
Daniels is out of his slump, by the way. I teased going to break. Can we now say Jaden's out of his rut? He looked as a rusher against Dallas way better last week. Yep. The word we overused, but that is correct, I think, is the explosiveness was back as he ran for 74 yards on 7 carries, about 10.5 a pop. He did not have a big run. He only had 34 yards on 9 carries in this game, but it was that same decisiveness and suddenness, bursts, aggressiveness. I think suddenness is kind of the word I'm going to settle on, though, where it's like, gotta go. And he just gets out of the pocket and takes off. He had that, right? But this was the best he's thrown the football. This was better than Dallas, better than Philly, better than Pittsburgh. I would say maybe on par with the Giants. He had 2 throws in the Giants game that were better than any throw he made yesterday. But I still think overall he was just kind of very accurate and poised. Probably his best passing performance since Baltimore, maybe. I mean, you're going back.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
If that's the case, 5 plus the Carolina game ago. So really 5 full games ago.
When he's right, there's an ease to it. He's making these really hard things look simple. You see that usually with baseball players where a guy looks like he's just playing catch and it goes 96. You know what I mean? It's that effortless athleticism when he's right that he's got. He didn't have that against Pittsburgh. He didn't have that against Philadelphia. Everything was sort of, here we go, which is just not who he is. The suddenness, I think, is a good word for it. Again, he's not Tyreek Hill. He's not a water bug. He's not like a tiny little dude that's, wouldn't get wet in a phone booth. Not like a Devin Hester type player or something like that. But he's a taller, longer stride guy. But even still, there's that, I'm under control. I need to turn it on a brief little bit to get away from a defensive end. I'll do that and then throttle it back down. Well, I've got plenty of space and time to make my choices. You saw that a couple different times over, getting out of trouble. That's the thing that's so special about him to me. that rushing touchdown to make it 14-0. I mean, this is not a running back. This isn't like Reggie Bush in his prime or Eric Metcalf making people miss in the hole. This is a quarterback moving around like that. It looked effortless. It looked like the best player on a high school team doing that to division rivals in the homecoming game.
I thought his best play maybe was the slant touchdown to McLaurin. And he drove a couple of really gorgeous balls into small windows to McLaurin in the quick game.
Mm-hmm.
You know, some of them on the stop routes, but the slants and stuff. That slant he threw on the goal line. There's an angle I'm sure a lot of you guys have seen from like behind Daniels where the camera is essentially like behind his helmet. And he drops the angle down like an infielder would do who's throwing the ball over to first.
Shortstop moves to his right, still has to get the out at second. So instead of full backhand, you're kind of half backing up and you slip it to the side.
But he drops down to below even almost 3/4, I would say. Maybe around there. And right at the shoulder height, he just kind of slings the ball into McLaurin. There is no window. I mean, there is maybe a tire you could fit that ball through. And that's open for Terry McLaurin, for the record. I got a guy on my back. I'm wearing him like he's a sweater. No problem. He makes an amazing catch, by the way, of course, because why wouldn't he? And I thought the throw was better than the catch. You can't walk it there any better. That's the money spot on the field, too. Where do you make your money? Third down, where he was 8 for 8, and they moved the chain 7 times on those throws. Goal line, short yardage, red zone, right? He stood tall in those situations, and I thought really came up big.
Agreed. To me, this is all predicated on is it easy or hard? And I go to what Chicago has failed at consistently, trying to deal with Caleb Williams and company with this, mismatched offense and how poorly they've designed things, despite having really good personnel that I'm jealous of, quite frankly. I would love to have a DJ Moore, a veteran like Keenan Allen, and a Rome Odunze just to supplement my offense, right? But just the scheme, design, etc. When the offense is going right, you make it easier on your rookie quarterback. I know that's pretty elementary and pretty obvious, but you could see the stark difference from a week before, and even times where they were struggling in the red zone in previous games or against Pittsburgh or Dallas, etc. When your first down gains, where the defense has no earthly idea where it's going or who it's going to, and in what time, and they're just they're like Lucille Ball when the chocolate conveyor belt is going too damn fast. They can't hang up. So it's 2nd and 2. It's 2nd and 3. It's 3rd and 1 all the time, and everything's at your disposal. Versus nobody's good when it's 3rd and 8 every single third down, right? It's much harder on your rookie quarterback. It's much harder on your veteran quarterback. It's harder on Pat Mahomes. It's harder on name your Hall of Famer. When you make it easy for him, which I think Kingsbury deserves a ton of credit for this game, how much easier things came to that offense. I think that's design. I think that's countering what teams were doing to them. I think Tennessee probably said, okay, they're not changing. This is what they've done for the last 2 months. We're going to plan for this. And I think he had answers for that. And you could see the difference now that Daniels gets confidence, gets comfortable, he's in rhythm, and the game just looks easy to him. It's a hard game that he made look simple.
Why were they so good on offense yesterday after being so bad over a 3-week collective? Let's get into that next. 800-636-1067. What was the difference and what changed? And who should get the credit for it? Grant and Danny on the Fan. earlier in the show, I told you why I thought Washington's offense got right yesterday. For me, it comes to third downs. They were in third and short all game like they were early in the season after being in third and medium to long over the last 3 weeks. I think that's the single biggest reason for them breaking back out. What's your explanation?
How they got to those third downs, to me, is what matters. And that, to me, is this reeks of a Kingsbury adjustment that I didn't know was coming. I didn't know that he had it in him because, frankly, I've seen too much data to the contrary. You can't tell me that defenses, including bad ones like Dallas's, weren't pretty comfortable against Washington's offense like last week. Different things were done. Terry McLaurin was on the right-hand side of the formation. There were adjustments that are, too advanced from my eyes to see, to be honest with you. But you can't tell me that a good defense like Tennessee's all of a sudden was completely helpless because Washington did the same thing they've done for the last month plus. There were different things done. And that's where this starts to me. A team that deserves all the credit for playing well. They played together and they were outstanding. They didn't shoot themselves in the foot like Tennessee did. But this to me is about going against type. This to me is about doing things that you hadn't consistently done or demonstrated that you were willing to do. You do those early, then everything opens up, right? I mean, the thing that I usually argue for, over the last several years, and including this one, is you got to show that you'll go over the top every now and again, just to show that you can do it, because it backs defenses off. It makes that too high safety look have to be the standard instead of a strong safety creeping up into the box to jam your run up or your bubble screen or your smoke or whatever. Well, they didn't necessarily do that. They still were able to move the football with high execution. It's about play fakes. It's about design. To me, this was a Kingsbury. You want to tell me about my cliff. You want to tell me about things that I haven't done well in the past. And here's why. I'm going to do the opposite. And I think he did that. Deserves credit for it.
Yeah, I think today, honestly, should really be about tipping our cap to Kingsbury for adjustments.
Yeah.
And also the acknowledgement that he did try something different. That's what, frankly, should be happening when it's not going well. The thing that it seems like is obvious that everybody's screaming about, and I don't mean the fan in Section 400 or you and me on the radio, like the smart people. Guys like Jay Gruden or Logan Paulson or Dan Orlovsky or people who have played the position and coached in the league that are saying, this is really weird that you're doing it this way. It's making it harder. You're pushing a boulder up a hill. Maybe we could try it another way. Maybe we could do the thing that essentially every other play caller and coordinator who has a lot of success in the league does. Like, not just constantly have your guy in the exact same spot, because it's easier for me to know where he is. Now, the counterpoint to that has been and will continue to be, he's putting up numbers that he's on pace for, say, 1,150 or so yards this season. Kevin Sheehan was on the show on the Blitz today. Our guy Kevin said something to the effect of, I don't really care about where he lines up because he's having a good year and he's still putting up big numbers. And my question is, what kind of numbers might he put up if they used him better? If they didn't target him 5 times in the first half in the 3 games before this one, if he didn't have just 3 catches in the first half of those 3 games over 6 quarters, if that was actually like yesterday, a pace where he's targeted 4 times and he has 4 catches and it's 12 instead of 3 in those 3 games, how different is that? And it's easier said than done, Danny, because you need plays, you need drives, you need to sustain offense to get guys targets and to get everybody involved. You can't get Brian Robinson his carries and get Terry his catches and have Jaden scramble if you're going 3 and out. Then there's just not enough snaps to go around. Like, everyone's not going to get the ball. But yesterday, chicken or the egg, they got there.
Yeah, to me, this is.
But it started that the chicken before he laid the egg was the first play of the game. Terry McLaurin.
Right. It's not a random coincidence to me that the offense was good yesterday and they got the ball to Terry early versus Philadelphia where it wasn't and they didn't. Yeah. Right. You can tell me about the season he's having, and that's nice. 1 catch for 10 yards. Only catch was deep in the 4th quarter.
I'll do you better. I got numbers on this because Neil Greenberg, who's a pretty smart numbers guy over at the Post and a good pal of the show, actually had these. Let's see. McLaurin averages almost 4 targets in the first half of wins this season and 2 targets in the first half in losses. Routes run in the first half are about the same, which is to say around 15 routes in the first half of games this year.
Mm-hmm.
He is targeted twice as much in their wins as he is in their losses. Now, someone could say, well, they're probably running fewer snaps, except I just told you he's running as many routes in both situations. So it's not like he averages 15 routes run because they're on the field more when they're winning and only 9 when they're losing. He's on the field, available about the same number, and twice as often when they win, they throw him the football, which is weird. Let's go to David and Chantilly on Grant and Danny. What's up, David? How are you?
Hey, love the chat. And, I think you're onto something with Cliff. He actually went pass, run to start that game instead of run, pass. And we see where that got us.
Yeah, the third play
Like,
run was a 40-yard major tutty, by the way.
Well, I do think that's a big deal because all of a sudden we have B-Rob, we have B-Rob back. And you look at last week where you needed a little bit more moxie. And if I'm going to show up and have B-Rob on my side, I'm just going to be ready to go. And I think that the whole team showed up and sort of fed off that.
Feels like it to a degree, right? I mean, their energy guys are McLaurin. When he makes a play, it makes everyone else happy, right? They all like forward progress. They're human beings. They like when their team does well. But when Terry scores a touchdown, it seems to mean more to the guys than when Chris Rodriguez does or something like that. And you can notice that. Same with Robinson. He's a tone setter. As much as I kind of, wish we would get rid of this old school 80s antiquated way of like bell cow, physicality downhill, something to be said for it. Like I would employ an army of Austin Ecklers and scat backs and guys that can hit home runs, but there is a value in having that dude come through the hole and the defender going, again, like there's something to that.
I've had a few people ask about the financial element of Emmanuel Forbes being claimed and what that means for Washington in terms of money coming off the books and how much of the money will be dead and hinder them moving forward. So by claiming him and adding him via that process on waivers, the Rams get Forbes's remaining guaranteed salary. So they're actually making a commitment and investment to bring him in. The Commanders are still going to be on the hook for the signing bonus that's prorated as dead money. So that means on next year's cap, 2025, they will have about $4 million in dead money. You would pay him a lot more to have him here.
Right.
You would pay him a lot
because the cost
more.
starts going up after
Exactly.
you're 1, 2, 3,
Not
4,
a lot,
et cetera.
but a couple million more bucks. So you're saving a couple $1 million. But you are paying $4 million for Emmanuel Forbes to not be here next year.
Man, unbelievable. There's nothing for him to do. And I'm not criticizing, by the way. It's remarkable that fall.
Pretty obvious. They just said this guy can't do what we want him to do.
Yeah.
But he doesn't play special teams, really. There was some flirtation with him. Remember the dalliance of him as a return man? And what a joke that story was. He's gained 20 pounds. He's 17 pounds heavier. And then I'm looking at him going, where? I don't see it.
He gained it right in the I'm sure, right by his certainty.
The 17 pounds that he gained? I know what 17 pounds gain looks like.
It looks like me after New Orleans.
Well, it looks like a nice 1 or 2 week vacation.
That's right. Like I'm holding my breath everywhere.
He did not gain 17 pounds.
No, he didn't.
But I'll root for him. I mean, I don't have to, like the rest of Commanders fans, you don't have to worry about where he was drafted now. I hope he bounces back. Why wouldn't you cheer for that kid? Go have a career, man.
Yeah. See, it seems like a wonderful young man. I feel bad that, and this is what happens a lot of times. A guy's biggest crime is he doesn't play well. You know what I mean? Like it's the cruelty of pro sports. So you get compensated an awful lot to sort of barrier that or buffer that a little bit, but it does stink.
So Josh Harris and Roger Goodell are apparently at the Capitol building today, wheeling and dealing over at the Senate where they're trying to get some support so that they can get the D.C. land. I think we picked off part of the Josh Harris conversation with some of those senators. I thought maybe Danny could provide that for us.
Nice.
I think you were just looking over those
dramatic reading,
those transcripts. That's next on G&D here on The Fan. As Washington continues to build the foundation of success on and off the field, it's time for you to plan for your future as well. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad will help update your last will and testament, set up a revocable trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We've been on the road to a couple of games with those guys. We're going on the road one final time this year, and that is courtesy of our buddy Christian, who's down in New Orleans running his world famous.
It literally is famous.
Restaurant, Brennan's. We will be at Washington's next game. They got the bye week coming up, and then they're at the Saints to try to get to 9-5, and your pals will be there.
Last time we were there, a little bit different circumstances. Drew Brees set every passing record ever, pretty much on the first possession against Washington. Alex Smith got Adrian Peterson lambasted on his first play, and it was, I think, the final score. I think I got this right, 177-2. I think that was the final when we were in New Orleans last time. I think.
Sounds right.
That's the way it felt.
I can't guarantee it, but it's probably within a couple of points one way or the other.
Got a great picture of Nick Sundberg warming up. That was the highlight for me. And I sent it to him. I was like, Nick, you look awesome in the yellow pants. Wrote me back like a couple of days later, like, thanks, man.
And then it was one of those, like, what happened was.
Yeah, well, see you later. Yeah.
Cleveland Farrell, defensive end for the Commanders. I caught up with him in the locker room. I'll play that interview for you coming up in just a couple of minutes. I thought he was really good on the defensive effort they put together yesterday to not only beat, but manhandle the Titans early and kind of work them into submission. You guys watch enough NFL to know it's hard to keep your foot on the gas for 60 minutes when you're up 28-0 that quickly. But from 19 minutes in on, it was kind of a 19-14 game the rest of the way. Tennessee with the advantage. But I thought the defense did plenty. They generated enough pressure. They harassed Levis enough. He completed under 50% of his passes. They should feel really, really good about themselves based on how that game went. Today, we found out that owner Josh Harris is over on Capitol Hill greasing some palms. He is shaking hands and kissing babies, and he and Roger Goodell are making the rounds, and our buddy Eric Flack of Channel 9 in town and CBS's USA WTV 9 says that it's exactly what you think it is. They're over there to try to get this stadium land back and to get this added to a bill this month so that they can cross the finish line here and try to build in D.C., which I find to be, I guess, notable, although an important part of the process. It's also obvious that this would have to happen. They've got a couple of weeks to get this done. But it got me to thinking, Danny, what do you think Josh Harris is saying, and how are those conversations going? Do you want me to play the senator?
Yeah.
All right, who am I? I'm going to be...
You could be Senator Joe Manchin.
Okay. Hi, Joe Manchin's office.
Hi, this is Josh Harris, owner of the Washington Local 53.
Josh, I got to tell you, man, as a senator, I believe I'm from West Virginia.
You are, yeah.
Yeah. From West Virginia. I've got Commanders fandom in my blood. I'm a big fan. Number one, thank you for buying the team from Dan.
Oh, you're welcome. He's a twerp.
He was the pits. I love you. I love Mitch Rails. I love Mark Ein. I love the whole crew. I love Magic Johnson. Very excited about this team. You guys are 8-5. I didn't think you'd make the playoffs. You're going to make the playoffs. I'm so proud of you, man.
Well, we're obviously ecstatic. There's a lot more work to do. I was wondering two things. One, can I buy everyone here a beer? Second, can we just have the land in D.C. real quick?
I don't know if we're going to be able to get that done for you or not.
Well, here's the reason I ask. Maryland stinks, and Virginia can't get their act together. So it's kind of like, can we just do it?
Darius is a little Rick at Josh Harris right now. You didn't know Maryland was going to get thrown under the bus like that. You were our resident show Maryland guy, by the way.
I can't believe that. I mean, Maryland showed out for our Field Trip Fridays, and this is how you do us, Josh Harris?
Yeah, because here's the thing. No one wants to be over there. Like, Maryland is fine. You know, there's like different parts of Maryland, but that part of Maryland where we are now, I don't like going there, and most people don't. So we don't want to be there anymore.
Guy, there were so many fans that were jacked up to be tailgating yesterday. They were out there. I smelled the meat. I tasted some of the delicious foods at tailgates as I waddled around.
I smell some meat out there too sometimes. It's roadkill. But we're going to try to get to a better place. Anywhere that's not there, pretty much. I'd rather play on the moon in 2031 than be back there for another microsecond. So, Joe, help us out.
Serious question.
Yeah.
If we can't deliver you the DC land by the end of December, Are you going to pivot to Maryland, or are you going to wait until next year?
It's a fair question. Our first option in that case is St. Louis. Our second is Canada. Our third is to be one of those European teams that kind of bounces around a little bit, that kids who are young wear the jerseys of. Fourth is to not play anymore.
Okay.
5 would be there
for Maryland.
That part of Maryland.
So is the Josh Harris voice, is that one that you could do in perpetuity, or is that one wear on you a little bit?
It starts to grind a little bit.
I'm talking to Danny now.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
excuse me. Excuse me.
Yeah.
It's me. It starts to grind a little bit on you.
It's like the Buddy Love scene from Nutty Professor, which, by the way,
it's not a scream.
When you're a kid, you have no idea. But as a grown-up, the acting in that scene where he's like fighting himself, and there's a little CGI in there. But
think about live.
That's what I'm saying.
There's no CGI.
He's just arguing with himself as two people and two voices, and what a talent.
Yeah, let's go back down to the Sherman Clump voice. And then you're talking like Buddy Love all of a sudden. Down back here to the Sherman Clump voice. Like, that is so hard to do.
Nobody. Yeah, Sherman. Like, it's just crazy.
And then Mama comes like, oh, that's my Sherman, just for no reason.
All right, so Josh Harris, well done.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
I just wanted to get a feel.
Could I buy you a beer?
I would be happy to accept. I'd love to have a cocktail with Mr. Harris. I would feel good about that. He wouldn't let me call him that, though.
Would you want to shake hands first? Come on, that's a bet.
Yes, I would absolutely be honored to shake hands. He got that right with Joe Buck. He buried the hatchet. By the way, nice job by him and the ownership group delivering the goods. An 8-5 first season at the
yeah,
Controls.
dude.
They are playoff bound, and little by little, lipstick on a pig here.
Confidence, man.
The stadium is the experience is improving. They're giving you the pickle, as I like to say. They're giving fans a reason. They gave out the flags yesterday. They're trying. They're doing what they can. But think about how far collectively we've come in town. At the beginning of this season, when the year kicked off, if I was going to tell you that the Commanders would score 42, and if not for 2 missed field goals that they should have made, they would have scored 48 points in a 29-point win over the Tennessee Titans in that hypothetical. To get to 8-5, to have an 80% chance to make the playoffs, people would have lost their you-know-what minds.
If you tell me, again, there's different ways to quantify it.
We got to remember that. Every now and then, we got to come back to home base. We can have all the conversations we need to, but we have to occasionally hop in the helicopter, go up to 10,000 feet and look down. At the beginning of this season, we didn't know if Jaden Daniels was any good. We didn't know about whether or not the Dan Quinn hire and that staff would work out. We didn't know what to think about this ownership group. We were hopeful. We knew they were decent guys. But the only thing I was really positive about, and this is just based on all the people around the league that told me I should be, was that Adam Peters was going to be the truth. But even he is an unknown. You just don't know. And right now it looks like the general manager, smashing success. The head coach, very, very successful hire. The quarterback, long-term answer. The ownership group has a plan and is executing it, playoff bound.
Yeah, you're going to score 40 points 3 times and counting. I think they scored 30 points 3 times all of last year. You know, and then you start going into the year before, how anemic they were on that side of the ball. If you have an offense that's consistent and good, you have a chance to win games. You know what I mean? Like, there are going to be times where it slows you down, the time a defense has to win it for you, et cetera. The best way, the cheat code to be competitive in this league is to have an offense that's hard to stop. And the idea that they would have that in year 1 with a rookie quarterback is insane. The idea that we're now expecting, like, well, if they beat Tennessee, that's one thing, but they better look good doing it. Like, the fact that our eye line has gotten to that point is remarkable. So, and I've said this a million times. I tweeted this out at Funny Danny Grant at Grant H. Paulson, and I'll continue to say it. Part of it is by design when you trade away a Montez Sweat or whatever, but the fact they don't have a single first-round pick from the previous 6 years on their roster, and they're not 1-15 right now, is insane. What usually happens is the first year of the new regime is basically spent just sandblasting everything the old regime did.
Yeah.
You're just clearing it out. You're power washing it.
Take out the power washer, spray the deck.
And you take it on the chin, and you go 4-13 or 5-12 or 6-11. Yeah.
Jay was on this. Is like my first year, I think we went 4-12 or 3-13. The next year we won 9 games and got to the playoffs. But the first year, you're just digging out of a hole.
Yeah, you're going, the guy that's here, and here is bad. I now know that guy's got to go. You just find that out who can play, and you would move on from even more people if they weren't under contract. But here they are with leftovers, with 1-year guys, with a few young pieces that are playing really key roles, way ahead of schedule. It's a godsend.
Cleveland Farrell had a half a sack, had a hit on the quarterback, had a couple of tackles yesterday as part of that defensive performance, holding Will Levis to sub 50% completed passes yesterday and just 210 net passing yards. Asked him after the game whether or not defensively, based on the plan and what they saw on tape, they went into the game expecting to have such an impressive performance.
Of course, we feel like that every week. The biggest thing is just, you have a plan, you have to execute. I feel like today we went out and did that for sure.
You guys got off to such a fast start on defense. They had a negative drive first series, and then you guys had them punt twice, and you're already up 14-0 before you took the field again. Yeah. What does that start do just in terms of playing with confidence and maybe even getting to pin your ears back a little bit?
It's definitely a game of momentum. You know what I mean? So obviously when momentum swings your way and you have a chance to capitalize off of it, anytime you can, it's going to be a major help to your team. And I feel like today we did that for sure. Anytime they had momentum or we had momentum, I feel like we just kept it on our side most of the time. So it was good.
Flip side of that, there's so many times in this game where maybe a team gets up big, then you see the other team come back. What's the key to keeping your foot on the gas pedal when you know they're going to be throwing it a lot, might get a call or two here or there, as the game goes on? Like, how do you go about just making sure you don't let them back in it?
Having that next play mentality, you know what I mean? Regardless of whether you have a good or a bad play, it's on to the next one, because this league is a game of inches, and it's unless you're up by a lot, it's only a couple plays away from being a close game again. So I think having that short-term memory loss, not kind of taking the cheese and feeling good about yourself when you're up, and I think just staying focused and locked in.
Frankie had a sack. They took Dante's away. They said he ran it, which I thought was wrong. But
they said he what?
They said it was a rushing attempt on his sack.
Oh,
so they're giving it.
Talking about the one where he dropped it first?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So it's -1 run. But regardless, 2 sacks for those guys who are up to 9 now.
Yeah.
Just as a pass rush, did you feel like coming in, I think he 20 sacks the last 3 games, like this is one of those games where you guys might be able to tee off a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously, we knew they were going to try to do what they could to protect themselves, obviously, off of what happened in the last few games. We got to them, felt like we could affect them. And, at the end of the day, I feel like the biggest thing was just putting on a dominant performance. I think we did that as a team, so we happy.
Lastly, now you guys finally get the bye. It's late as it can be pretty much, but how does your body feel, and what do you make of kind of a Week 14 bye and then hitting New Orleans with a stretch run?
We're looking forward to it. It's always good to go into the bye with a win. So now coming back, we can go on this last stretch in December and give ourselves a chance for January and February. So it's good.
Cleveland Farrell, Commanders defensive end, after the game yesterday. I got to say, this is a weird thing about me. There are a few of those, but I'm going to level with you. I am a sucker for a player who dresses to the nines after a game. And I'm not saying like drip or what is considered cool now.
So like a Kyle Kuzma oversized sweater you think is awesome.
Out. Oh, all of this, like, let's see who's wearing what tonight. And like coming into the game, this dude's wearing a hockey jersey. And this, like, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about Cleveland Farrell is like putting on his watch and stuff as I'm chatting with him. He is dressed to the nines, like fitted suit with like the vest on that fits just so. He's got like his initials on the sleeve, Dude looks like $10 million. I mean, he looked just like completely awesome suit, like he's a Fortune 500 CEO or something. I just love that. A lot of dudes, everyone's style's their own. You can do your own thing. But like most guys are, a lot of guys are like in just baggy, like denim. So it's like a big jean outfit.
Sure,
like
yeah.
Jean jacket.
Is he going somewhere after? Like, does he have like a dinner? Is he like just...
I mean, I think he's just old school veteran. Like this dude.
Like, is he doing media after that? Like wearing the suit?
I mean, he could have gone and sat on the set of Sunday Night, like Football Night in America. That's what he was dressed
Gotcha.
like. I'm just a sucker for that. Brian Mitchell, our guy who should be in the Hall of Fame, by the way, who does the midday show every day here on the Fan. B. Mitch, I used to say, sharp as a tack. Nobody dressed like this is a business trip, man. I'm walking out of this locker room with my vest on, but like Farrell had the vest and the jacket. It was just, he looked like he was ready to go. I think that's cool. Like, that's so old school to me. It's like the coaches that wear the fedora and the suit or something. Like, yeah, I'm not dressing for Instagram likes like I'm Joe Burrow walking in with some weird jacket on and big sunglasses. No. Your boy's putting on a nice like suit that I probably just got done to fit me just so.
Uh-huh.
I thought he looked great.
I like the idea of is that an NFL player or team employee? You know what I mean? Like, is that a former player? Like, why is he so dressed up so nice?
But it wouldn't even be a team employee. It would be like maybe the team president would dress like that.
Yeah.
You know, like, but even Jason Wright at a game. Now, since I'm knocking Jay Wright, but like, he's normally in like a jeans and
like a nice pullover
like
thing.
a button-down shirt with a sports jacket. Like, this is like, you would see this guy sitting at the desk on like a network or something.
I'm trying to remember which company did the ad, and I'm butchering the story already, but it did a throwback to a bunch of former NBA players on their draft night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? Where it's
when
like
they were the giant oversized suits.
Let's wear like a fitted thing. It's like there's like 9 buttons on Carmelo Anthony's huge box suit or whatever, where it's like at one point that looked awesome.
The Rams have claimed Emmanuel Forbes. If you're just joining us, the released cornerback as of this weekend, no longer with the Commanders, will be a Los Angeles Ram. Washington will have about $4 million in dead money on next year's cap. Not a big deal because they have some of the highest cap number available over the next couple of years in the NFL. Let's get to don't forget about things that happened in yesterday's game that didn't make the show today.
Guys, do me a favor. Don't forget about the fact that our very own little Tressler, Tress Way, became Washington's all-time punt yardage leader yesterday. Now, he only punted one time. And with all due respect to my guy Tressler, I don't like it when he punts.
Yeah.
I'd rather offense keep offending and keep doing the offensive thing where they score points and get like touchdowns and field goals and they move the ball. But if I got to see it, I want to see Tress do it. And he's done it better than anybody else has ever done it here. So kudos to Tress.
So a couple of things. I was talking to Tress in the locker room yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Tress is about as good a guy as you're ever
He's
gonna
good
be.
people.
But he came flying over, running across the locker room. GP. And I'm like, what's going on? He felt like, he'd already thanked me profusely. He went to a Caps game, and he had a bunch of family in town. And he got a bunch of, he bought a bunch of Caps tickets. And I guess last minute, a few other people wanted to go. And he reached out, and I was able to, find a couple Caps tickets and help them get to the game. He's got a young son who's getting into hockey, whatever. But like, you would have thought I built this guy a house. I mean, he's been so.
You finished the addition of my home. Yeah.
All he's ever done is just give and give and give for us. What segments do you need me to do? What can I do? What terrible bit are you going to ask me to do on the radio?
You want me to play What's in Tressway's hand?
Least I could do.
During the pandemic, sure.
So, but anyway, he was just so nice. So we're sitting there talking, and Nick Allegretti walks up to him. He's walking to the shower in a towel, and he's like, Tress. He comes up. He's like, did you punt today? And he's like, yeah. He's like, how many times? Tress was like, once. He's like, did you get the record? And Tress was like, I got it. So you could tell it's been talked about this week or whatever. And Allegretti's like, I'd give you a hug, but I have to hold up my towel. Tress is like, you'd rather hold up your towel than give me a hug? And then like Allegretti like stops holding up his towel to give Tress
and he gave him a hug.
It's just, but it's just like the brotherhood, man.
Sure, brotherhood.
It's the brotherhood. But I tell you that to tell you that Tressway is loved in that locker room. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
He's just one of the dudes, man. He's just a good cat. And happy for him. Fired up that he is the all-time. That meant something to him. He wanted that record.
Well, there's a lot of things that
the all-time leader in punt yards.
Because you can't do that in a season.
No, it's
you know what I mean?
Longevity thing.
You're doing it, and you're doing it at a high level long enough at a high turnover place. Look at kicker. They've been 4 place kickers this year. All right, is it 3? I can't remember anymore. Like one punter since 2014. There's been a punter. You don't have to worry about it. That is a huge deal, man.
Yeah, totally. Don't forget about Jaden Daniels. 2 straight games now running the football again, and what that's done to open things back up for this running game. Over 100 rushing yards for him in the last 2 games, 70+ against Dallas, 34 yesterday. The touchdown where he put the okie doke on a defender inside the 5 was pretty vintage. He looks running the football like he did early on this season.
So this seems like poor timing to bring this up, but don't forget about the fact that in general, non-Cavante Turpin touchdown division, coverage on this team has been really, really good. Tyler Owens yesterday with a fumble force. I guess technically he gets credit for it. I don't know.
He touched the ball.
He brushed the ball. Did enough. I mean,
by the way, whoever that guy is, while he's returning it, they're saying on the broadcast, fumbled a punt return last. The ball's out. I'm like, how on earth do you stand by that guy? Like, that is tough.
Yeah, that is tough. But a coverage unit in general has been really, really good. I know what happened last week. I was there too. I think that's a fluky thing where the timing got disrupted because Turpin had to go back. He made a great play. And I think there were 2 blocks in the back that didn't get called. But in general, coverage units have been really good on this squad.
Zach Ertz, touchdown in 3 straight games. Don't forget, he is becoming the weapon in the red zone that we kind of thought he was going to be coming into the year. That was one thing you and I talked a lot about before the season. He's going to not do a whole lot after the catch, although, he had a 12-yard yak play yesterday.
A 12-yard yak. That equaled a season total.
And that and the tight end screen looked like it was designed for him to go get 20, and then it got 3 yak. But still, the 12-yard yak play was pretty cool. He is on his way to what is going to be a 60-catch, probably 700 or so yard season, which ain't nothing. And he's going to have 6 or 7 touchdowns as well. He has not caught 6 touchdowns in a season since 2019. And if he gets to 7, which would be 3 in the final 4 games, that would be the second highest total of his career. So he's got 50. He's closing in on some Hall of Fame type numbers in terms of counting stats as a tight end.
You kind of look up and you go, damn, that guy's put together a pretty good one.
Don't forget about Mikey Sanderstill's strip. Sanderstill is a legitimate, not only starter, but I think a long-term impact player, difference maker type. Looks like a home run that they hit in round 2.
Don't forget about Bobby Wagner, a cultural changer, right? Came in here to do a couple different things, to give a couple pregame speeches, or I guess Wednesday talks and tackle people, and he's fresh out of speeches. He has been a difference maker. Only 5 tackles yesterday with, I think, maybe one quarterback hit, but that doesn't tell the story. You could see that guy pop. Him and Luvu together are a really good tandem.
How about the Commanders, ladies and gentlemen? 8-5, likely playoff bound.
Here we go.
The Locals with a chance in the bye week to come out into week 14, still a game, maybe a game and a half up on the 7th and final wild card spot after handling their business yesterday with a 42-point explosion. Remember, our field trip on Friday is in Springfield at Hard Times.
Hard Times in Springfield, people.
We cannot wait to get out there. That's home base for us, Grant and Danny, and the station right in Springfield, Northern Virginia. So come on out to Hard Times. That will be a really, really fun experience for all of us. If you missed any part of the show, thefandc.com is where you can podcast today's endeavors. We're back tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Commander Survivor is on the docket. Also, Alex Ovechkin is skating again, Danny.
Can you believe this person? This is an alien. Regular people are subject to things. He doesn't seem to be. Unbelievable.
You can keep the conversation going at Grant H. Paulson, at Funny Danny on Twitter, Instagram, all things social. Overtime is next. Our buddy Toby Altizer has Overtime coming your way in a moment. Big thank you to Darius and to Ryan. And by the way, Ryan had a birthday over the weekend.
Yes, he did.
Be remiss if we didn't mention this. One of those bummer things where you're not around your guys at work, so you don't get the celly. Maybe tomorrow we'll have to get this guy some cookies. But Ryan, happy birthday, buddy. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Thanks to those guys as always. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Thank you for coming.